What a powerful physical body to actually forcefully shake a profound
Artefakt bare handelig.
Is this guy human or not? Concept's comprehension is so high, even his physical body is so powerful too. Simply freakish. Yi Yuan seemed to have refined the dragon race's bloodline. That's why his fleshy body is so strong. Not only is this guy's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but this fortuitous encounter also makes people envious too. Zhang Tianyi's sword was a profound artifact too. Profound artifacts. Sharpness went without saying. Yi Yuan actually used his fist to knock away Zhang Tianyi's long sword. Could be seen how powerful his physical body was. What Zhang Tianyi was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan's physical body was powerful. What he was shocked by was that Yi Yuan could actually counter-attack. So it's a soul martial artist. No wonder, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhang Tianyi's expression changed, not expecting Yi Yuan to say out his identity flatly. Even in the divine realm, soul martial artists were extremely rare too. After all, cultivating martial arts and cultivating the soul at the same time would expend tremendous amounts of energy, with losses outweighing the gains. Those like Zhang Tianyi having such cultivation at a young age were indeed extremely rare geniuses. Soul martial artist. Zhang Tianyi is actually a soul martial artist. No wonder his attacks are so bizarre, making it impossible to guard against. Someone exclaimed under the stage. The attack methods of soul martial artists were extremely odd. Ordinary people could not guard against at all. And Zhang Tianyi's divine soul attack measure belonged to those type of constant dripping to wear away. Once or twice could not feel it at all, making it even hard to guard against. Therefore, those martial artists who fought with Zhang Tianyi previously all lost bafflingly. Humph! Even if you know that I'm a soul martial artist, so what? The one who loses in the end is still you. Zhang Tianyi's face fell and he pounced. Once more. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and actually wielded his sword and went forward again, entangling together with Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him and not clash head-on with him, then look for an opportunity to release a big move. The martial technique when Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu were battling that day, it was still vivid in his mind. Once Yi Yuan had the chance to use that move, he would lose for sure. Now, Yi Yuan actually continued to fight in close combat with him. What was this if not courting death? But the moment both parties' long swords intersected, Zhang Tianyi suddenly felt his own divine soul quiver and actually had a split second of absent-mindedness. But Zhang Tianyi was deserving of being called a soul martial artist. He reacted to it virtually right away and hurriedly jumped aside, avoiding Yi Yuan's next attack. You're actually a soul martial artist too. This is impossible. Zhang Tianyi cried out in shock. What? Yi Yuan is a soul martial artist too? How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? Having a fifth stage supreme true intent, fleshy body comparable to a profound artifact, and is even a soul martial artist. Is there really such a freak in this world? Soul martial artists are extremely rare. Today, two popped out all at once. What in the world is happening? Zhang Tianyi's panic cry immediately caused a wave of commotion. They all did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities abnormally high, but he was also actually even a soul martial artist of the legends. Adding on that freakish fleshy body, such a person simply had no weakness to exploit. No wonder Yi Yuan leaped realms to battle like eating and drinking. Who could be even more freakish than him? Soul martial artist, is it? Actually, I'm just an alchemist, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ha ha ha, this boy is really aggravating, but you just can't do anything about it because he's really just an alchemist. Pei Wenxiang burst into laughter beneath the stage and said, actually, before the competition this time, Pei Wenxiang only knew that Yi Yuan was a very formidable alchemist, and completely did not know that he was even a martial artist at all. Who could have thought that not only was Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul exceedingly high, he even had such ridiculous accomplishments along the martial path? These words that Yi Yuan said, Pei Wenqiang was the most profoundly affected by it. A alchemist. Zhang Tianyi was speechless. Since when did alchemists have such formidable combat strength? Just that bit earlier, Zhang Tianyi already sensed that Yi Yuan's divine soul attainments were actually even above his. This guy simply had no chinks in his armor. Such an opponent, how to defeat? That's right. I opened a medicinal shop in ancient opulent city. If you need medicinal pills, you can come and find me, Yi Yuan said smilingly. I admit defeat, Zhang Tianyi said extremely unwillingly. But facing a perverse fellow like Yi Yuan, what could he do if he did not concede? Divine soul attack could not beat the other party. He could not win the other party in martial arts. Apart from admitting defeat, there was nothing else that Zhang Tianyi could do at all. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect it. A member of my ancient opulent city actually won the championship of the competition this time. Pei Wenqiang was simply thrilled. Back then, he only gave the spot to Yi Yuan in order to repay his life-saving grace, who knew that Yi Yuan directly took back the first place for him. When he heard Yi Yuan saying that he wanted to take first place for the first time, he even reproved Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan finished off Nailan Chu first and disposed of Zhang Tianyi as well, utterly locking down the position of first place. This was unparalleled glory, giving a plum in return for a peach. This plum that Yi Yuan gave him was truly a little too big. Yang Sen had a delighted look too. Yi Yuan seizing the championship, he naturally felt a glow on his face too. At night, in the holy hall, First Elder Chen Qin was currently telling to you about this afternoon's competition with dancing eyebrows and a look of exultation. While talking, Chen Qin was not stingy with praises of Yi Yuan in the slightest. A genius like Yi Yuan was extremely popular when placed in any holy land, let alone a declined holy land like the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tu Yu's face was quite calm, as if he had long known about Yi Yuan's freakishness. After Chen Qin said finish, Tu Yu asked, "This Yi Yuan is really just an ascender who came from the lower realms?" "Absolutely true. I've already investigated personally before and also made people ask the Pei family before. This Yi Yuan is indeed just an ascender. Furthermore, his age is merely just past 20. This level of genius, even when placed in a rank 3 or rank 4 holy land, he would also be extremely popular. Let alone that he's even a very incredible alchemist," Chen Qin said, agitatedly. At the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's most difficult time, such a peerless genius like this appearing was absolutely something that boosted people's morale. Tu Yu's eyes glinted. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. Winning against Zhang Tianyi, there were many people being happy. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. To him, this kind of victory was utterly meaningless. If not for the sake of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he would not even be bothered to take part in this sort of lame selection competition. Late at night, Yi Yuan was the same as usual. He was still comprehending the golden characters. Through these few days' comprehension, Yi Yuan's divine soul was still strengthening unceasingly. These dozen over days, Yi Yuan's divine soul strengthened a full 40%. This sort of augmentation could already be classified as terrifying. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he could reach the alchemy ancestor level. Under the circumstances where he did not transcend the soul tribulation if he continued to comprehend like this. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he came out from the vast heaven pagoda and showed himself. Yi Yuan laid down an array formation at the residence. Just earlier, the array formation was triggered by someone. Yi Yuan sensed something and immediately showed himself. "One who comes is a guest. Show yourself," Yi Yuan said coolly. Hoo, what an impressive boy, to actually be able to detect this emperor's arrival. An aged and hoary voice sounded out. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly when he heard that. In the crimson afterglow, Holy Land, the only one able to proclaim himself as this emperor was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. Did not expect that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord actually descended here. Yi Yuan sensed that the arrival strength was extraordinary through the array formation previously, but did not think that it was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord. All of a sudden, there was an undulation in the space within the house. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord actually directly appeared inside the house. But regarding this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have much surprises. Those Tao profound realm experts could already sense the heavenly Tao. This bit of means was nothing strange. Turns out it's the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan failed to receive you. Yi Yuan gave a slight bow and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Tuyu waved his hand and said, "No need to be overly courteous. This too came uninvited. You wouldn't mind, right?" Yi Yuan criticized inwardly for a bit. "You already said it like this, can I say that I mind?" But in truth, your esteemed self interrupted my closed seclusion. I really mind a lot. But Tuyu saying this sort of words was already dropping his own attitude. Very low. If Yi Yuan still did not give face, that was not knowing how to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan could tell that this holy lord in front of him was not his real body. But his strength was sufficient to instantly kill Yi Yuan. I wonder what holy lord is finding Yi Yuan for? Yi Yuan did not follow up on the words. It was also considered to have expressed his attitude. Tuyu sized up Yi Yuan, but he was even more pleased with Yi Yuan in his heart. Such temperament was someone who did great deeds. Not like some people cracking themselves up to be geniuses, but were short-tempered and brash, unable to take on major duties. Yi Yuan, do you know what is inside that crimson afterglow valley? Tuyu ignored what was asked. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, secretly cursing sly old fox. One had to first give in order to take. This sort of logic, how could Yi Yuan not understand? Tuyu did not do anything the moment he came and just whetted up his appetite. Clearly there was nothing good. But speaking of which, he succeeded. Tuyu's one sentence made Yi Yuan's heart squirm itchily. He was indeed very curious just what thing was inside this crimson afterglow valley to actually be able to give birth to a 10 great divine kings class expert. Seeing Yi Yuan's struggling look, a hint of a smug smile flashed past the corners of Tuyu's mouth. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Holy Lord, best talk about your intentions for coming first. If the matter is too difficult, Yi Yuan would rather not enter the crimson afterglow valley." Tuyu's expression froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually speak such words. Facing such temptation and you're actually able to control your own desires. You, this youth, are indeed not simple. Fine then, actually, there isn't anything hard to say out either. Actually, I came to find you is to wish to entrust the crimson afterglow holy land to you. A few words. Tuyu already discovered that Yi Yuan's conduct was too slick and sly, impervious to everything. Talking with him, it was better to beat around the bush less. Beat around the bush too much, it would incur the other party's aversion. It was just that Tuyu's words frightened Yi Yuan. He was just a divine traversing realm martial artist, and Tuyu actually wanted to entrust a holy land to him. What did that have to do with this? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Holy Lord, you're joking with me, right?" Tuyu stopped Yi Yuan's words with a hand gesture, but said, "This emperor is naturally not joking with you. You don't have to be in a hurry to reject. Listen to this emperor's terms first before giving a reply again. As long as you promise to take over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, all of the resources in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will be up to you to allocate. Furthermore, within 3 years after entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, this emperor will personally take action to send you into the Crimson Afterglow Valley once more." Yi Yuan knew that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could only open once every 300 years. If he forcefully sent him into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, Tuyu would probably pay an unimaginable price. In order to make him agree to become the next Holy Lord, this Tuyu was also going plenty all out. Just what is inside the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Yi Yuan still could not refrain from asking. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. Tuyu did not keep him in suspense this time and answered immediately. Desolate ancient drip essence pool. What is that? Yi Yuan was also considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. But this desolate ancient drip essence pool he really had not heard before. Wait until you go in, you'll know. The liquid in this desolate ancient drip essence pool can cleanse the marrow and let the martial artist cast off their old self and undergo a complete transformation. The longer a martial artist stay inside, the greater the harvest, and the greater the future accomplishments as well. I know that your physical body is powerful. This desolate ancient drip essence pool can temper your physical body to be even stronger. Furthermore, inside this desolate ancient drip essence pool contains extremely titanic amounts of essence energy. As long as you have the ability, it can let you directly break through to Tao profound realm. Tuyu said. Oh, it actually has such a miraculous effect. Yi Yuan said curiously. He was turning it over in his mind secretly that this desolate ancient drip essence pool's effects seemed to have some similar aspects with true dragons' blood, except it sounded like this desolate ancient drip essence pool seemed to be more impressive. After Yi Yuan refined the dragon blood, he obtained tremendous benefits too. The present Yi Yuan could forcefully receive a profound artifact barehandedly, just with his physical body. Simply a human form lethal weapon. Yi Yuan had reached the important juncture of breaking through to the boundless realm at present. This desolate ancient drip essence pool seemed to be an excellent breakthrough site. Tuyu nodded and said, it will only be stronger than you imagine, but this pool water is extremely tyrannical. Ordinary people can't walk far at all. Therefore, the benefits obtained are limited too. This emperor only walked 80 feet out back then too. Oh, what's there to pay attention to? Yi Yuan asked curiously. In this desolate ancient drip essence pool, every 70 feet is a threshold. The deepest area is a full 490 feet far out. Since the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established, only the first-generation Holy Lord walked to the deepest part, and his accomplishments was also the highest in history with strength comparable to the 10 great divine kings. But a genius like him, only a single one appeared in the history of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Back then, the people who entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley together with this emperor, only I walked to 80 feet out, which is also within the second threshold's scope. Therefore, I became the Holy Lord, Tuyu explained. When Yi Yuan heard, he developed a thick interest in this desolate ancient drip essence pool. Seemed like this pool was indeed rather different. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to Tuyu, Yi Yuan, thank Holy Lords. Great kindness. It's just that taking over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is completely out of the question for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan has something hard to disclose and definitely has to leave the Crimson Afterglow in the future. Tuyu said solemnly, no worries. I know that a measly little Crimson Afterglow definitely can't keep a genius like you, but I already don't have much time left. If I can't find someone able to take on the huge responsibility, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is bound to be swallowed up by the other holy lands. This sort of conclusion is what this emperor doesn't wish to see. This emperor finding you is to hope to preserve a hint of incense, fire one from extinguishing. In the future, when you find a good man passing, the position of Holy Lord to him is good too. Before this, I'll make Chin. They all do everything in their power to groom you and let you achieve the Tao profound realm as soon as possible. This too is already someone about to die. Don't have other requests and only hope that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can carry on existing. Yi Yuan, please accept a bow from me. As he said those words, Tu actually gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. At a lake with a calm surface, in a tranquil mountain valley, a party of 7 to 8 people appeared in this remote mountain valley. First Elder, could it be that this place is the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Looks like it doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary mountain valley. Humph! If even you can detect the differences, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have long been exterminated by people. First Elder said with a cold snort. He, makes sense. The one who said this was called Yang Shao, one of the 7 holy sons. This Yang Shao had a cheeky appearance all day long. He was rather like a big kid who liked to play. But to be able to become one of the 7 holy sons, his strength naturally could not be underestimated. After Yi Yuan defeated Zhang Tianyi, the dust settled for the quasi-holy son selection competition too. Yi Yuan obtained the first place with the battle result of a flawless victory, obtaining the qualification to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley without any qualms. Zhang Tianyi won 59 and lost 1, obtaining the qualification with the battle result of second place. And finally, Han Feng utterly trounced Wu Jiantun, catching the last bus as well. On the 7 holy sons side, they selected 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley in the end as well. They were respectively Nalen Hong Yang Shao and Pei Wenxiang's elder brother, Pei Kuan. Presumably, these people's strength could stand out among the 7 holy sons. This early morning, First Elder brought the 6 people to this extremely out of the way mountain valley. This mountain valley was within the boundaries of the Holy Land, but it was exceptionally hard to find. First Elder, are we considered to have entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley here? Could it be that this lake in front of the legendary desolate ancient drip essence pool? Yang Shao asked again, as one of the 7 holy sons, even though he had not come to the Crimson Afterglow Valley before, but what was inside this Crimson Afterglow Valley he was perfectly aware. First Elder shot him a glare and said crossly, "You moron, is there any essence energy undulation in this lake? Why don't you jump down and give it a try?" Yang Shao scratched his head and said perplexedly, "We didn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, and there isn't any path to take here as well. What on earth should we do?" First Elder was disinclined to bother with this idiot and simply turned his head over and just threw down a word. "Wait!" Yang Shao was baffled. Seeing First Elder ignore him, he actually turned his head over to Yi Yuan. "Heh, little leaf one. I heard that you're very incredible. Can you see through the little truth or deception of the situation?" Yang Shao scooted over to Yi Yuan's side and said, Yi Yuan's great name already spread throughout the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Long ago, it was naturally impossible for these holy sons like Yang Shao they all to be utterly ignorant about Yi Yuan. Even if these holy sons' statuses in the Holy Land was extremely high, they were also struck with admiration regarding Yi Yuan's degree of talent. Not everyone among them might be comfortable in their hearts, but their attitudes toward Yi Yuan was absolute submission. Along the way, Yang Shao struck up a conversation with Yi Yuan from time to time. Gradually, the 2 people became acquainted. Towards Yang Zhao's poser actions, Yi Yuan was naturally not averse either. Such a person was more interesting than people who keep a straight face constantly. Seeing Yang Shao inquire, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "There should have been an extremely powerful camouflage set up here. If one did not reach the Tao profound realm strength, one would probably not see through the truth and deception at all. Furthermore, even for those in the Tao profound realm, wanting to crack this camouflage is probably beyond their power too." First Elder did not look over here, but his ears perked up high. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, First Elder was unbelievably shocked in his heart, too. He did not know if Yi Yuan was guessing or could really see through the truth and deception. But Yang Shao was pretty on point this time and helped him ask, "Huh? You said that a Tao profound realm can't see through the truth or false. Then why can you, a divine traversing realm, see through it?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Naturally, because I'm incredible. Yang Xiao pursed his mouth and said, How boring! Forget it if you're not. Telling. Yi Yuan smiled without speaking and did not follow up on this too. He could not very well tell Yang Xiao that he was a Tier 9 array emperor, right? This place's camouflage technique was extremely profound. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's present standard, they absolutely could not set it up. Yi Yuan reckoned that this should be set up long ago by a previous generation. Holy Lord. It was even possible that it was set up by the first generation. Holy Lord. Wanting to forcefully crack this camouflage technique, most likely it could not be done at all without having 8th or 9th level Dao profound strength. Even if Tu Yu knew the way to crack it, wanting to send them into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, he likely had to pay a considerable price as well. From that day's conversation, Yi Yuan could tell that Tu Yu's condition was not very good. If not for so, it was impossible for him to do this sort of entrusting thing. Under the situation where his condition was very bad, he was even planning on cracking this camouflage technique a second time. Could be seen that his sincerity was indeed sufficient. That day, Yi Yuan ultimately still did not promise Tu Yu. He only said he will consider it. But at this time, Yi Yuan became somewhat moved. Right then, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed within the mountain valley. It was as if an earthquake occurred. The corners of First Elder's mouth twitched, and his eyes actually became somewhat moist. Holy Lord's lifespan originally did not have much left. With this, it was adding one disaster after another, especially sending 6 people in this time all at once. The burden on Tu Yu was even greater. When the thought reached here, Chun Qin was incredibly upset in his heart. Rumble. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the lake in front of them actually parted into two, like it was forcefully cleaved into 2 halves by someone using a blade. Between the 2 halves of the lake water, a gorgeous light emitted out. The few of you go in from between this lake water. Remember, you all only have 5 days time. After 5 days, no matter how much you gained, you have to come out. Otherwise, you all can only come out again after 300 years. Qin warned. Of course, Chun Qin knew that Tu Yu had the ability to forcefully crack this grand array, but that price expended was too great. After Tu Yu cast the skill, he would die without a doubt. This sort of method Chun Qin naturally would not say out and would not agree to Tu Yu casting the skill either. Yes, First Elder. The 6 people received the order and leaped into the brilliant light, then vanished from sight. After Yi Yuan's group of 6 disappeared, a light flashed, revealing that hoary and aged silhouette of Tu Yu's. The current Tu Yu looked even older than before at a glance. Seeing Tu Yu, Chun Qin's expression changed. Holy Lord Yu! Around Tu Yu was a strand of faintly discernible black qi circling around. Martial artists all knew that this vague black qi was precisely death qi. Once this sort of aura appeared around a martial artist, they were not far from exhausting their lifespans. Tu Yu waved a hand and said, opening the array formation this time, the essence energy expended was a little too great. It's fine. My body, I have a score in my heart. Hanging on for 3 years shouldn't be an issue. I just hope that these children can grow up faster. Chun Qin's years ran down his old face as he said, Holy Lord, it's all Chun Qin who is incompetent to not even have the ability to open up the Crimson Afterglow Valley's array formation. Tu Yu smiled and said, the Crimson Afterglow Valley has always been personally opened up by the Holy Lord. When was it your turn? If Tu Yu was still in his peak state, opening the Crimson Afterglow Valley naturally would not be too much of an issue and would not expend longevity either. But the current Tu Yu could not endure such tremendous expenditure at all. Each time he used essence energy, his lifespan would be lost even faster. Yi Yuan only felt his vision blurred, and then he appeared in a canyon. Such powerful essence energy. I clearly haven't seen the desolate ancient drip essence pool yet, and I can actually sense its direction. The moment Yang Xiao came in, he made an unnecessary fuss. But visibly moved expressions appeared on the faces of the others. Clearly, they all felt very surprised by this surge of essence energy undulation. Everyone was unable to contain the excitement in their hearts and walked towards the direction the essence energy came from. Before long, a pool 1,000 feet in circumference appeared before everyone's eyes. The pool water took on a dark red color. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water made the hearts of these holy sons and quasi-holy sons all palpitate. The essence energy undulation coming from the pool water was too intense. Intense to the extent it made people fearful. Gulp! This is the desolate ancient drip essence pool. I were always unconvinced by the ancestors, but only after arriving here myself do I know how hard it is to enter the second level. Nalan Hong said solemnly. These holy sons were all people arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and always felt that them entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool they definitely could walk to the third level. But sensing the essence energy undulations of this pool water in front of him, Nalan Hong knew that he was too naive to be able to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool, which one of them was not a prodigious talent? But the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rank dropped again and again. This showed that benefits from the desolate ancient drip essence pool was not easy to be grasped. Nalan Hong, don't waste any more time. We only have 5 days' time. If you're not entering, I'm going in. Yang Xiao did not have that many qualms, jumping into the pool water immediately with a leap. However, Yang Xiao appeared casual, but he clearly did not dare to jump too far either, only jumping out a distance of around 50 feet. The expressions of the rest on the shore all became stern, staring fixedly at
Yang Xiao.
Yang Xiao originally still had a careless appearance, but the moment he touched the water, everyone distinctly sensed his body turned stiff as if his entire person was frozen, following which Yang Xiao's body started trembling vigorously. The expression on his face seemed as if he was being tormented. The expressions of the others all became apprehensive.
About Yang Xiao's
ability, they were all aware of it. He entered the pool 50 feet out and was actually in such agony. Could be seen that this lucky chance was not so easy to obtain. Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan exchanged a glance. The two people seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement and actually leaped at the same time, but arrived 60 feet out into the pool water. Yi Yuan, aren't you going down to test the waters? Zhang Tianyi suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you guys head down first. This pool water seemed to be quite impressive. My cultivation realm is a little low. I need to do some preparations first. Zhang Tianyi shot Yi Yuan a glance and leaped too, jumping into the pool water. Afterward, Han Feng clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and leaped down as well. Yi Yuan's expression was calm, but he was not calm at all in his heart. Approaching this desolate ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan actually sensed that a mysterious power was calling him in the depths of the pool water. Yi Yuan was sensing this mysterious power, so he was not in a hurry to enter the water, but he felt for a long time and also did not sense just what on earth this mysterious power was. While at this time the first one to enter the water, Yang Xiao, started to break through. He only soaked for a short while in this pool water and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, letting him advance ranks successfully. This pool water contained powerful energy. It could really be said to produce an immediate effect. Another 10 minutes later, Nalan Hong and Pei Kuan actually both advanced ranks. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi were not willing to fall behind too, likewise, breaking through realms very quickly. Ha ha ha! Really awesome. In a flip of a hand, it's actually comparable to several years of my bitter cultivation. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is indeed well deserving of its reputation. Yang Xiao chortled with laughter. The others did not speak, but their faces were all unbelievably excited. Clearly, the prowess of this desolate ancient drip essence pool far surpassed their imaginations. Yi Yuan discovered that it seemed like he could not feel out this mysterious power no matter what, and simply jumped into the pool water directly. The moment he entered the water, a bone-piercing chill instantly enveloped his entire body, freezing all the nerves in his entire body until he became paralyzed and actually made him unable to move a muscle. I clearly couldn't feel the water temperature by the shore. I didn't expect that entering the water, it would actually be this bone-piercingly cold. Yi Yuan said in surprise. But Yi Yuan's physical body was incomparably powerful. After experiencing the initial paralysis, he adapted very quickly. At this time, every pore on his body was as if it opened up through soaking in the pool water, feeling indescribable comfort. Powerful essence energy tunneled into his body from every pore, letting his cultivation realm rise rapidly. Yi Yuan also absorbed the massive quantities of essence energy in the pool water without holding back at all, and started to consolidate his cultivation realm in order to make preparations for breaking through to boundless realm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Yuan walked forward step by step. Each step forward, the essence energy in the pool water would intensify a little more. The tempering of the pool water was not just targeting his essence energy. Actually had a substantial strengthening effect on his physical body too. Yi Yuan enjoyed the tempering of the pool water to his heart's content and also got increasingly closer to boundless realm. In a blink, 1 day and night passed. The expressions on the few geniuses' faces became progressively more contorted as well, and 1 day's time passed. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi each only walked forward a distance of 20 feet, stopping at the 70 feet mark. The 3 heaven enlightenment realm holy sons actually advanced shoulder to shoulder, stopping at the 90 feet mark. One had to know that the current generation Holy Lord, Tuyu, merely entered the 2nd level. This time, 3 of them actually all achieved this goal. Arg! All of a sudden, Pei Kuan let out a pained cry and actually leaped right out of the water, returning to the shore. On the bank, Pei Kuan's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that the first one to be eliminated was actually him. Sweeping a glance over, Yang Xiao and Nailan Hong were basically at the same distance. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were also at the same distance. Looking over towards Yi Yuan again, it made him rather surprised. Yi Yuan actually still remained at the 50 feet distance at this time. The Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi who were defeated at Yi Yuan's hand both walked out 70 feet in distance. Yi Yuan actually just walked out a distance of 50 feet. Right then, Han Feng suddenly lifted his head and gave a long cry, and actually took another step forward. It was this step that let him cross into the 2nd level, breaking through to the 80 feet distance. Pei Kuan's expression change. He clearly did not expect that a boundless realm martial artist could actually reach the 2nd level. Splash! Pei Kuan was unresigned to failure and actually leaped, entering into the pool water once more. This time he progressed very smoothly, walking straight to the 90 feet area. But right then, an extremely anguished expression surfaced on Pei Kuan's face. He finally could not endure it and retreated back to the shore once more. Boom! Pei Kuan slammed a fist onto the ground and said unresignedly, "Could it be that my Pei Kuan's potential merely ends here? Ah, hurts to death, hurts to death. I feel like my entire body is about to explode." Yang Xiao gave a series of miserable screams and directly jumped out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool, coming to the shore, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pei Kuan. Pei Kuan's expression was very ugly by the side. Yang Xiao walked out 130 feet at the end. He was much stronger than Pei Kuan. These holy sons, were all very clear that the further they walked, indicated the greater the potential, which also showed that Yang Xiao's potential was much greater compared to him, Pei Kuan. To be able to walk to the 2nd level area, no matter how useless, he could reach Dao profound realm strength too. Sigh, I say, Pei Kuan, Don't pull a long face anymore. At any rate, you reached the second level area too. Didn't I just walk out a couple more feet? Then you? Speaking of which, didn't expect that the three of us entering this time we all entered the second level area. Truly remarkable. Yang Xiao still had a cheeky appearance. Humph. Saying it lightly. Did you see or not? Even those two boundless realm brats walked further than me. When did I, Pei Kuan, ever end up in such a sorry state? Pei Kuan was still very unhappy. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng had long entered the second level region already and actually walked even further than Pei Kuan. Indeed, this desolate ancient drip essence pool could bring tremendous benefits to these geniuses, but it would also thoroughly expose their own potential. Originally, these geniuses only competed secretly. No one yielded to anyone, but with this, their potential had nowhere to hide. Pei Kuan being the first one to be eliminated, he clearly could not cross this hurdle in his heart. Sigh, what are you thinking so much for? Can't you still tell that no matter how merrily we jump around, the most talented one is definitely Yi Yuan? Reckon that before long, he'll surpass you and I. Since that's the case, what are you still worrying so much for? Maybe it was due to personality. Yang Xiao was much more open-minded than Pei Kuan. Heh, surpass us? You take a look yourself. Just where has he only walked up to now? In my view, he has exhausted his potential fully and won't have any major developments in the future, Pei Kuan said with a cold snort. Although Yi Yuan was brought by his younger brother, Pei Kuan's current mindset was somewhat disrupted. He wished that these few people would be eliminated by the desolate ancient drip essence pool one by one right away. Only in that way could he find some comfort. Yang Xiao still had not noticed this after getting back on land. Only hearing Pei Kuan say so at this time did he discover that Yi Yuan actually only walked to 70 feet distance and could not even compare to Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng. What's happening? Shouldn't be. This guy is so freakish. How can he possibly only walk to just 70 feet? Yang Xiao was quite puzzled as well as he said. This fellow probably used some methods which overdrafted potential. Hence, that's why he can be so freakish at a young age. But the moment he entered this desolate ancient drip essence pool, his true form was revealed. In my view, he will just have boundless realm cultivation at the maximum in this lifetime, Pei Kuan said. Yang Zhao's eye glinted. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Right then, Pei Kuan's expression changed, and he said, Nalan Hong entered the third level region. Yang Xiao was startled inwardly. Looking over, indeed he saw that Nalan Hong already broke through 210 feet out. Haha. The Nalan family are indeed all freaks. No idea up to where Nalan Chu that fellow can walk to if he came in here, Yang Xiao said with a laugh. Humph. That fool actually gave up the opportunity to enter the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Wait until he returns to the family clan. His intestines will probably turn green with regret, Pei Kuan said disdainfully. Sigh, it's indeed quite lamentable for Nalan Chu. I didn't expect that he just left, and the Holy Land announced an increase in slots right after. But Nalan Hong could actually enter the third level region. This is impressive. Yang Xiao felt pity for Nalan Chu too, but Pei Kuan kept his mouth shut. He also did not expect that Nalan Hong actually had such great potential. 2 hours later, Yang Zhao's mind suddenly jolted. Yi Yuan entered the second level region. The moment he entered the second level region, Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure double. That violent strength tunneled into his body brazenly without any scruples at all, tearing at his body. But Yi Yuan's body was long incomparable to the past through the dragon blood's remolding. Allowing those violent energies to impact his meridians freely, he still did not move a muscle. Those energies entering Yi Yuan's body. A portion was refined by the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and entered the essence energy sea. Another portion was absorbed by his body, strengthening his physical body. Yi Yuan's physical body became increasingly stronger too, virtually reaching middle stage tier 6. The reason why Yi Yuan stood still and did not advance was that he discovered that the pool water's remolding of his body had not completely stopped yet. If he entered the second level right away, it was a bit too much of a waste. Just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the first level's pool water was already completely ineffective to him. That was why he stepped into the second level. Yi Yuan's essence energy sea became increasingly full. His cultivation realm already approached increasingly closer to boundless realm under the pool water's continuous impact. Yi Yuan did not care about which step the others walked to either. He just walked forward step by step himself. Each step was taken very solidly. Furthermore, he could sense that his body was far from reaching its limits. Hence, he was not in a rush. Just like this, another day's time passed. Splash! Nailan Hong finally could not persist on either and retreated to the shore. But Nailan Hong did not feel dejected. Instead, he was faintly very thrilled. Charging to the third level region in one go, Nailan Hong obtained tremendous benefits. Moreover, him being able to walk to the third level region also surpassed quite a few generations of holy lords. In the future, his accomplishments would surely be even higher than the holy lord. Quickly look. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both entered the third level region. Already, what kind of freaks were chosen from the quasi-holy sun selection? Competition this time? Yang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Nailan Hong was startled and hurriedly looked over. Indeed, he saw that Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng's figures were already at the third level region. Holy Lord, His Excellency has great foresight. Looks like our crimson afterglow holy land is going to rise up anew. Nailan Hong did not have the intention of being envious and admired Yu's decision instead. It was just that he did not know that the crimson afterglow holy land was currently facing its greatest crisis since establishment. Once Yu's lifespan ran out, the crimson afterglow holy land would probably be reduced to a second-rate power immediately and be swallowed up by other holy lands. Yu dwelt in deep seclusion these few years and rarely came out. He only said that he was in a retreat to assault the second-level Dao Profound. This was the news he spread out on purpose. At the same time, he would never show his face in front of outsiders. Apart from a few trusted elders, no one knew that he already reached the extent of the oil running out and the lamp expiring already. Right at this time, the winds and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Patches of dark clouds converged over here. The horrifying pressure made people feel very stifled, unable to even catch their breath. Not good. Yi Yuan is going to transcend tribulation. Nailan Hong's expression changed as he said, while at this time, Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were only 100 over feet distance away from him. The moment Yi Yuan transcended the tribulation, they would definitely be swept into it. Zhang Tianyi and Han Feng were startled awake by this abnormality too, carrying extremely unwilling expressions as they retreated back to the shore. This fellow's strength is comparable to peak boundless realm. If we were to transcend tribulation inside, we'd definitely be smitten to death, Zhang Tianyi said extremely unwillingly. He sensed that he had not reached the limits yet and should still be able to push forward some more. But Yi Yuan suddenly transcending tribulation thoroughly screwed up his tempo. Actually, we should have long expected it. With Brother Ye's strength entering this desolate ancient drip essence pool, how can he possibly not break through to boundless realm? It somewhat exceeded my expectations that he is only breaking through now, Han Feng said. If interrupted, then he was interrupted. Han Feng did not mind very much. Entering the desolate ancient drip essence pool this time, his harvest was extremely huge. He was almost breaking through to the 9th level boundless already. Furthermore, he could sense that the pool water's transformation on his body was extremely great. In the future, cultivation would yield twice the results, with half the effort. Suddenly loosening up to 6 quotas this time was truly picking up a treasure. To him, What's Yi Yuan doing? Is it possible that this guy wants to oppose heavenly tribulation? Nalan Hong exclaimed in shock. A mighty dragon aura billowed to the skies. Yi Yuan slowly raised his palm. This was clearly going to exhibit a powerful martial technique. By the side, the few geniuses were all dumbstruck with astonishment when they saw this scene. Each and every one of them rated themselves as geniuses. Towards heavenly tribulation, they were generally not overly concerned but were not wildly arrogant to the degree of opposing heavenly tribulation yet. Watching Yi Yuan's stance, he did not place heavenly tribulation in his sights at all. With Yi Yuan's present strength, transcending the 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation, was without the least bit of pressure at all, even if it was the major heavenly tribulation of breaking through a major cultivation realm. Boom! A coiling dragon heaven devastating palm soared high into the air, flying straight for the tribulation clouds that had yet to form. A massive green dragon one charged straight for the skies, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the tribulation clouds were dissipated by the power of this palm. Holy sh*t. Just what kind of freak is this guy? The might of one palm is actually so horrifyingly powerful. Could it be that he had yet to use all of his strength in the competition? Yang Shao cried out weirdly. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was not the slightest bit inferior to that 5th stage supreme true intent, rending the sky as well. A martial technique like rending the sky, being able to comprehend one already, need to express thanks to heaven and earth. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had a card up his sleeve. But this was Yang Shao misunderstanding Yi Yuan. Actually, during the competition, the power of rending the sky was indeed above the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But soaking in the pool water these 2 days, the power of Yi Yuan's fleshy body strengthened by more than several times. Yi Yuan discovered that the power within this pool water, the majority was used to temper the fleshy body. The increase in essence energy instead was a little slow in comparison. The dragon race's martial techniques did not entirely look at dragon waves' degree of comprehension. It similarly looked at the strength of the physical body. This was the same logic as a martial artist's essence energy and supreme true intent. Right now, Yi Yuan's physical body was multiple times stronger. The might of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm naturally strengthened a great deal, too. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm that Yang Shao saw was precisely the version after strengthening. A 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds were not so easily scattered away. Very soon, the tribulation clouds in the air gathered once more. Very clearly, it was more than before this time, but Yi Yuan did not seem to pay attention at all. Raising his hand, it was another coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, directly blasting apart the firmament. In this pool water, Yi Yuan felt like he returned to the embrace of his mother's womb, in a nascent state with limitless strength. The 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time, Yi Yuan did not care about the tribulation clouds in the sky at all, firing palm after palm over above the sky. 5 sets of tribulation clouds were actually thoroughly dissipated by Yi Yuan. Without condensing successfully yet, the 5 people on the shore were long dumbfounded with shock. Turns out that heavenly tribulation could still be transcended like this. No lightning falling. This heavenly tribulation, could it still be called heavenly tribulation? The current Yi Yuan stood calmly on the water surface, akin to a war god. It's done. Yang Shao looked at the surroundings and asked, rather baffled. Nalan Hong's expression was grim as he shook his head and said, "You look at Yi Yuan's appearance akin to facing a great enemy. I think it shouldn't be over yet, right?" Yang Shao was startled and discovered that Yi Yuan indeed had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. But for middle 3 realms martial artists, 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation was already the limit. Could it be that there was still a more formidable heavenly tribulation? Right then, the tribulation clouds originally dissipated by Yi Yuan actually condensed and formed once more. How is this possible? Yi Yuan is transcending the boundless realm's heavenly tribulation here. How can a 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation possibly appear?
Yang
Xiao nearly jumped up. This situation before his eyes seriously somewhat subverted his understanding. But Pei Kuan said with a cold snort, "Idiot! Look closely. How is this a 6 in 9? Heavenly tribulation? This is clearly soul tribulation." Soul tribulation? Seems like it really is. However, the power of this soul tribulation is so powerful. Yang Xiao still had a guileless appearance. The others were all silent. That thick layer of tribulation clouds in the sky made their divine souls all tremble. The might of this soul tribulation was clearly much more powerful than they imagined. Looks like comprehending the golden characters can obtain immense benefits, but it has side effects too. The power of this soul tribulation is way stronger compared to that time in my previous life.
Yi Yuan similet bitterli.
In his heart, transcending soul tribulation. If one did not have adequate measures, it was very hard to transcend. Soul tribulations arrived at the divine soul directly and did not have any obstacle at all. It was unlike lightning tribulation. Martial artists could rely on essence energy and the physical body to guard the heart channels. As long as the heart channels were not severed, the martial artist was considered to have transcended. But soul tribulations disregarded the physical body, attacking the divine soul directly. It was equivalent to a divine soul attack, completely unavoidable. With Yi Yuan's measures, when he withstood the soul lightning duel tribulations back then, he nearly perished. His Tao almost dissipated. And what played a critical role in it was the soul tribulation. It was just that the soul tribulation this time was much stronger compared to that time. A purple bolt of lightning fell down with a loud crash. Lightning was partially hidden and partially visible and actually shuttled back and forth. The void. Heavenly soul shield. Yi Yuan cried out lightly. Soul force suddenly erupted, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! Yi Yuan's body was directly sent flying out. He was spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood while in the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone on the bank suddenly changed. Although the might of this soul tribulation was kind of expected early on, seeing Yi Yuan being directly bombarded heavy injuries, they did not expect it either. These few people were all aware that Yi Yuan was not only a martial artist, but he was also an alchemist. His attainments in the divine soul were very high. It could be seen from this how terrifying this soul tribulation was. Zhang Tiany's expression was solemn as he said, "That divine soul mystic art of Yi Yuan's earlier, with my strength I can't shake it a single bit at all. But the soul tribulation actually blasted it to pieces. The power of this soul tribulation is too terrifying. If it were me, my soul would probably have dissipated already under that blow earlier. Really don't know what on earth Yi Yuan did to actually provoke such a powerful soul tribulation. The magnitude of this soul tribulation is not what boundless realms can withstand at all." Everyone's expression changed again. Even Zhang Tiany, the soul martial artist, could not withstand a single hit. From the soul tribulation, could be seen how terrifying the power of this soul tribulation was. Yi Yuan is probably in danger this time, Zhang Tiany said with a slightly grim expression. Another bolt of purple lightning arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan mustered up all of his soul force to deal with the second bolt of soul tribulation. Poo work. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. His divine soul was already incredibly withered. This soul tribulation's power was too great. Even if Yi Yuan's divine soul already had substantial growth, he was completely not its match too. If another 1 or 2 more bolts slammed down, Yi Yuan might really have his soul dispersed to the wind. When everyone on the shore saw this scene, They all could not bear to look straight at it. Such a genius, could it be that he was going to fall under this horrifying soul tribulation? The tribulation clouds in the sky rolled over and were currently brewing the next round of terrifying soul tribulation. 2 bolts of soul tribulation made Yi Yuan's divine soul sustain immensely severe injuries. Currently, he could not even accomplish standing up. Crack, crack. Purple lightning rumbled down once more. Han Feng and the rest could distinctly sense that the power of the soul tribulation this time was even stronger than before. The few people on the shore closed their eyes. Clearly, they did not feel that Yi Yuan could endure this bolt of soul tribulation. Forget about them, even Yi Yuan himself did not believe that he could transcend this soul tribulation either. His sole reliance now was that black colored bead. Right then, a voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. You idiot! Why haven't you quickly used the divine inscriptions? It was Long Tongue's voice. This old man already had not made a sound for very long. This time he actually voice transmitted to him out of the blue. But what was divine inscription? Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A hard-to-express syllable emitted out of his mouth. It was precisely that divine character he had just comprehended not long ago. Mao! Right at this time, the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan. What amazed Yi Yuan was that the soul tribulation actually dissipated to nothing under this syllable. At virtually the same time, that black-colored bead actually shed some black powder. Yi Yuan's divine soul instantly recovered as good as new. And no way, right?
Ye Yuan.
He didn't die. Poo didn't die. Is good. Didn't die is good.
Yang Xiao rumbled.
The scene which just took place seriously made people's jaws hit the ground. They already ascertained that Yi Yuan was unable to cross the next round of soul tribulation. Did not expect that when the soul tribulation arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually dissipated to nothing, as if it had never existed. What was even more bizarre was that Yi Yuan's current divine soul state was excellent, completely not like he sustained heavy wounds. What on earth happened in that instant just now? What did he do just now? To actually annihilate the soul tribulation? Zhang Tianyi said, not quite daring to believe it. Just now. An odd syllable seemed to have emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Aside from this, he didn't seem to have done anything either. Could it be that the soul tribulation being annihilated was related to that odd syllable? Nailan Hong said with a frown.
Impossible.
What kind of syllable is able to eradicate such terrifying soul tribulation power? What was that to let his divine soul recover back to how it was? Pei Kuan said in disbelief. Nailan Hong shook his head. Clearly, he was rather uncertain what it meant. Either. He only faintly had some surmises. But Yi Yuan's means he could not figure them out at all. Just carry on watching. If it's really because of that weird syllable, he'll definitely still use it again in a while. Nailan Hong said. Yi Yuan himself was unbelievably shocked too. He did not expect that this syllable actually had such power, directly eradicating the soul tribulation. Long Tongue, this old fellow, seemed to be constantly paying close attention to him. Cultivating the divine soul in the vast heaven pagoda probably all landed in his sights. This old man kept saying that he was sleeping, but he was perfectly aware of the happenings in the vast heaven pagoda. When Long Tongue said finish that sentence earlier, he did not make any more sound, as if he entered into a slumber again. No matter how Yi Yuan called, he did not respond. Forget it. Right now, it's still more pressing to deal with the soul tribulation. Won't be late to find him again later, Yi Yuan thought to himself. The might of the divine inscriptions far surpassed Yi Yuan's imaginations. No matter how powerful the soul tribulation was, when it arrived in front of him, it was immediately annihilated by one syllable. After an hour, the tribulation clouds finally dissipated. After experiencing life and death, Yi Yuan finally transcended the soul tribulation. Sensing his own divine soul a little, Yi Yuan was greatly taken aback. His divine soul was clearly just initial stage perfection alchemy ancestor. But in terms of power, it was probably not inferior to late-stage alchemy ancestor. These divine inscriptions were indeed abnormally marvelous. Yi Yuan thought that his research into the divine soul was already very thorough. But the appearance of the divine inscriptions utterly subverted his understanding. What amazed Yi Yuan even more was that Long Tang actually knew that the golden characters were called divine inscriptions. This guy seemed to be hiding many secrets. Ji Xingyang researched the golden characters for many years and did not even know that they were called divine inscriptions. This Long Tang actually knew. Yi Yuan was blasted to the shore long ago by the soul tribulation. By the time he came back to his senses from the elation of breaking through, he suddenly sensed several odd gazes sizing him up. In? What's going on? All looking at me like that for what?
Ye Yuan.
Intentionally pretended to be puzzled. Yi Yuan, you this fellow, your methods really emerge in endless streams. Earlier I even thought that you were dead for sure. I didn't think that you actually pulled through at the final juncture. Yang Xiao said. Hoo-hoo. Just luck. Towards this, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much. The divine inscriptions and reincarnation were the same. They were both secrets he concealed in his heart. It was impossible to talk about them to other people. But Yang Xiao clearly did not have the intention of asking too much. The few of them were all extremely talented figures and were deeply aware of the logic that everyone had their own secrets. It was just that they had a deeper understanding of Yi Yuan's means. I interrupted everyone's cultivation. I'm seriously sorry about that. This Yi has already finished breaking through. Let's continue, Yi Yuan said, smilingly. Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi both nodded their heads, entering the desolate, ancient drip essence pool with a leap. But after these two people entered, the expressions on their faces became anguish too. Very clearly, they could not persevere for a long time either. If there were no accidents, they should stop at the third level. Yi Yuan did not say another word too. Jumping in directly, Yi Yuan entered the second level region but discovered that the pool water here was already completely ineffective to him. Looks like breaking through to the boundless realm previously and stimulating the power of dragon blood once more, regardless whether was it essence energy or the fleshy body, they all had a substantial increase. Hence, this second level region is already no use to me, Yi Yuan pondered to himself. Yi Yuan stepped into the third level immediately without any hesitation and discovered that the third level was not very useful to him either.
Hanje, ye.
Yuan directly entered the fourth level. Seeing this scene, the three people on the shore stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape again. Is this guy treating the desolate ancient drip essence pool as a normal pool? To actually walk to the fourth level straight away, Pei Kuan said, speechlessly. He used all of his power and only walked to the second level. He did not expect that after Yi Yuan finished transcending the tribulation, he directly walked to the fourth level. This was too demoralizing. Haha. Yi Yuan's potential is probably far beyond this. Like I said, with his talent, how can he possibly stop at the second level?
Yang Xiao lauged
Loudly and looked at Pei Kuan deridingly. Pei Kuan's expression was black as he darted Yang Xiao a fierce glare. On the third day, Han Feng and Zhang Tianyi could not persist any longer, withdrawing out of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Right now, in the pool there was only Yi Yuan alone left. And the present Yi Yuan already walked to the fifth level region. Truly a terrifying fellow. He already walked to the fifth level, but he is completely indifferent, Zhang Tianyi said with vicissitudes of emotion. Regardless whether was it talent or strength, he lost completely to Yi Yuan. Even if he was any prouder, facing Yi Yuan's terrifying talent, he had no choice but to lower his high head too. The truth was placed right in front. It was not up to him to deny. The five people saw that Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of withdrawing and could only consolidate the desolate ancient drip essence pool's gains by the side and observe Yi Yuan's progress at the same time. Actually, they could already leave the Crimson Afterglow Valley now. But not. Seeing which step Yi Yuan walked to, they were still not reconciled to it. In a blink, 2 days passed. Yi Yuan already arrived at the 6th level region, and still did not have the intention of stopping. However, it already reached the time to exit the valley. If they still did not exit the valley, they would be sealed off in the Crimson Afterglow Valley for 300 years' time. Brother Yi, the hour has arrived. We've got to exit the valley. Han Feng shouted to Yi Yuan. You all go out first. I'm still continuing, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This desolate ancient drip essence pool's remolding of his body was very apparent. A short 5 days' time, his strength already soared by a wide margin, making him go out now. How could Yi Yuan be willing? Brother Yi, first elder, said before, if we don't leave within 5 days, we'll be trapped to death here. Han Feng said anxiously. Yi Yuan had the grace of teaching to him. He could not bear to see Yi Yuan be trapped to death here. However, Yi Yuan no longer replied him. Time to go. He's willing to stay here. Just let him remain here. If you guys are not going, I'm leaving first. Pei Kuan was the first one to be eliminated and had long lost interest in this place. If not for the sake of seeing where Yi Yuan could walk to, he would have left long ago. Outside the mountain valley had a light screen. Pei Kuan leaped and vanished into the light screen. Nalan Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view, shook his head, and left too. This guy really makes people unable to see through. Yang Xiao muttered to himself and chose to leave as well. Zhang Tianyi followed closely behind. Han Feng still not going? The passageway is going to close. Zhang Tianyi shouted to Han Feng. At this time, the light screen outside the mountain valley was already flickering, likely to die out at any time. If he still did not leave, he was really going to be trapped here. Han Feng gave a disappointed sigh and finally still turned around and left. Not long after Han Feng left, the light screen seemingly lost its final support too, vanishing from sight. Yi Yuan paid no attention to this and still cultivating himself by following his usual way of doing things. 5 people's silhouettes scurried out from the lake water. The lake water that was parted became one as well, turning into its initialmost appearance. First elder looked at Pei Kuan and the rest full of smiles. But his expression changed drastically very quickly. Where's Yi Yuan? Chun Qin's expression was frighteningly dark. Yi Yuan was unwilling to part with the desolate ancient drip essence pool's power and refused to come out till the end. We could only come out first, Pei Kuan said helplessly. What? You're saying that Yi Yuan is trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Although he had long expected it in his heart, hearing Pei Kuan say it out. Personally, he was still akin to be struck by lightning. Yi Yuan was the successor that Holy Lord personally designated. Now he was actually trapped in the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This blunder was too over the top. Han Feng also said helplessly, I urged Brother Yi before too, but he still refused to come out. Perhaps he has some means to be able to come out himself. Nonsense. This grand array is one-directional and can only be activated outside the valley. Forget that he only has this bit of strength. Even if the Holy Lord were trapped inside, he wouldn't be able to return either. Qin Qin lost composure and said, This? What to do about this then? The moment Han Feng heard, he kind of panicked too. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to be trapped inside for 300 years. Chun Qin waved his hand, appearing quite irritated. You guys return to the Holy Land yourselves. I'll calm down a bit here and think what to do. The 5 people did not dare to disobey and could only leave this mountain valley. After the 5 people left, a figure slowly appeared. It was precisely to you, Holy Lord. This, what to do about this? First elder's words were actually exactly the same as Han Feng's. Very clearly, first elder lost a sense of propriety too. Tuyu was not as concerned as imagined and instead said, Since he isn't willing to come out. Presumably he might really have some measures. We'll wait here for a month. After a month, if he still hasn't come out, this emperor will forcefully activate the grand array and let him come out. First Elder's expression changed as he said, "How can this do? If Holy Lord forcefully opens up the grand array again, the remaining lifespan," Tuyu said with a smile, "we are already at this present situation. This emperor has long come to accept it already. The only thing I can't let go of is the Holy Land. I promised Yi Yuan before to send him in a second time. If he can't come out, I naturally have to keep my promise. If my death can exchange for his wholehearted dedication to the Holy Land, it's worth it too." First Elder heaved a sigh. The self-reproaching expression on his face was laid bare in its entirety. He suddenly recalled a matter, slapped his thigh and said, "Oh my," panicked earlier and forgot to ask those few brats which level region Yi Yuan made it. Tuyu said with a smile. To be able to stay a full 5 days' time in the pool water, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Not asking is fine. Maybe when he comes out, he can give us a pleasant surprise. After staying in the 6th level region fully, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already successfully broke through to 2nd level boundless. At this time, if he took another step forward, he would enter the central region of the pool water, which was also the 7th level region. Arg! The moment he entered the 7th level region, Yi Yuan felt every cell in his body seethe over. He felt that his entire body was burning. This sensation of being set on fire all over his body instantly made his entire person starts convulsing. Yi Yuan could even feel that his skeleton was rattling. The pool water in this 7th level region was simply freakishly powerful. But Yi Yuan knew that as long as he endured through this agony, it would be immensely beneficial to his cultivation henceforth. The desolate ancient drip essence pool's remolding of the martial artist's body was an all-round process. At this time, the meridians in Yi Yuan's entire body were already scoured many times over by the pool water. His current cultivation speed was as much as several times than before. Yi Yuan's fleshy body's cultivation endowments were very poor. If there wasn't his previous life's alchemy knowledge, it was impossible for him to reach this step today. In the past, it was all through the aid of medicinal pills that Yi Yuan could break through successively, all the way until Yi Yuan obtained true dragon's blood, that it transformed the natural endowments of his physical body. But this time, Yi Yuan's physical body obtained an overhauling transformation. Again on its original foundation. Right now, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was also not at all inferior to some rarely seen spirit physiques. Even if he did not consume medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed would not be any bit slower compared to others either. 3 days elapsed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan was enduring torture every second. This sort of anguish virtually made him faint away several times. If it were others, they would probably have failed to endure it and retreated back to the shore long ago. But Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and endured it. The torment of immolation finally gradually subsided on the 3rd day.
Ye Yuan
Floated on the water surface quietly and already did not have a trace of strength. No idea how long passed either before he recovered some strength. Arg! Yi Yuan came to the shore and released all of the true dragon strength in his entire body with all his might. An inconceivable scene occurred. Below Yi Yuan's neck, dark green dragon scales actually faintly emerged on his entire body. This physical body tempering truly makes people wish that they were dead. But enduring through this hurdle will be of extremely great help to my cultivation in the future. Right now, just this fleshy body strength of mine already reached peak boundless realm, coupling with the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, dealing with 1st level heaven enlightenment martial artists is absolutely no issue. Yi Yuan pondered to himself. The disparity in strength between the boundless realm and the heaven enlightenment realm was extremely great. The disparity between the middle 3 realms and upper 3 realms was extremely hard to cross. At present, Yi Yuan's spirit rank dragon wave already comprehended to peak. Initial stage spirit rank. Only by coupling with a powerful physical body could it cross this immense threshold. But speaking of which, ever since after Yi Yuan cultivated Dragon Wave 2, spirit rank, the rate of progress slowed considerably all at once. Spirit rank Dragon Wave was extremely hard to break through.
Ye Yuan fumbled.
For a long time and also just barely managed to reach peak initial stage. Spirit rank. But what made Yi Yuan glad was that even if this spirit rank Dragon Wave only advanced a tiny bit, the increase in the coiling Dragon Heaven devastating Palm's power was rather considerable. Presently, the power of Yi Yuan's coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm was already way stronger compared to before. Taking a look at the dragon scales all over his body, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. If I carry on cultivating, I won't become a real dragon, right? Then wouldn't I, a dignified human, turn into the dragon race? This sort of feeling appeared again. This feeling seems to be in the direction of the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that there's something at the bottom of this pool? Boy, you struck rich. There is a dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of this pool. Hurry up and go down to bring it up. Right at this time, Long Tongue's voice sounded out once more. Senior, you finally came out. Can I please invite Senior to inform just what on earth divine inscriptions are? Regarding the dragon race supreme treasure at the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. Finally managed to nab Long Tongue. His first reaction was to ask about the divine inscription matters first. However, after Long Tongue said one sentence, there was no sound again. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth hatefully in his heart. This fellow was clearly intentionally avoiding him. But speaking of which, even though Yi Yuan was already the vast heaven pagoda's owner now, he actually could not even find where Long Tongue was located at. This guy was definitely hiding many secrets on him. But regarding Long Tongue, Yi Yuan really could not do anything to him. Yi Yuan was very clear that even when he was at his prime, he might likely not be this old guy's match either. By observing a part, one can infer the full picture. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Long Tongue's pinnacle period strength was likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only go to the bottom of the pool first to investigate properly. At this desolate ancient drip essence pool, Yi Yuan walked to the coremost 7th level region. The pool water did not have much repulsion to him either. Anymore, Yi Yuan went in with a dive, sinking down to the bottom of the pool. Not long after sinking down, Yi Yuan felt a tremendous pressure transmit over, supporting his entire body from under towards the surface of the water. He could not sink down at all. Yi Yuan was very familiar with this pressure. It was precisely the pressure of the dragon race. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly alarmed. This Long Tongue's perception was truly sharp. He himself only faintly sensed that something was beckoning him at the bottom of this pool, but was entirely unable to determine what it was. But Long Tongue could actually sense that it was a dragon race supreme treasure. In the vast heaven pagoda, one had to know that he had already sunk down a distance of several thousand feet now before sensing this dragon race pressure. This dragon race pressure was rather powerful. If Yi Yuan did not temper his physical body in this pool water, it would likely be very hard to endure it. Right away, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, immediately releasing true dragon power once more to withstand this pressure. Indeed, after releasing true dragon power, the pressure on Yi Yuan's body eased up, and he continued sinking down towards the bottom of the pool. This desolate ancient drip essence pool is actually so deep. I've already dived down several tens of thousands of feet deep and actually haven't reached the bottom yet. Yi Yuan could not help being alarmed inwardly. He had already dove down for close to 2 hours and actually had not reached the bottom yet. The depth of this pool water could be imagined. Furthermore, the further down to the bottom of the pool, the more powerful that dragon race pressure. If not for Yi Yuan refining true dragon blood essence, it was completely impossible to swim so deep. Right at this time, two streaks of gloomy light came from below.
Ye Yuan's
Heart stirred, thinking that it should be almost reaching the bottom of the pool. Could it be that the location of this gloomy light was the whereabouts of the treasure? Yi Yuan did not lower his guard. Generally, places that had treasures were all dangerous places. The more precious the treasure, the greater the danger accompanying it. Previously, Long Tongue said that it was a dragon race supreme treasure.
Ye Yuan
Did not know what kind of treasure it was either, but it looks as if it was. Probably not some ordinary item. Those two streaks of shiny green gloomy light became increasingly clearer, like two beams of lantern light, shooting up from the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when stretching out one's hand. But after Yi Yuan's body went through the remolding, his visual prowess was extremely good too. At the same time, Yi Yuan entered heart like monolith realm, grasping everything in the surroundings. Seeing as he was about to sink to the bottom of the pool, Yi Yuan finally saw clearly what those two beams of gloomy light were. All the pores on his entire body opened up. A sense of immense danger welled up in his heart. How was this some lantern light? It was a black flood dragon entrenched at the bottom of the pool. Yi Yuan saw distinctly that this black flood dragon's head actually already gave birth to dragon horns. This was clearly the omen of about to turn into a dragon. This black flood dragon was going to transform into becoming a genuine true dragon very soon. This black flood dragon seemed to have long known that somebody was going to come down and actually restrained its aura. Yi Yuan only discovered it with the power of his naked eye by moving close in front too. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely around 1,000 feet or so away from this black flood dragon. Although Yi Yuan was unable to perceive this black flood dragon's cultivation, to be able to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon, it was at the minimum phaseless realm strength too. Phaseless realm martial artists were not what the present Yi Yuan could resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan turned around and fled. Ignorant human. To actually dare pry into this dragon's treasure. Where are you running to? This black flood dragon actually spoke human language. His body shot out from the bottom of the pool like a cannonball, heading straight for Yi Yuan. This underwater was the black flood dragon's domain in the end. The advantage of Yi Yuan's speed could not be brought out at all. In a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon was going to catch up to Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was currently escaping when he suddenly turned around and gave a palm. This palm was already the limits of his strength. Boom! The black flood dragon was struck until his figure stopped. But he was completely unscathed. With this, Yi Yuan finally probed out this black flood dragon's strength. It was indeed the phaseless realm. Furthermore, looking at it, it was actually at the high-level phaseless realm. This level of strength, Yi Yuan was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. If it was the heaven enlightenment realm, Yi Yuan could still think of ways to deal with it. But the phaseless realm, Yi Yuan was at a complete loss on what to do. Earlier, if not for Yi Yuan reacting fast to the situation, the black flood dragon could annihilate him with a wave of a hand. Even so, it was also a certain death situation right now. No wonder you want to covet this dragon's treasure. I didn't expect that a puny little human actually possesses such unadulterated dragon pressure. But it makes this dragon jealous. Brat, after this dragon eats you and refines all of your flesh and blood, it should be able to help me break through the fetters. Being struck by Yi Yuan, the black flood dragon was not the least bit angry. From his words, one could instead faintly detect a hint of agitation. Even though the black flood dragon did not take human form with his phaseless realm strength, his intellect was not the slightest bit inferior to humans. He was even smarter than most martial artists. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, the dragon pressure was pure to the extreme. It was countless times purer than the dragon race bloodline in his body. Then, Yi Yuan very likely refined true dragon bloodline. That was how he came to possess such a pure bloodline. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan's fleshy body and blood, he naturally had ways to refine out blood essence. At that time, his impure true dragon bloodline would evolve by a large margin, breaking through the fetters to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon would be close at hand. An intense sense of danger hit Yi Yuan's heart. He urged his essence energy to the max, wanting to escape the black flood dragon's pursuit. But it was all futile. The black flood dragon in the water was originally like fish in the water. His speed was much faster compared to Yi Yuan's. In just a blink of an eye, the black flood dragon caught up to Yi Yuan. Boy! Become a meal in this dragon's belly. The black flood dragon gave a cold laugh and actually opened up his oversized jaws, wanting to grind Yi Yuan up in one bite. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and was currently awaiting mutual destruction, but he felt an even more terrifying dragon pressure envelope the entire bottom of the pool in an instant. A black silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. The black flood dragon's figure stopped abruptly and actually did not advance in fear. Senior Long Tongue, Yi Yuan said with joy. Long Tongue did not turn his head and just said faintly, "A little snake dares to proclaim as a dragon in vain too. Truly audacious Gaul, don't you know how severe the crime of pretending to be my dragon race is?" What made Yi Yuan astonished was that the black flood dragon actually trembled, facing Long Tongue. Long Tongue was clearly a clone right now. His strength might not even be a match for this black flood dragon. But this black dragon was actually in fear. Truly inconceivable. Lord Throne, this lowly subject knows his mistake. I beg your excellency to spare this lowly subject. The black flood dragon's unbearable arrogance from before actually vanished into thin air at this time. Facing Long Tongue, the black flood dragon was actually like a rat that saw a cat. Yi Yuan could not help clicking his tongue in wonder when he saw his dragon. Pressure was extremely pure as well. Why was this black flood dragon not afraid of him but was scared of Long Tongue? Long Tongue's pinnacle period strength was indeed very terrifying. But right now, this sort of strength seems like there was nothing for people to be afraid of, right? If the two people really fought, who would emerge victorious was still an unknown. Long Tongue said coolly, "Capital punishment can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. From today onwards, you'll serve Yi Yuan as your master, all the way until Yi Yuan takes the initiative to set you free. Are you willing?" Nothing could be perceived from the black flood dragon's face, but Yi Yuan clearly sensed his difficult emotions. Indeed, the black flood dragon opened his mouth and said, "This, Lord Throne, how can our dragon race serve a human and for him to be our master?" Long Tongue said disdainfully when he heard that. "Dragon race? A little snake dares to proclaim to be of the dragon race in vain too, disregarding that you haven't transformed from a flood dragon to a dragon yet. Even if you really successfully transformed into a dragon, it's also the lowest level dragon race bloodline. You dare to proclaim to be of the dragon race." Long Tongue's words were utterly discourteous. Yi Yuan was stricken with terror, hearing it at the side, fearful of him enraging this black flood dragon. But the black flood dragon was unexpectedly obedient facing Long Tongue. It was just that this matter of serving him as master, he seemed to keep on hesitating. Long Tongue felt rather annoyed and waved his hand and said, "Within 5 breaths, if you still don't make a decision, I'll make a move to destroy your several thousand years of cultivation. 5, 4, 3. Right as Long Tongue counted to 3, the black flood dragon finally could not endure it and opened his mouth and said, "Lord Throne, this lowly subject agrees to it." The more Yi Yuan listened, the more bewildered he got. A clone of Long Tongue's could actually intimidate a late-stage phaseless realm black flood dragon? Could it be that this black flood dragon was a simpleton?
N. Consider yourself sensible.
The two of you enter a contract then. If you dare to play tricks, You should know the outcome. Long Ting said coolly. The black flood dragon hurriedly said, This lowly subject dare not. Yi Yuan had a baffled look when he saw the situation. Just now it was still life and death hanging by a thread. Did not think that. In a twinkle, he took in a phaseless realm black flood dragon as a servant. With this black flood dragon, as long as he did not run into Tao profound realm powerhouses with how vast this divine realm was, wouldn't he be able to travel plenty of areas? Under Long Tang's supervision, Yi Yuan and the black flood dragon entered a soul bond. This black flood dragon's life and death were governed in Yi Yuan's hands. Black Wind pays respect to master. The black flood dragon finally lowered his high head in front of Yi Yuan. Black Wind was this black flood dragon's name. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You don't need to feel wronged either. Following me, there will naturally be benefits for you in the future. Taking in the black flood dragon, Yi Yuan was finally aware of his strength. 2. Black Wind was at the great circle of the phaseless realm. But no matter how formidable Black Wind was, he was merely at the phaseless realm. As long as Yi Yuan recovered to his peak, even letting Black Wind reach Divine King Realm was not impossible either. To Yi Yuan, as long as there were sufficient heaven and earth spirit medicines, he could even train a group of Divine King powerhouse. Of course, creating Divine Kings was completely different from other cultivation realms. Refining Tier 9 and above medicinal pills, each heaven and earth spirit medicine required was all too rare. They were all things which could come by with luck, but not by searching for it. Even the former Medicine King Hall and Alchemist Association, these level of super major factions, could not put together a few sets either. Black Wind was Yi Yuan's servant now. Towards Yi Yuan's words, he naturally did not dare to disagree. But regarding the authenticity of Yi Yuan's words, he clearly still harbored doubts. But Yi Yuan could not be inclined to explain anything either. In the future, he would naturally know Yi Yuan's strength. After saying all these, Yi Yuan finally found time to find Long Tongue to clear the doubts in his heart. Long Tongue seemed to know what Yi Yuan wanted to ask and said smilingly, This black flood dragon was originally just a little snake. The dragon race bloodline it contained was extremely scarce. But this fellow's luck is extremely heaven-defying to actually find a primeval dragon bone at the bottom of this pool. That's how he got today's achievements. Yi Yuan could not help being amazed when he heard that. His gaze when looking at Black Wind became somewhat astounded. Yi Yuan knew a little about the characteristics of the demon races bloodlines. To be able to cultivate and become a flood dragon from a little snake with a faint bloodline, then almost cultivate to become a true dragon. From a flood dragon, Blackwind's fortunes indeed deserved to be called heaven-defying. The chances of this sort of thing happening were way too small. Primeval dragon bone? What is that? Yi Yuan understood a little about the demon race's matters. But his understanding was clearly not as thorough as the human race. Especially the dragon race, this kind of proud clan. It hid many secrets, unknown to people even more so. Long Tongue did not speak and just said coolly, "Follow me." The two people and one flood dragon dove to the bottom of the pool. On a stone platform at the bottom of the pool, a glittering and translucent bone was placed. It should be the primeval dragon bone from Long Tongue's mouth. Seeing this chunk of primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan was slightly shocked. Inwardly as well. The dragon race pressure coming from the dragon bone was incomparably powerful. It was actually even several times more intense compared to his own pressure. And the pool water around the dragon bone actually took on a pitch black color. In this pool, the water has the effect of cleansing the marrow. It's all because of this primeval dragon bone. Just some energy overflowing from the dragon bone made all the water in this pool turn into a treasure trove. This little snake could continuously advance ranks because he was cultivating nearby as well, and was about to transform from a flood dragon into a dragon. Long Ting said. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. Turns out that the source of this desolate ancient drip essence pool was actually a dragon bone. This pool water was likely close to 100,000 feet deep. A measly, little dragon bone was able to transform all the water in the pool into a heaven and earth natural treasure. The energy contained in the dragon bone itself could be seen at a glance. No wonder Long Teng said that he found a treasure. Turns out that he knew long ago. Senior, in your present state, it's probably very hard to deal with. Black Wind, right? Why was he actually so fearful when he saw you? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Teng seemed to have long expected for Yi Yuan to have this query and said, with a smile, the strictness of the demon race rankings far exceeds your imagination. Strength doesn't represent everything. For this little snake to want to deal with me, being 100 times stronger is more like it. Yi Yuan's eyes went wide as he said, 100 times? This Blackwind's strength was already at the great circle of phaseless realm. Another 100 times stronger, how would that do? Even though this little snake succeeded in evolving and his true dragon bloodline thickened a little as well, but even if he really transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon, it's merely just the lowest class among the dragon race. The genuine clan of true dragons is likewise rigidly stratified. Unless he has another heaven-defying lucky chance and can break through to the deity realm, otherwise he can forever only listen to higher-class dragon races. Orders. Long Ting said. The demon race had always been bloodline as the highest. This point was not hard to understand. But Yi Yuan did not think that similarly of the true dragon clan. The disparity in ranking was actually so great. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked, Black Wind seemed to have called you something previously. Throne. Long Tongue nodded his head and said, in the dragon race, the ones possessing the purest bloodlines are hailed as the royals. But in the same era, dragons who possess a royal bloodline are extremely few. Can be said that the royals are the genuine true dragon progenies. In the divine Tao era, as long as the royals don't perish, they will all be able to achieve the deity realm in the end. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath. He did not think that the dragon race still had such formidable existences. Certain chance to enter deity realm. How much providence did this require from heaven? So, in other words, Senior, you are a royal? Long Tang said proudly. This seat was known as the dragon race's #1
genius back then.
I'm naturally a royal. Then that drop of blood essence you gave me? That is a royal's blood essence too. However, the foundation of this physical body of yours is too poor. That drop of blood essence wasn't enough to let you evolve to a royal. A royal's true dragon bloodline is much purer than you. Imagine, Long Ting said. Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression. Regarding this kind of bloodline that could unequivocally enter the deity realm, Yi Yuan still quite yearned for it. Even if now was unable to achieve deity realm, the might of this sort of bloodline went without saying. What Yi Yuan needed now was strength. Seeing the disappointed look on Yi Yuan's face, Long Tongue smiled and said, you don't have to be disappointed either. That drop of blood essence not doing the trick doesn't mean that this dragon bone won't work. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, Senior, just what is the background of this dragon bone? If I didn't guess wrong, this should be a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Furthermore, it's even the bone remains of a deity realm powerhouse. Long Tongue clearly did not know the origins of this dragon bone either, but this did not hinder his conjectures about this dragon bone. Yi Yuan turned pale with fright and said, Primeval era, doesn't that mean that it has already been 1,000,000 years since then? The history of the divine realm had no verifiable records, but according to the division of eras, 1,000,000 years ago from today was the primeval era, and this time of period where the divine Tao dwindled to 0 within 1,000,000 years was known as the ancient era. Long Tongue said that this dragon bone was a true dragon bone from the primeval era. Then it naturally had over 1,000,000 years of history. truly have no way of imagining that a piece of dragon bone could preserve for 1,000,000 years and not decay. How formidable was the strength of the owner of this dragon bone when he was alive? Hey you, this brat, know quite a bit. That's right, this dragon bone is indeed an object from 1,000,000 years ago, but because that era was too far back, the divine Tao aura on this dragon bone already dissipated to nothing. Therefore, you can also forget about prying into any divine Tao secrets from. But with this piece of primeval dragon bone, it can be greatly surmised that your bloodline has the chance to evolve to a royal bloodline. Long Tongue looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly seeing through something. Yi Yuan's heart went cold. This old fellow was shrewd and crafty, as if he realized a little something. Each and every one of his actions was all under his surveillance. He probably guessed some things long ago, except that it looks like Long Tongue did not seem to have any ill intent towards him. However, since the other party did not expose it, Yi Yuan might as well carry on pretending to be muddle-headed. Yi Yuan pondered and said, "This dragon bone should be a priceless treasure to Senior as well, right? Why is Senior giving it to me?" Long Tongue chortled with laughter and said, This bunch of old bones have long lost the qualifications to seek out deity realm already. Refining another 10 pieces of dragon bones like this is a waste too. Might as well benefit you, this brat." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly guessing Long Tongue's intentions of doing so. Without any doubt, this Long Tongue was deliberately grooming him. But what purpose he had for doing so, Yi Yuan had no way of knowing. Seems like under this sort of situation now, Yi Yuan had no other choice as, well, even if it was to quench his thirst with poison, Yi Yuan had to drink it. 2. From the intel obtained from Zhao Qian their Jikanglin might have reached 10 great divine kings' strength already. This information was akin to a massive mountain crushing on Yi Yuan's heart. What he needed now was strength. The allure of a royal bloodline to Yi Yuan was tremendous. "Then thank you very much, Senior." Yi Yuan still has a query. The divine inscriptions that Senior talked about before, what on earth is it? What relation does it have with the deity realm? Now that it came to this, Yi Yuan was already very certain that these divine inscriptions were absolutely things which belonged to a deity realm powerhouse. It was just that how to use this thing, Yi Yuan was still at a loss. Since Long Tongue could shout out divine inscription with certainty, he presumably still had some understanding of it. Divine inscriptions are the dragon race's secret. You're not of the dragon race yet. I can't tell you. After you thoroughly refine this piece of dragon bone and achieve a royal bloodline, I'll tell you the matters about the divine inscriptions another time, Long Tongue said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan thought all along that these divine inscriptions his father obtained were unique, but he did not expect that the dragon race actually had knowledge of these divine inscriptions long ago. Looks like these divine inscriptions were also a highly classified level secret in the dragon clan. Hearing the meaning in Long Tongue's words, it was evident that only a true dragon royal had the qualifications to know. Since Long Tongue said such words, it was naturally not right for Yi Yuan to ask again. Matters regarding deity realm, regardless of anyone in any race, they would all be extremely cautious. This sort of secret definitely would not be brought out to share with others. For Long Tongue to be able to promise to tell him was clearly making an exception already. Otherwise, how could he possibly loosen up his lip for him, a human? Refining this dragon bone is not the work of a single day. Moreover, the process is extremely painful. You have to be mentally prepared. Long Tongue said. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched, and he asked, how painful is it? Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition. When tempering the fleshy body in the pool water previously, it was already agonizingly painful. And this pool water was just a tiny bit of energy leaked out of the dragon bone. Therefore, the agony of refining the dragon bone itself would definitely be more terrifying than before. Compared to your tempering in the pool water previously, it's definitely 100 times more painful. If you can't withstand it, there's even the possibility of committing suicide because of the torment. Therefore, before refining, you have to think clearly. As Longting said, he sized up Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. That sort of agony previously already made people wished for death. If it was 100 times more painful, then what kind of sensation was that? Yi Yuan's scalp tingled, and he unwittingly became somewhat fearful towards this primeval dragon bone. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Longtung said with a smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "Isn't Senior a little immature to be using this kind of goading technique to deal with me? Refining must definitely be done. But I need to adjust my mindset a little." Yi Yuan's yearned for power to the extreme. It was not possible to give up such a fine opportunity. Furthermore, Longtung said that after he achieved royal bloodline he would even tell him the information about the divine inscriptions. "Hoo-hoo, I have confidence in you. This primeval dragon bone is extremely hard to come by and is indeed a dragon race supreme treasure. Refining the dragon bone is actually just fusing this dragon bone into your skeleton. After refining, not only can you achieve royal bloodline, it can even make the power of your dragon race martial techniques double. At that time, your physical body will be indestructible. This little snake's bloodline is impure and completely can't withstand the dragon pressure in this dragon bone. Otherwise, how can this thing benefit you?" Longtung said smilingly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he unwittingly started to look forward to it. Secretly obtaining the dragon bone, Yi Yuan returned to the water surface and started meditating. After half a day, Yi Yuan's state of mind entered a state of a dried-up well, without ripples, and he began refining the dragon bone. Yet, only upon refinement did Yi Yuan realize that the 100 times more painful that Longting mentioned was still a little light. Saying that it was 1,000 times was, in fact, not overboard. That feeling of pain penetrating to the deepest area of the heart really made him better off dead. Arg! Yi Yuan rolled on the ground from the pain and even used his fists to slam fiercely on the ground. In the end, he actually directly used his own head and banged against a rock. Boom! With a single knock, debris flew everywhere, scattering all over the ground. Yi Yuan even thought that Longtung said it rather exaggeratedly previously. No matter how painful, could it hurt until he committed suicide? But now he really wanted to directly end his own life. The bones all over Yi Yuan's body was rattling and creaking as if it was going to splinter into pieces straight away. This was truly hurting deep to the marrow. This sort of agony, it was completely unimaginable by ordinary people. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, the Black Wind by the side was somewhat uneasy. He could not resist asking Longtung, "Lord Throne, can Master pull through?" Longtung's expression fell slightly too as he said, "If it were others, I wouldn't advise him to refine the dragon bone at all. But Yi Yuan, I'm still very confident in him. As for whether or not he can push through, it'll be up to him. The first refinement of this primeval dragon bone is the most painful. It is simply unable to imagine. Pulling through, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects. If can't tide over." Longtung clearly did not have absolute confidence when saying this too. Bang! Yi Yuan flew towards the sky, but with the essence energy cut off, he fell directly out of the sky, hurtling down with a dull crash. With this, Yi Yuan was much quieter. His entire person curled up on the ground, quivering. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, emitting grinding sounds. Many times, he fainted from the pain but woke up from the agony again. Repeating like this over and over, his consciousness gradually became fuzzy. How could the current Yi Yuan still have leftover strength to deploy whatever heart-like monolith? What was supporting him was just a conviction. That was the conviction for revenge. Now that Black Wind acknowledged Yi Yuan as master, he was deeply affected by his anguish as if he was experiencing it himself. He wanted to go over and support Yi Yuan many times but was stopped by Long Tang. Going over to help him now is harming him. Long Tang's expression was grim, and he only nonchalantly left behind this sentence. To the current Yi Yuan, every minute, every second was endless. In a blink, a day's time passed. But to Yi Yuan it was like a lifetime had passed. His body was still continuously twitching on the ground, the joints of his fingers kneading with cracking sounds, making people extremely pained when they saw 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. When it reached the 5th day, Long Tongue suddenly stared with wide eyes. The gaze looking at Yi Yuan revealed a pained look. Yi Yuan was still huddled up on the ground, but his right hand reached out, quiveringly, and actually slowly pressed down towards the top of his head. "Master, don't!" Blackwind howled and was going to stop Yi Yuan was committing
Suicide.
Yet, before his figure moved, he was forcefully stopped by Long Tongue. Long Tongue's expression was as dark as water as he said, "This is his most difficult hurdle. Toughing it out, he'll receive endless benefits. Now it will depend on how strong his willpower is." Long Tongue stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's palm, shouting non-stop in his head, "Yi Yuan, you mustn't give up. Holy Lord. Right now. 1 month's time is almost up," Chen Qin said with a complicated expression. A month's time was up. Yet, the Crimson Afterglow Valley still had no activities. Yi Yuan still did not come out. This signified that Tu Yu was going to expend the last of his lifespan to open up the Grand Array. This Grand Array had 5 days of debilitated period every 300 years. Opening up the Grand Array at this time was the easiest. The 5 days of debilitated period had already passed now. For Tu Yu to forcefully open up the Grand Array, the price expended would be much greater. In his present condition, whether he could open up the Grand Array or not was still another matter altogether. But regardless whether it could open or not, he was certain to die. However, Tu Yu's expression appeared rather calm. He said with a smile, "Looks like heaven wills it so. Yi Yuan's talent is sufficient to support my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. Using this not much lifespan of mine to exchange for his safe return. Worth it. Holy Lord." Chen Qin's tears coursed down his old face. Tu Yu patted his shoulder smilingly and said, "All good things must come to an end. After I die you have to assist Yi Yuan well. Let him grow up as quickly as possible." Chen Qin nodded his head with tears in his eyes. Rumble. Tu Yu was currently waiting to cast a spell to forcefully open the Grand Array when all of a sudden, the earth shook, and the mountains moved. Tu Yu and Chen Qin's expression both changed drastically. What's going on? The Grand Array that forefathers set up actually collapsed. Tu Yu was battered out of his senses. This Grand Array was the barrier to conceal the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Was precisely with the Grand Array that the Crimson Afterglow Valley could stand tall for so many years. But now, this Grand Array actually utterly collapsed before their very eyes. Lake water, verdant mountains, green grass, everything before their eyes became illusionary. Finally, the Crimson Afterglow Valley recovered its original appearance. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was completely exposed to the world. What to do about this? Chen Qin said in a panic. A man dressed in white clothing slowly walked out from the valley. Behind him, actually followed a black-colored flood dragon. When Tu Yu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. This black flood dragon was actually at the great circle of the phaseless realm. "It's Yi Yuan." Chen Qin suddenly cried out. Tu Yu's expression fell. He naturally knew that it was Yi Yuan. But why would a black flood dragon be following behind Yi Yuan? The situation was unclear. Tu Yu did not dare to rashly step forward to greet either. If he were at his prime, he naturally would not care about the black flood dragon. But in his present state, to really face off against the black flood dragon who would emerge victoriously was really hard to say. Yi Yuan slowly walked closer and clasped his hands at the two with a smile and said, "Holy Lord, First Elder, long time no see. I've made the two of you worry." Tuyu nodded his head and looked at the black flood dragon behind Yi Yuan, rather vigilantly. Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, "You two don't need to be alarmed. Black Wind is my newly acquired servant. He won't be detrimental to the Holy Land. It's just that the desolate ancient drip essence pool will probably be unable to be used anymore in the future." "What did you say?" Chun Qin was shocked once more in his heart. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was where the foundation of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land lay. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that it could not be used anymore. This was undoubtedly akin to a bolt out of the blue for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tuyu heaved a sigh and said, "This grand array uses the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation. Now that the grand array is utterly wrecked, the desolate ancient drip essence pool clearly met with an upheaval too. In the future, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will probably have to run its own course." When Chun Qin heard that, his expression became extremely ugly too. Regarding this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was quite remorseful as well. This grand array was set up extremely ingeniously. The level of the person who set up the formation was probably not at all inferior to him either. But this array formation used the energy in the desolate ancient drip essence pool as the foundation, while the desolate ancient drip essence pool used the primeval dragon bone as the foundation. Now that the primeval dragon bone had a small portion refined by him, it already fused into his body, which was equivalent to destroying the grand array's foundation. Hence, that was why it would result in this scene before their eyes happening. At the critical moment previously, his father's, Ji Xingyang's, sincere advice before he passed away surfaced in his head. Recalling that smile of his father which was filled with hope, Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the thought of ending himself. That was the hope for him to live on well. This hope was like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, letting Yi Yuan find the courage to live on. Just as Long Tang said, after Yi Yuan made it through this hurdle, he actually just pulled through a few days afterward just like that. After around 20 days, Yi Yuan finally refined the primeval dragon bone. Preliminarily, this also resulted in the grand array's collapse. After refining the primeval dragon bone, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already rose to the 4th level boundless. The strength of his physical body went up another level, strength comparable to the heaven enlightenment realm. This trip to the Crimson Afterglow Valley could be said to have tremendous harvests to Yi Yuan. It was just that the price was destroying the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. In a month's time, not only did you break through to Boundless Realm, you even broke through 4 minor boundaries consecutively, reaching the 4th level Boundless Realm. Tuyu suddenly discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and exclaimed in shock. Chun Qin's emotional fluctuation earlier was huge and did not notice Yi Yuan's transformation either. Taking a look at this time, it was indeed so. Even if he entered the desolate ancient drip essence pool, this kind of improvement speed was also a little too terrifying, right? This was all thanks to the desolate ancient drip essence pool. It's just that, sadly, it seems like the energy I absorbed was a little excessive. That's how it resulted in, Yi Yuan said, rather embarrassed. Tuyu waved his hand and said rather excitedly, "If my conjectures are correct, you should have entered the 7th level region, right?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he thought to himself helplessly, "More than just the 7th level region, I even excavated the desolate ancient drip essence pool's foundation." But Tuyu did not know the reason why and said excitedly, "My Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, only forefather alone reached the 7th level region too. This day too. As long as you can break through to 9th level Dao Profound, it can protect my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land close to 10,000 years of prosperity. What does losing a desolate ancient drip essence pool count as?" since you've already come out from the desolate ancient drip essence pool, I wonder if you agree to my request previously or not. Tu looked at Yi Yuan rather hopefully. Previously, Yi Yuan kept on, refusing to relent. But now, Tu raked up the past matter. Yi Yuan cried out sly old fox inwardly, but he said helplessly, now that it came to this, is there still leeway for me to refuse? Yi Yuan was not that sort of person who wiped their mouths clean after eating, tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. He obtained tremendous benefits in the desolate ancient drip essence pool and even ruined the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's foundation. If he still did not promise Tu, he would not even be able to live with himself. Tu was dead certain about this point as well. That was why he brought up the past matter. He also knew that if not for the desolate ancient drip essence pool being utterly useless now, Yi Yuan probably would not promise him at all. But now it was very hard for Yi Yuan to refuse no matter what. Of course, if Yi Yuan really refused, this kind of person was undeserving of him to groom as well. Hearing that, Tu was overjoyed as he said, good! From today onwards, you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will do everything in its power to help you to break through to Tao Profound as soon as possible. Half a month later, Tu issued a decree, announcing to the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, appointing Yi Yuan as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. 9 quasi-holy sons entered the Holy Hall together with the 7 holy sons, to assist Yi Yuan's rule with all their power. The various major families had to obey Yi Yuan's orders and comply with Yi Yuan's dispatchment. This decree stirred up a mighty uproar in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord, according to custom, was always selecting the strongest one out of the 7 holy sons, and then making an announcement after the person broke through to phaseless realm. But this time, the Holy Lord actually behaved contrary to his normal self and directly appointed Yi Yuan, who was only boundless realm, as the young lord. Although there were First Elder and the various Holy Hall elders' support, this appointment still aroused quite a bit of opposition voices. Towards this sort of opposing voices, Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He was currently vexing over another matter right now. Since he promised to become the Holy Land's young lord, Yi Yuan naturally would not carry on living in ancient opulent city. He ordered people to fetch Rendong and Shao Ruyan and the rest to the Holy Land, but did not expect that they actually brought over a piece of news. White Light actually left. Fortunately, White Light left a message for Yi Yuan before departing. But the message White Light left behind only had a few words. We'll meet again. Another day. I'm going to the Demon Region. The Demon Region was not a territory with only a single region. The Divine Realm had 1,000 regions, while the Demon Region occupied roughly 1/5. The remainder 4/5 consisted of regions for humans. Of course, human regions had quite a number of demon race experts too. But to the Dragon Clan and the White Tiger Clan, this sort of clans, they basically could not be seen in human territory. Yi Yuan reckoned that White Light might have awakened some inheritances, memories, and had compelling difficulties. That was why he would leave without saying goodbye. Being informed that White Light left, Yi Yuan could not help feeling somewhat lost. This goodbye, no idea what year and what day could they meet again either. Yi Yuan was quite worried for White Light too. After all, he was only at tier 6 right now. Wandering around the Divine Realm was still a little too dangerous. From the White Valiant region to the Demon region, in between this had to cut across many major regions. The storms involved naturally went without saying. It was just that White Light already left. Even if Yi Yuan went to find it, was not possible to find him either. The Divine Realm was too big. Furthermore, the demon race was very averse towards humans. If Yi Yuan went over with his current strength, he would not even be enough to fill the crevices between their teeth. The White Tiger region had quite a number of Divine King powerhouses. At the same time he announced Yi Yuan becoming the young lord, Tu also declared pompously to enter terminal seclusion, planning to break through to the second level Tao Profound. Of course, all this was just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. With 2U's present condition, forget about assaulting second level Tao Profound. Passing away in meditation a day later would have to thank heaven and earth. But 2U's meaning was already planning on handing over the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entirely to Yi Yuan. Without the least bit of surprise, the first time Yi Yuan convened the Elders' Council to discuss matters, he met with a strong rebound. The Elders' Council was formed by the Holy Hall's elders and ordinary elders. These elders were all phaseless realm experts without exception. There were 3 Holy Hall elders, while ordinary elders had 10, respectively, representing the Holy Land's 10 great families. First elder, according to the Holy Land's rules, before appointing a young Lord, the Holy Lord has to go through the Elders' Council's approval for it to be carried out. This time, after Holy Lord issued the decree, he directly chose to enter close seclusion. We didn't even get to meet him. Could it be that the Holy Lord is planning on kicking us 10 great families all out of the Holy Land? An ordinary elder said. Even if Yi Yuan obtained first place in the quasi-Holy Sun competition, rashly letting him inherit the position of young lord directly, is it too hasty? Yi Yuan is merely just at the boundless realm. His strength is way worse, compared to the 7 holy sons. On what basis to take this position of young lord? The one talking this time was the Wu family's elder, named Wu Siyuan. These 10 great families' strength were all very formidable, could be said, to occupy half of the Holy Land's landscape. Moreover, the Holy Hall's disciples, there were probably over half that came from these 10 great families. Therefore, their positions in the Holy Land were extremely high. Of course, no matter how high the position, as long as these families could not produce a Tao Profound realm, it was to no avail as well. The disparity between Tao Profound realm and phaseless realm was like cloud and mud. Not entering Tao Profound, even if their forces were any greater, they were just paper tigers too. It was as easy as turning over the palm for the Holy Lord to want to exterminate these families. Therefore, in a rank 9 Holy Land, the Holy Lord was a paramount divinity. First elder snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Could it be that each and every one of you wishes to rebel? The Holy Land's Elders' Council has to listen to the Holy Lord's wishes for everything. Since the Holy Lord already made the decision, do you guys dare to disobey?" But when Wu Siyuan heard that, he said, "First elder, these words are wrong. Holy Lord's wishes we naturally dare not object. But this Yi Yuan inheriting the position of the young lord, is it truly Holy Lord's intentions? You count for yourself how many years has it been since we, these 10 old fellows, haven't seen the Holy Lord. Ever since too you had a great loss in longevity. Most of his time was in close seclusion and not exiting, so as to reduce the depletion of longevity. Those able to see him was also just first elder. Even the other 2 of the Holy Hall elders rarely saw him. After so many years, the 10 great elders had long had suspicions about whether or not 2U was still in good health. Although the decree this time was on a grand and spectacular scale, the 10 great families had some doubts about the authenticity of this decree, especially since the Wu family was very opposed to Yi Yuan. Once Yi Yuan became the young lord, it would definitely be very unfavorable to the Wu family. Therefore, Wu Siyuan being opposed to Yi Yuan was naturally within reason too. Furthermore, the 10 great families were actually competing in the dark too. These few years, all for the sake of the ascendancy problem of the next Holy Lord. If their family's disciple became the young lord, it would naturally be when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too, with the entire family benefiting along with this as well. Therefore, the quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time, the competition between the Holy Sons were very fierce too. But in the end it was Nalan Hong, Yang Shao and Pei Kuan, the 3 people who were a notch above. The strength differences between the 7 Holy Sons were not big. Most were around 4th level to 5th level heaven enlightenment. And these 3 people's strengths were clearly a level higher. Speaking of which, even though the Wu family's strength was formidable, there was really no member of the Wu family among the 7 holy sons. Originally, Wu Jiantun had the greatest hope of catching up from behind. Who could have thought that the quasi-holy son competition this time he was beaten black and blue in defeat? Wu Siyuan, your meaning is that this Chun is forcing the emperor to do my bidding so as to command the dukes and princes? Have you thought about the consequences of saying this? Chun Qin said with a cold smile. Wu Siyuan's expression changed, but he still said unyieldingly, First Elder, I didn't mean that. You're making slanderous charges here. Our 10 great families are steadfast and loyal to the Holy Land. But Holy Lord not meeting us for so many years, it can't be avoided that we have some notion, right? And the decree this time is issued bafflingly. I seriously can't figure out what right a puny little divine traversing realm has to take on the position of young lord, just based on Yi Yuan entering into the 7th level region in the desolate ancient drip essence pool. Could it be that this reason is still not enough? Chun Qin said with a cold snort. At this time, the Nalan family's elder, Nalan Xian, opened his mouth to speak. 2. First Elder, my Nalan family is staunch and steadfast to the Holy Lord. I believe that everyone knows that. It's just that Holy Lord's current condition we're indeed all very concerned. To talk about entering a retreat, to assault 2nd level Dao profound, this seclusion time is truly a bit too long. Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord by right we shouldn't question. But I heard Honger say that when they came out Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level region. As for whether he entered the 7th level region or not, we have no way of knowing either. With Nalan Xian saying this, First Elder's face immediately became completely black. Looks like Holy Lord not showing face for several decades. The crimson afterglow Holy Land was already jittery. Nalan Xian's words, no one would call into question, because they were indeed loyal and faithful to the Holy Land. Just the phaseless realm Nalan family. Clan members who died for the Holy Land were as many as over a dozen. Looks like these 10 great elders had long become suspicious towards him. Letting Yi Yuan inherit the position of young lord this time, the 10 great elders finally erupted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who kept silent and did not speak all along, finally opened his mouth. Elder skepticism towards me is nothing more than thinking that Yi Yuan's strength is shallow and is insufficient to inherit the position of young lord. Since that's the case, Yi Yuan is willing to accept the challenge of anyone among the 7 holy sons. If Yi Yuan loses this position of young lord, not serving as one is fine too. Among the 7 holy sons, the strongest one at present was naturally Nalan Hong. And this time, Yi Yuan's opponent was precisely Nalan Hong. Actually, Nalan Hong did not have any complaints regarding Yi Yuan inheriting the position of young lord. Yi Yuan's talent was placed there. Even if he was not his match right now, surpassing him did not need much time either. Even if Yi Yuan did not enter the 7th level region in the end, he at least entered the 6th level region too. Yi Yuan was way stronger than him, Nalan Hong. This kind of genius, he could not hold a candle to him. But when Nalan Xian told him this matter, Nalan Hong agreed without any hesitation. Honestly speaking, he was very curious about Yi Yuan's present strength as, well, missing this opportunity he might not have the chance to fight with Yi Yuan in the future. One was because of identity, another was because of strength. Nalan Hong heard that Yi Yuan was already 4th level boundless now. With such a great improvement in a short 1 month's time, surpassing him likely would not take much time either. But this battle still stirred up a great uproar in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm battling heaven enlightenment. Virtually a certain defeat scenario. Everyone did not know how Yi Yuan had the confidence to beat a genius martial artist like Nalan Hong. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was great. But looking down on all heroes under the heaven was his mistake. At this time, at the Holy Lands Plaza, A large, dense crowd of people. Surrounded. The entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was practically empty in the streets. Everyone came to observe the showdown between the new and old two generations of geniuses. Yi Yuan said personally that as long as he lost this battle, he would give up the position of young lord. This battle affected the hearts of everyone in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Boundless realm challenging heaven enlightenment realm. This is simply jesting. This isn't a disparity of a major cultivation realm, but a disparity between the middle three realms and upper three realms. Can there be people capable of crossing this wide chasm? Don't be silly, you. This match isn't Yi Yuan challenging Nalan Hong, but Nalan Hong challenging Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan is over a major cultivation realm. Worse than Nalan Hong. How can he possibly win? Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius. But even if his supreme true intent is comprehended to the fifth stage, it's not possible to win Nalan Hong either, right? Really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks to actually agree to such a challenge. If he's defeated, where will Holy Lord's face be placed? The small groups in the crowd were all discussing fervently. However, the public opinion was practically one-sided, feeling that Nalan Hong would obtain victory. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan's talent, but the gap between Yi Yuan and Nalan Hong was too great. If Yi Yuan had 9th level boundless strength, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan would win. But 4th level boundless versus 5th level heaven enlightenment, there was nothing good to compete. No matter how great the talent, it was also impossible to cross such a great disparity. On the grandstand, the 3 great Holy Hall elders and the 10 great families elders were all in attendance. This kind of standard could be said to be the highest benchmark apart from the Holy Lord. The degree of importance they attached to this battle could be seen. At this time, Chun Qin's expression was very ugly. Other people thought that Yi Yuan wanted to be this young lord a lot, but he knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all. He did not agree even when Holy Lord personally invited. Could it be that this brat deliberately said those kinds of words so as to better shirk off this position of young lord? If it was really like this, Holy Lord's painstaking effort was wasted in vain. On the arena, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. But facing the powerful Nalan Hong, he was not the least bit afraid. Everybody could not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence was coming from. Where's your sword? Could it be that you want to fight with me bare-handedly? Yi Yuan did not draw his sword up until now. Nalan Hong was very uncertain. He had seen before Yi Yuan's 5th stage sword intent and naturally knew that what Yi Yuan was strongest at was sword intent. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he did not have the intention of drawing his sword. He was at any rate the leader of the 7 holy sons. Wasn't it underestimating people too much like this? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Using a sword, you're not my match, so I won't use the sword." Nalan Hong's eyebrows jumped. He was greatly astonished in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan not drawing his sword was in order to intentionally humiliate him, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to admit that using a sword, Nalan Hong was not his match. Could it be that 5th stage supreme true intent was not yet Yi Yuan's limits? Could it be that this guy still had more powerful means? How was this possible? Could it be divine soul mystic arts? That was even less likely. Yi Yuan's soul force was at best just alchemy. Ancestor realm 2. Under the situation where he was prepared to some extent, it would not pose any threat to him at all. Seeing Nalan Hong's expression, Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You don't need to try to guess. You'll know right away. Then, let's begin." Nalan Hong revealed a solemn expression and nodded his head. The more Yi Yuan was calm like so, the greater the ominous premonition in Nalan Hong's heart. Humph! Pretending to be profound. At the quasi-holy sun competition, his means were all studied thoroughly. What other tricks could he still have that can cross the gap between upper 3 realms and middle 3 realms? Siyuan said disdainfully. But right at this moment Yi Yuan moved. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Nalan Hong's expression changed drastically, immediately mustering all the essence energy in his body, and bracing up an essence energy shield, because he did not have leftover time to carry out other responses at all. Without the slightest essence energy's undulation, Yi Yuan's figure rumbled towards him like a cannonball. Turns out that Yi Yuan's reliance was actually his physical body. Clank! A crisp sound. Yi Yuan's fist smashed onto Nalan Hong's sword, without the least bit of flashiness. One punch. The crowd were all flabbergasted. Nalan Hong, this heaven enlightenment realm expert, was actually smashed, flying by Yi Yuan immediately, and the long sword in his hand snapped with a clank. What the hell? The long sword in Nalan Hong's hand is a high-grade profound artifact. Yi Yuan actually only relied on the fleshy body and snapped a high-grade profound artifact. Just what in the world did this guy experience in the Crimson Afterglow Valley? During the quasi-holy sun competition, his physical body was absolutely not so strong. Too scary. The magnitude of his physical body is probably already comparable to heaven enlightenment realm, right? No wonder he dares to challenge Nalan Hong. Turns out that this is his true trump card. This punch of Yi Yuan's was too outrageous. It actually forcefully broke the long sword in Nalan Hong's hand. Such a spectacle was too astounding, and this was the result after Yi Yuan was tormented by the primeval dragon bone for over 20 days. His physical body was even tougher than a high-grade profound artifact. The originally trash-like body actually caught up from behind, even surpassing the essence energy cultivation realm. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even utilize a shred of essence energy. Just by relying on the explosive power of his fleshy body, his speed and strength were already on par with heaven enlightenment realm experts. Adding in the strength of a true dragon, Yi Yuan leaping realms to challenge Nalan Hong was actually as a matter of course. Are you ready? I'm coming. Although this punch snapped the longsword, Nalan Hong was completely unscathed. But regarding triumphing over Nalan Hong, Yi Yuan was brimming with confidence. Wait a minute. I concede. Yi Yuan was just about to move when Nalan Hong actually admitted defeat. Directly. 等于. Even though Yi Yuan's physical body was daunting to talk about defeating Nalan Hong, it would probably still needed to take some effort. But he did not expect that Nalan Hong actually directly admitted defeat. The sword breaking is akin to the person breaking. There's no need to compete anymore, Nalan Hong said depressingly. The sensational great battle that everyone had high hopes of actually lowered the curtains in this one round, making everyone's jaws hit the ground. Yi Yuan snapped a profound artifact with one punch. Everyone no longer doubted his strength. Yi Yuan inheriting this position of the young lord was reputation following merit. A boundless realm martial artist could cross a major cultivation realm to defeat the head of the 7 holy sons. What else could be called into question? Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Long live young lord Yi Yuan. In the crowd, ardent shouting gradually erupted. In the end, it actually integrated as one. Very clearly, Yi Yuan used his strength to conquer all the people present. If there were still people harboring suspicions about Yi Yuan succeeding the position of young lord previously, everyone was giving unswerving support towards this decision of holy lords at this time. In the end, this was a world where the strong reigned supreme. Yi Yuan's potential was put there. Given time, Yi Yuan would become an existence more powerful than the Holy Lord. Only this kind of powerhouse could lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to head towards being powerful. The Holy Land's decline, as well as 2U's endless seclusions already, gradually made everyone lose faith in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Quite a number of people had started panicking. This sort of feeling was not only present among the 10 great elders, but it was also already like a plague, propagating in everyone's hearts. They were terrified inwardly, being scared that maybe someday they would become destitute and homeless. Once this kind of fear erupts, it would cause the entire crimson afterglow, Holy Land, to fall apart into pieces. But through this battle, Yi Yuan injected everyone with a cardiac tonic. They all took Yi Yuan's talent into their sights. As long as he grew up, the crimson afterglow Holy Land would radiate in splendor in the white valiant region anew. Without any doubt, Yi Yuan already won everyone's support. At this time, the 10 great elders who originally harbored suspicions in their hearts lowered their banners and muffled the drums too, tacitly acknowledging the fact of Yi Yuan succeeding as young lord. Even Wu Siyuan shut his mouth up sensibly too. But the feelings of excitement on Chan Qin's face could not be concealed at all. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan's strength would actually be daunting to such an extent. Looks like the Holy Lord's eyes were indeed keen. Yi Yuan did a hand gesture to make everyone quiet down. Very quickly, the entire plaza became silent. I know that everybody is harboring suspicions in their hearts about the Holy Lord's seclusion. But everyone, please think about it. If something really happened to the Holy Lord, who sent us into the Crimson Afterglow Valley, why did he dare to increase the slots to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley as well? Holy Lord's condition is much better than you all can imagine. Everybody's not thinking it over. How can the second level Tao profound realm be that easy to break through? Through so many years of seclusion, the Holy Lord, he has already had some gains. That's why he chose to enter closed seclusion without hesitation. After all, to the Holy Land, his strength is the benchmark to determine the Holy Land's position. Right or not, everyone. Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Yeah, why am I so stupid? Didn't even think of this. Holy Lord secluding for many years. Isn't it still in order to take the Holy Land into consideration? We actually doubted him. We really shouldn't have. Young Lord, we support you. The human heart was a very abstruse thing. Sometimes it was very easy to be bewitched. What they needed was only a psychological assurance. Under Yi Yuan's deliberate guidance, he first conquered the minds of a portion of the people, and the discussions between them infected others very quickly, too. Of course, this sort of guidance was established on the basis of Yi Yuan's powerful strength. He used his strength to make his words become convincing. That was why people chose to believe him. To be able to select such a daunting young lord, how could the Holy Lord's condition possibly be poor? The Holy Lord is in close seclusion to assault the second-level Tao profound, and neglected the management of the Holy Land's matters. That's how it made everybody give rise to some thoughts that shouldn't be there. Therefore, that's why he selected a young lord to reassure the hearts of people and preside over the overall situation. This Yi is incompetent and received Holy Lord's care unduly to take on this huge responsibility. I hope that everybody can offer your kind support. Yi Yuan's words were logical and well-grounded, sounding perfectly reasonable and fair, which dispelled the suspicions in everyone's hearts even more. Cries of bravo sounded up beneath the stage. Each and everyone all expressed support towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan continued, since everyone chooses to believe this Yi, then this Yi won't decline to shoulder the responsibility, taking on this position of young lord. But this Yi will say the nasty stuff first. If there's still anyone who dares to intentionally spread lies and vilify the Holy Lord, Yi Yuan will be the first one to not forgive him. This Ye's methods I believe everyone has not witnessed before yet. If anybody wishes to have a look at this Ye's methods, feel free to come and give it a try. While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze carelessly swept towards Wu Siyuan, the warning overtones unreserved. Right then, a series of screams suddenly sounded out in the crowd. A black-colored flood dragon soared into the air and circled around in the sky. It was precisely Black Wind. At this time, Black Wind displayed his original body, and his body was actually 1,000 feet long, could be said to blot out the sky and cover the sun. A powerful dragon pressure smothered the entire plaza, making people's hearts palpitate, roar. Apart from Chun Chin, those phaseless realm elders were all akin to facing a great enemy, and even thought that there were demonic beasts invading the Holy Land. A flood dragon at the great circle of phaseless realm could virtually be said to be invincible in the same realm. These phaseless realm elders below added up probably was not his match either. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This black flood dragon is my servant. In the future, he will be the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's guardian divine beast, Yi Yuan said with a clear voice. Hearing this, the panic on everybody's faces instantly became dumbfoundedness. Was there a mistake? A boundless realm martial artist actually took in a Tier 8 demonic beast as a servant? Especially Wu Siyuan. The expression on his face was ugly to the extreme. The same time, he was also secretly somewhat rejoicing a little in his heart. Luckily, Yi Yuan won today. If Yi Yuan lost, the first one to die would probably be him, Wu Siyuan. With a divine beast descendant at the great circle of Tier 8 as a servant, Yi Yuan could totally do whatever he wanted in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even Chun Chin, First Elder, was not this black flood dragon's match either. Blackwind's appearance dispelled the last traces of everyone's doubts. With such a powerful supporter, who else dared to call into question his authority, this young lord? Blackwind, there is a deep pool in front of the Holy Hall. In the future, you'll inhabit that place, Yi Yuan instructed Blackwind. Yes, master. Blackwind spoke human language. Finished talking, Blackwind turned into a black line, plunging into the deep pool in front of the Holy Hall directly. At this time, the gazes that everyone looked at Yi Yuan with underwent a transformation once more. Even though the position of the young lord was powerful, Yi Yuan's strength was too low when all was said and done. The way many people saw it, the one presiding over matters was still First Elder. But with Blackwind, Yi Yuan himself had the strength to govern the entire Holy Land. Right then, First Elder Chun Chin and the other two Holy Hall elders suddenly got up and knelt down towards Yi Yuan and said, Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew. Even First Elder submitted. What else could the rest still say? Right away, everyone, including the 10 great elders, all knelt down. A swarm of momentous and title-like voices sounded out in the plaza. Young Lord Yi, please lead the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land to flourish anew. At the Profound Wind Holy Land, in the White Valiant region, an elderly man and a youth stood in the air, right overhead the Holy Land. The youth carried a long wooden staff on his back, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression lofty. Young Master Tong, this place is the White Valiant region's boundary line, the elder said. And this White Valiant region is average in strength, virtually all of them. Here are rank 9 holy lands. There's no challenge for me at all, the youth said in annoyance. In this 1 year, young Master Tong's strength made remarkable progress. Heaven and Earth staff art had been mastered 50% of in terms of level and skill. Given time, young Master Tong will definitely be able to reach Master's standard, the elder said. 1. Master said that the path of staff techniques doesn't have shortcuts. There is only non-stop battle after battle. But in this 1 year, I really didn't encounter many adversaries. Grandpa-son, why not forget about this White Valiant region? Let's go to rank 8 holy lands. As per Master's instructions, young Master Tong still has half a year's time before you can challenge rank 8 holy lands geniuses. This old man dare not make the decision arbitrarily, the old man said fearfully. The youth pursed his mouth and said unhappily, so troublesome. Recently, my staff technique is advancing slower and slower. I can't find opponents in rank 9 holy lands at all. What need is there still to carry on accumulating? Forget it. Forget it. I also know that it's hard on Grandpa Sunday. I'll just follow Master's plan. When the youth saw the elderly man's difficult look, he ultimately still did not continue being willful. The old man smiled warmly. Only now did he set his mind at ease. After half a day, there were wailing cries at the profound wind Holy Land. What kind of lousy Holy Land? The young lord's strength is actually so weak. This kind of place can also be called a Holy Land? Sai Master's rule is really troublesome. How many more of this kind of rookies do I have to fight? With still? The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully. The old man said with a smile, Hoo-hoo, how many people can have young Master Tong's level of talent? Even Master praised young Master Tong too, saying that when he was around your age, his accomplishments weren't even as high as yours. The youth waved his hand and said, downright boring. Let's go, Grandpa son. We still have to hurry on to the next Holy Land. Under the watchful eyes of the people, the one old man and one youth slowly left. In the crimson afterglow Holy Land's holy hall, Yi Yuan sat at the head seat, while the Wu family's elder, Wu Siyuan, sat at a lower position. Young Lord Yi, previously it was all Jiantong who didn't know any better. Great man rarely stoops to pettiness. Don't be angry with him anymore. Eve already grounded him for a year, making him stay at home to cultivate in seclusion honestly. He isn't permitted to go out and stir up trouble anymore, Wu Siyuan said with an obsequious smile. The expression on Wu Siyuan's face even carried fawning, behaving completely different from before. Yi Yuan maintained composure and said, Elder Wu, finding this young lord, I wonder what matter is it for? Wu Siyuan continued smiling flatteringly as he said, Young Lord Yi is indeed a young genius, to actually be a rarely seen alchemy martial dual genius. Not only is young lord's martial art superb, I didn't expect that you also have heaven-defying means in alchemy. Wu Siyuan feels that the crimson afterglow Holy Land is absolutely able to soar to the skies with one bound under young lord's leadership. My Wu family also firmly endorses young Lord Yi.
Ye Yuan chuckled inwardly.
This fellow going round and round, wasn't it still? Hoping for him to help refine medicinal pills for him? Wu Jiantong had also reached the crucial period to break through to the heaven enlightenment realm. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was of utmost importance to him. Ever since Yi Yuan inherited the position of the young lord, the Nalan family and the Pei family, these two great families were the first to express support, making many shows of representations towards Yi Yuan openly and covertly. But the Wu family and several families on familiar terms did not have any movements for a long time. 8 great families uniting together was generally not a force that could be ignored. They were waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to go find them. Furthermore, this period of time, these few families' disciples in the holy hall were not very obedient either. The teams were very hard to lead. Yi Yuan had Blackwind and First Elder, this kind of experts as supporters. Naturally would not do for the Wu family, these few major families, to be forceful. Therefore, they changed to gentle. Actually, Yi Yuan could understand their mentality too. Not that they were disloyal to the crimson afterglow Holy Land. They only wished to strive for greater benefits. Them doing so was in order to let Yi Yuan know their importance and attach importance to them from there. But what kind of person was Yi Yuan? How could he possibly submit obediently? These few days Yi Yuan refined quite a number of medicinal pills for the Nalan family and the Pei family who threw their lots with him. Furthermore, the moment he made his move, it was all transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Before Alchemy Ancestor and Alchemy Saint, there was similarly the crossing from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms. After breaking through Soul Force had a qualitative leap. Yi Yuan was currently a middle-rank Alchemy Ancestor, but his Soul Force was already comparable to an Alchemy Ancestor at the Great Circle of Perfection. It was just that such Soul Force still could not let him cross this enormous step to leap realms and refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan felt that continuing to develop like this when his divine soul broke through to high-rank Alchemy Ancestor, he absolutely would be able to refine Tier 7 medicinal pills. At the thought of this, Yi Yuan was faintly quite excited too. This sort of heaven-defying soul force was absolutely only one of a kind in the divine realm. These few days, Yi Yuan helped these two major families' boundless realm. Geniuses refine quite a few extremely hard to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. With this, Wu Xiyuan could not sit still anymore as well. With Wu Jiantong's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the 7 holy sun's height in the future. Therefore, the more solid his foundation, the further he could walk in the future as well. Very clearly, the Wu family wished to heavily groom Wu Jiantong. As luck would have it, Wu Jiantong offended Yi Yuan badly. Wu Xiyuan was also adopting a wait-and-see attitude now and similarly offended Yi Yuan considerably. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly take action to help them? Refine medicinal pills? Elder Wu, I think that you might have some misunderstanding. This young lord was appointed by the Holy Lord. You don't pledge loyalty to me, but you swear fealty to the Holy Lord. Yi Yuan don't seem to need you to make your stance clear. Yi Yuan said coolly. Haha, young lord, you must be jesting. The young lords have always inherited the position of the Holy Lord all along. Swearing fealty to young lord and swearing fealty to the Holy Lord, there isn't any difference. Wu Xiyuan thickened his skin and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, saying it like this isn't wrong either.
All right.
Then I'm aware of Elder Wu's loyalty already. I still have a lot of things to do here and won't see Elder Wu off. Wu Xiyuan panicked and hurriedly said, Don't go yet, young Lord Yi. This old man apologizes to you. Oh? Why does Elder Wu need to apologize to this young lord? Yi Yuan said, with a smile that wasn't a smile. This old man shouldn't have lost my mind and attempted to need young lord. This old man shouldn't have incited the various elders and attempted to change the laws. This old man, sigh. I beg young Lord Yi to raise your hand high in mercy and help Jiantong refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill. With this, Elder Wu yielded utterly. A transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill was too important. It was able to lay down an extremely solid foundation for the cultivation of the upper 3 realms, letting the upper 3 realms cultivation be even smoother. This sort of medicinal pill was hard to get even with a mountain of gold. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's alchemy path was not highly developed. Nobody could refine this kind of medicinal pill at all. Even the 2 major trading firms' high-level alchemists completely could not refine it either. If Wu Xiyuan did not throw out this old face, Wu Jiantong would be pulled far apart from the 10 great families' same-generation martial artists. At that time, forget about any 7 holy sons, even the Wu family's position within the 10 great families might not be able to be preserved too. Striking where it hurts. This move of Yi Yuan's was seriously too ruthless. Yi Yuan ultimately still accepted Wu Xiyuan's apology and helped Wu Jiantong refine a transcendent grade spirit enlightening pill. Even the Wu family could not hold on anymore. How could the other 7 families still hang in there? Hence, each and every one of them fell over each other to express loyalty to
Ye Yuan.
Tidying up the 10 great families, the Elders' Council was considered utterly under Yi Yuan's control. With Yi Yuan's alchemy means, there were plenty of times when the 10 great families had to beg him. In the future, if they wanted to have any funny ideas, they naturally had to weigh it over. Taking care of the Elders' Council, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's danger was finally considered to have been preliminarily cleared. First Elder Chen Qin broke into a cold sweat in fear too, throwing himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. If not for Yi Yuan, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was probably going to fall into a huge crisis. Once the internal affairs were chaotic, the other holy lands in the White Valiant region would likely see through flaws. At that time, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would be in danger. On this day, Yi Yuan came to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company alone. In a secret chamber, the moment Kai saw Yi Yuan, her entire person pushed against Yi Yuan's bosom. Young Lord Yi, You're making your way up in the world now and forgot this. Lowly one. This lowly one missed you to death these days. That seductively bewitching power truly reached the bones, making people lose their minds in ecstasy. Listening to these words, you clearly knew that she's seducing you, but you just could not control yourself. Yi Yuan touched Kai Yu's inviting shoulders, but he pushed her down onto a seat while he himself sat down on another seat. Elder sister Kai Yu, don't use this move on me anymore. It's useless. This time coming to find elder sister Kai Yu is wanting to request elder sister Kai Yu for a favor, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kai Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a look of hidden bitterness and said, Elder sister is wholeheartedly sincere, but you treat it as ill intent. Forget it. Forget it. Whatever instructions young Lord Yi has, just go ahead and say it. Even if not looking on account of the gold token, looking on account of young Lord Ye's handsome face, elder sister won't dare to not do either. Yi Yuan becoming the young lord 1 billion earth essence crystals was naturally no object. He had long ordered people to come over to the Heavens Destiny Trading Company to settle it already. But ever since after the auction last time, this was Yi Yuan's first time coming to the Heavens Destiny Trading Company. Towards Kai Yu's sort of ultimate seduction, Yi Yuan enjoyed it very much, but he would not fall for it. After all things were said and done, didn't Kai Yu just wanted to feel Yi Yuan out? To say that Kai Yu really had any thoughts towards him, Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death either. Kai Yu was naturally very depressed in her heart. Regarding her techniques of seduction, anyone would swallow the bait. But this brat in front of her just did not look her straight in the eye. I want several kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicines. This is the list. Additionally, I also want to invite a person to take action and help me refine a kind of Tier 9 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said. Kai Yu was startled inwardly. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would ask for a Tier 9 medicinal pill right at the start. But Kai Yu was still somewhat doubtful. The Heavens Destiny Trading Company had alchemy emperor experts. Just invite them to take action. Why invite another person alternatively to take action? Elder sister doesn't need to guess. This medicinal pill ordinary people can't refine it. It has to be that person taking action. Yi Yuan clearly saw through what Kai Yu thought in her heart and said with a smile. Kai Yu smiled sweetly and said, Young Lord Yi has such a keen mind to even know what elder sister is thinking about. Kai Yu is sincere towards young Lord from the bottom of my heart. Is it possible that young Lord Yi dislikes that Kai Yu is no longer chaste? Yi Yuan said with a smile. How could it be? Elder sister is so alluring. Which man wouldn't be moved? Then why does young Lord Yi not even look elder sister in the eye? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak, not following up. Kai Yu took a shot at Yi Yuan, took over the list from Yi Yuan's hands with a smile on her face and said smilingly, You, this young man, are really born with a heart that can see through all illusions. Even some old fellows probably don't have your keen mind too. All right then, elder sister will take a look what Tier 9 medicinal pill you want to refine. I'm telling you, Tier 9 spirit medicines are all very expensive. As Kai Yu was talking, she examined the inventory list at the same time. Talking halfway, the seductively charming look on her face faded entirely, and what replaced it was an astonished expression. Immortal plume peach, ground spirit turtle shell, these spirit medicines you want, are you sure that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land can afford it? Kai Yu turned pale with fright and said, The spirit medicines Yi Yuan wanted, each kind were all heaven and earth rare treasures. The price was ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, some even had the demand, but no supply. Yi Yuan buying these spirit medicines was sufficient to bankrupt the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Hence, that was why Kai Yu would be so shocked when she saw this list. Dao Profound realm powerhouses were extremely wealthy, especially Dao Profound powerhouses who founded holy lands. They would be 100 times wealthier. compared to ordinary Tao profound realms. But even so, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not shoulder the price of these spirit medicines either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder sister, calm down. I didn't say that this money will be at the expense of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land." Caillou was stunned. Is young Lord Yi joking with elder sister? If not the Holy Land paying, could it be you paying? Don't forget you couldn't even take out 1 billion earth essence crystals. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Does elder sister know why your heaven's destiny trading company would give me a gold token?" Caillou was stunned again, shook her head and said, "This is the trading company's secret. My level is insufficient, so..." Caillou clearly inquired about this intel before, but with her rank she did not have the qualifications to know at all. To a rank 1 Holy Land, her status, this phaseless realm, was too low. The higher-ups only said to make her satisfy all of Yi Yuan's requests to the best of her ability. The rest? Caillou was completely clueless. Yi Yuan smiled as he passed a jade slip over to Caillou, saying, "Since elder sister doesn't know, then it's not convenient for me to say much. Elder sister, hand this jade slip and the list along with it to the trading company. The people above will naturally agree." Caillou received the jade slip dubiously and was instinctively going to use divine sense to check it out, but Yi Yuan warned, "I placed a restriction in the jade slip. Elder sister better not investigate it. Otherwise, if it were known by upstairs, even if there isn't any danger to your life, you'd probably receive severe punishment too. These 2 items elder sister must send over through a top-level channel." Caillou was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her divine sense. Yi Yuan had always been very courteous when talking with her. Furthermore, he was bright and cheerful, an appearance of harmless to man and beast. But Caillou knew, a youth able to make headquarters issue a gold token absolutely would not be that simple. If other youngsters warned Caillou like this, she would definitely brush it over with a laugh. But Yi Yuan saying so, she had no choice but to be cautious. Caillou was deeply aware that this youth was a legend. Since he uttered these words, it was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Furthermore, objects able to trade in for so many rare spirit medicines were naturally very precious. But the more she thought so, the more Caillou wanted to know the contents. Inside this jade slip, she found it very hard to imagine that a tiny little jade slip could make the headquarters issue a gold token. Young Lord Yi, don't say it so terrifyingly. You scared elder sister's little heart badly. Fine, don't look then, what's the big deal? Begrudgingly, an expression which enthralled people to death without doing anything could be seen on Caillou's face, but it was also a complicated expression filled with curiosity. Elder sister is so nice to me. I obviously can't make it hard on elder sister. Isn't that so? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Caillou rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and spat. Heartless little fellow, driving elder sister to her death at the drop of a hat and still say that it's for elder sister's good. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Didn't I come to find elder sister for help because I couldn't do anything about it? Humph. Say then, just which alchemist you want to help you to refine pills. Elder sister isn't very knowledgeable about medicinal pills and can't tell what kind of medicinal pill you want to refine with these spirit medicines of yours, Caillou said. Tier 9 medicinal pills were extremely complex. On the list Yi Yuan made, just the core ingredients were as many as 9 types, let alone the supplementary materials. Furthermore, Tier 9 pill formulas were mostly all cherished dearly. There were extremely few mutual collaborations between alchemists to make up what the other lacked. Therefore, it was very hard for situations where everyone knew the pill formulas like those low-level medicinal pills to happen. Of course, being an alchemist had a benefit, that was that those finding him to refine pills must provide their own pill formula. As time passed, high-level alchemists would accumulate many pill formulas. Therefore, to alchemy emperors, alchemists with higher success rates and better quality would obtain more Tier 9 pill formulas too, because everyone all liked to go find him to refine medicinal pills. As for Yi Yuan, the Tier 9 pill formulas he knew was naturally a whole bunch. Apart from those martial artists who came to find him to refine medicinal pills, he even self-created many unique pill formulas that the outside world did not know at all. Therefore, 1 or 2 formulas for Tier 5 medicinal pills Yi Yuan did not mind at all. What he gave the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company were 2 types of the Tier 5 pill formulas which he had improved. Using Tier 5 pill formulas to exchange for Tier 9 spirit medicine sounded like a fantasy tale, but Yi Yuan's pill formulas could bring incalculable profits for the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. This point could not be exchanged for no matter how many Tier 9 spirit medicines. Therefore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters would definitely agree to this exchange. Zhong Zizhen, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Pooh! Caillou was currently drinking a mouthful of tea. Upon hearing this name, she spat it all out. Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen, Caillou cried out in shock. That's right. It's him. Yi Yuan nodded and said. No, on what basis would the Soul Martial Divine King refine medicinal pills? For you? Forget about you. Even if Lord Head Chairman went to find him, he would not give this face either. Caillou broke down and said. Soul Martial Divine King Zhong Zizhen, the only soul martial artist among the 10 great divine kings. One could say that this person, was the pinnacle of soul martial artists. Soul martial artists were originally extremely mysterious existences, and Zhong Zizhen cultivated to the realm of the pinnacle of soul martial artists. What made people even more envious was that Zhong Zizhen was even a peak alchemy emperor, and his alchemy's might was unfathomable. To make a figure like this refine pills, was Yi Yuan kidding? Did he, the Soul Martial Divine King, lack your bit of remuneration? You're making him refine pills as and when you like. Who do you think you are? Yi Yuan said. You help me bring a sentence to him. He'll naturally agree to help me refine the medicinal pill. Caillou did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan like she had seen a ghost. Suddenly, she touched Yi Yuan's head like she was crazy, then touched her own head. Not having a fever. SP, why do you keep talking nonsense? Do you think that the 10 great divine kings are your family's little doggy? You make him come, and he comes. Make him go, and he goes. To martial artists, the 10 great divine kings were invincible existences. No one dared to provoke at all. This bunch of characters who stood at the apex of the divine realm, who dared to become conceited and gesture at them on what to do. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Elder sister, just have to pass the message. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm look, Caillou could not help guessing. Could it be that Yi Yuan could really strike up a relationship with the Soul Martial Divine King? But how was this possible? All right then, say it. But I dare not guarantee that the Chamber of Commerce one will agree to your request. Caillou said. Provoking the 10 great divine kings was something that each faction was unwilling to do. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was naturally no exception either. Not only was each and every one of the 10 great divine kings' strength perversely formidable, their temperaments each had their quirks too. Very hard to grasp any unhappiness, and that was an apocalyptic calamity. Relax. The Chamber of Commerce will agree. Yi Yuan said. The Chamber of Commerce was just passing on information. There was no loss to the Chamber of Commerce. These 2 kinds of Tier 5 pill formulas Yi Yuan only gave half. The remainder half they would naturally be given only after the matter was completed. Yi Yuan believed that the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to withstand the temptation of these 2 kinds of Tier 5 medicinal pills at all. Caillou looked Yi Yuan with glinting eyes and discovered that she could see through this youth less and less. What kind of message to pass on? Caillou said curiously. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave too, knowing one's heart eternally. Tell him these words. He'll naturally refine the pill.
Ye Yuan
Said. returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart. Eternally? Caillou ruminated for a long time and did not understand what these words meant either. The matter was agreed upon, so Yi Yuan naturally did not stay as well, planning to get up and leave. Young Lord Yi, you have to come and take a look at elder sister in the future. Often. Don't let elder sister long for you, Caillou said bashfully. But the current Caillou was clearly not that relaxed like at first. People with discerning eyes could tell with one look that Caillou actually felt even more pressure when facing Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Elder sister, rest assured.
Yeah.
Yuan will naturally drop by when I'm free. However, this heavenly terminal meridian physique of elder sister, indulging in carnal desires is just quenching thirst with poison. Elder sister has to take it easy." A smile was still hanging on Caillou's face earlier, but at this time her expression changed drastically and she said stammeringly, "How did you know that I'm of the heavenly terminal meridian physique?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder sister's deeds, I've still heard before a little. If not for the heavenly terminal meridian physique, how can you possible jinx your husbands to death one after another? Unless you require the strong yang qi in their bodies." Caillou was thoroughly defeated and said with a bitter smile, "Do you think that elder sister wants it? But the heavenly terminal meridian physique is a renowned terminal physique. What other ways do I have? Heh! There are no absolutes in the world. Heavenly terminal meridian physique might not be a terminal ailment either," Yi Yuan said. Those possessing this heavenly terminal meridian physique were all females, and their date of birth and 8 characters of horoscope were all in. They lacked yang qi in their bodies congenitally. This was also a type of spirit physique, but an extremely dangerous kind of spirit physique. People in possession of this sort of spirit physique were completely unaware of their own spirit physique in their early years. But after the first time they engaged in coitus, the spirit physique would abruptly erupt, requiring to absorb the yang qi of a man continuously to live. Before long, the man's yang qi would be absorbed entirely, and they would
Natur LED.
Hence, that was why Caillou would jinx several husbands to death. At first, she felt that it was odd too, but later, only after asking the Chamber of Commerce's high-level alchemists, did she know that it was because she was of the heavenly terminal meridian physique. But this action of absorbing men's yang qi was like quenching thirst with poison. The yin qi within Caillou's body would get increasingly heavier and eventually Caillou being so bewitching was actually something that could not be helped either. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, it was like Caillou grasped a final piece of life-saving straw. "Young Lord Yi, why, you have a solution?" Caillou said agitatedly. One's personal affairs, one would be aware. Caillou knew that she had one foot in the grave already, but now Yi Yuan gave her hope. Heavenly terminal meridian physique, it is after all caused by the yin qi within the body being overly excessive. Wanting to reach yin-yang harmony, one
Naturally needs yang qi.
a small amount of yang qi is simply unable to relieve the yin qi in your body and will instead induce the propagation of even more yin qi. With so many years, your spirit physique has already reached the limits. Elder sister is right, at a youthful age, wouldn't passing like this be pitiable? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Not that Yi Yuan was mocking Caillou. Her age was naturally much older than Yi Yuan's, but among martial artists, she had merely just reached middle age too. In fact, it really was not considered very old. Caillou said with a bitter smile, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one is at most considered a middle-aged woman who is still attractive. How am I right at a youthful age? But letting this lowly one pass on right now, I'm extremely unwilling. If young Lord Yi really has ways to save me, this lowly one is willing to do anything for you." As she said, Caillou prostrated herself in worship. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped her up and said, "Elder sister is also considered to have looked after this young lord. That day, if not for elder sister, I wouldn't have obtained the Star Moon Sword either. This favor it naturally has to be returned. Kaiyu naturally did not know the Star Moon Sword's significance to Yi Yuan. She lent Yi Yuan 1 billion Earth Essence crystals on account of the gold token, but to Yi Yuan it had extraordinary meaning. Kaiyu was just about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. Yi Yuan said, "This method to resolve it isn't considered much to me, either. No harm in teaching elder sister. The heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique is a congenital terminal physique. There is only one way if you want to resolve it, that is birthing yang from extreme Yin. Elder sister can find a land of extreme Yin and absorb the extreme Yin chi in it with all your power. After 9 by 9, 81 days, the heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique will be eliminated on its own." Kaiyu was stunned. See, can this work? What the heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique feared most was Yin chi. But Yi Yuan made her hunt for a land of extreme Yin. This made her somewhat doubtful. Lands of extreme Yin were extremely dangerous places to normal people, let alone her, this heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique. Kaiyu was even worried that she would croak right after entering the land of extreme Yin. Yi Yuan naturally saw through Kaiyu's suspicions, but said with a smile, "If elder sister trusts this young lord, you can feel free to give it a try. If you don't believe, just take it as if this young lord never said it." As he said, Yi Yuan left immediately. That was all he had. How Kaiyu chose, it was her own matter. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, Kaiyu could still struggle for at most a year. Just leaving the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he saw Yang Xiao running over in urgent haste. "Young lord, not good. No idea where this old man and also a youth came from, saying they want to challenge our Holy Land's young geniuses." Pei Kuan went up and was knocked down by that youth in a single staff blow. Right now, Nalin Hong is currently in the heat of battle with him, and looks like he's going to lose soon, Yang Xiao said. Yi Yuan was stunned. But then he asked, "Then why are you completely fine?" Yang Xiao said with a mocking smile, That youth was too formidable. I knew I wasn't a match at first sight. Wait, no, I have a more important mission. That is to come and inform you." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "You this fellow, really shameless. Go on, lead the way." When Yi Yuan rushed there, a large group of people already surrounded the
plaza.
The Holy Hall elders and the 10 great elders were actually all present. Chun Qin saw that Yi Yuan arrived and said in a solemn voice, "This youth has such formidable strength. It's a complete drubbing against Nalin Chu. Also, that old man, his strength is unfathomable. I can't see through it all." Yi Yuan did not even look and said, "No need to guess, that old man is definitely Dao profound realm without a doubt. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. If not for so, how can Black Wind possibly not even dare to show his face? If that old man's strength was not powerful, Black Wind should have come out long ago at this point. Right now, Black Wind did not even dare to show his face. Very clearly, he already sensed this old man's might." Yi Yuan looked over towards the youth and Nalin Hong, who were entangled in battle. His expression could not help changing. Bang! Right at that very moment, that youth struck Nalin Hong with a staff blow, directly smacking him down from the air. So strong. This youth's age is at most about the same as young lord's, but his strength overwhelms Nalin Hong. His staff technique has probably already reached the 4th stage of supreme true intent, right? Such terrifying talent, he's likely not at all inferior compared to young lord either. Where on earth did a freak like this pop out from? The youth's strength made everyone suck in a cold breath. An existence like Nalin Hong was actually completely suppressed. The youth put away the staff and said disdainfully, "You really can't take a beating. Little lord, I haven't even exerted my full power yet and you got beaten down. This White Valiant region's young geniuses are really too garbage. Hey grandpa son, this is the last one, right? Can we change places already or not?" There's still half a year's time. Fighting with opponents like, this is really so boring. Hoo-hoo, young Master Tong's staff technique has improved a level further. If Master knows that young Master's improvement is so quick, he'd definitely be very happy. Grandpa Sun said with an amiable smile. Tisk, Master, he clearly looks down on me, insisting on making me come to such a remote place, finding whatever genius martial artists to train. A lousy place like the White Valiant region. What geniuses are there? I think they are more like a bunch of nitwits. Just now this one could still take some beating. You look at those whatever young lords we encountered previously, all smacked down by me with one staff blow. Truly good for nothing, the youth said disdainfully. The two people chatted as if no one else was present, having utterly no respect for everyone. Han Feng, Zhang Tianyi, these young geniuses, each and every one of their faces revealed expressions of extreme unwillingness to submit, dared to feel indignant, but dared not to speak. This young Master Tong was too strong. Even Nalen Hong was defeated. They were not his match at all. Furthermore, young Master Tong's words made each and every one of them incredibly terrified. Hearing the meaning in these words, they had already challenged many holy lands in succession, and the young lords of those holy lands were actually all defeated at his hands. Along the way, just how many young lords fell under his staff? That youth suddenly swept towards the crowd and asked again, "Is there still anyone stronger? Little lord, I became somewhat spirited from fighting. Hands are a little itchy." "Oh right, your young lord doesn't seem to have come out yet. Where is he?" Everyone's faces changed, but no one spoke. Clearly, they were not willing to.
Reveal ye Yuan Svereabuts.
Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly arrived in front of the youth and said with a smile, "I'll do it." The youth shot Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "Boundless realm? Are you here to be funny? When little lord I strike down with a staff blow, your little life will be gone." "I'm the young lord," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "You? The young lord?" The youth finally looked Yi Yuan in the eye and discovered that Yi Yuan was more or less his age. The youth swept another glance over the expressions on everyone's faces and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. He was really the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. A boundless realm becoming the young lord. Are you kidding? The youth could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan again and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Even a boundless realm can become the young lord. Your holy land is really interesting. However, I won't pull any punches. If I use too much power." "Heh." Yi Yuan said with a smile. "No need to hold back. Let me have a good look at the power of the heaven and earth staff art." The others still did not feel anything, but these old man and youths' expressions changed drastically when they heard that. "How do you know the heaven and earth staff art?" the youth said with a shocked look. "Hoo-hoo, it's just a set of staff technique. What's odd about knowing it?"
Yeah.
Yuan said with a laugh. "A set of staff technique? Only? Heh. Really shameless boasting. You aren't thinking that you're impressive for recognizing the heaven and earth staff art, right? Just a measly little boundless realm, and your tone isn't small," the youth said with a cold laugh. Very clearly, he was very displeased with Yi Yuan's attitude. This heaven and earth staff art was the consummate skill his master became famed for. The power was unparalleled. In Yi Yuan's voice was actually filled with belittlement. How could he be pleased? Yi Yuan said indifferently when he heard this, "I naturally don't think that I'm very impressive, but I also don't feel that a set of staff technique is very amazing." "Insolent thing. Do you know what kind of person imparted young Master Tong this set of staff technique?" That one sentence utterly enraged Grandpa Sun. An appalling pressure undulated out, making everyone's hair stand on its end. Tao profound realm. Indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. Just what background are these old man and youth? Such a powerful martial artist has never been seen before in the White Valiant region. Could it be that they came from other regions? Why do I feel that this old man's pressure seems to be even stronger than the Holy Lord's? The might of this old man before their eyes greatly surpassed everyone's expectations. In front of this old man, they actually could not muster up the slightest desire to resist. They even had a feeling that this old man was even stronger than the Holy Lord. Tao Profound Realm was extremely mysterious. After advancing to Tao Profound Realm, it was like entering another world for martial artists. It was completely different from previous cultivation realms. Don't look at how the White Valiant region had so many genius martial artists. Those able to break through to Tao Profound Realm were only that meager few people. The difficulty of breaking through to Tao Profound Realm was even harder than adding up all of the realms prior to it. Therefore, the moment this old man became furious, it was as if heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Yi Yuan's sword intent slowly opened up, as if adding a protective screen for himself. No matter how powerful Grandpa Sun's pressure was, it was unable to change his countenance the least bit too. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be finished off in a single blow in front of Grandpa Sun, but using 5th stage supreme true intent to withstand this kind of pressure was sufficient. Sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the youth's expression changed due to it. 5th stage supreme sword intent. I really didn't think that in a remote and backward place like this, there's actually still such a monster. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, if this is your capital for being arrogant, I'm afraid that it's still not enough, the youth said in great surprise. Humph! So what if 5th stage supreme true intent? To dare insult the heaven and earth staff art? Let this old servant kill him for young master. Grandpa Sun's killing intent was bared. Wait a minute. This boy's age is similar to mine, but the true intent boundary he comprehended is actually even higher than mine. He is worthy for this young master to make a move. He actually dares to look down on the heaven and earth staff art. So let this young master kill him with this staff. Technique. It's also considered a worthy death. As he said, the youth swung the staff. A powerful staff intent immediately gushed out. Boy, you have the qualifications to know this young master's name. Remember, this young master is called Luo Tong. Luo Tong did not say another word, directly treating the staff as a whip, striking down at the top of Yi Yuan's skull. This blow had overwhelming power, and the speed was abnormally fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, directly drawing out the star moon sword. His wrist shook, and the long sword trembled, and it actually swung away. Luo Tong's staff directly. Terrific boy. Have some capability. Eat this young master's staff again. Total annihilation. This move was similarly incomparably powerful. But it was actually like Yi Yuan saw through Luo Tong's staff technique in advance. The star moon sword was waiting there long ago, sweeping the staff away easily again. Life and death by a thread. No restrictions. Heavenly steeds soaring the skies. Luo Tong's staff technique was uninhibited, and its power was extremely grand, making everyone's hearts palpitate with fear and anxiety. No wonder this Luo Tong could sweep across all of the White Valiant regions. Geniuses. His strength was completely not on the same level as the White Valiant region's geniuses. Under his staff shadows, one virtually could not see leeway for Yi Yuan to retaliate. The hearts of each and every one in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land leaped to their throats, all breaking into a sweat with fright for their young lord. Looking at this situation currently, he totally did not use all his power. Dealing with Nalan Hong earlier, if it was these moves in front of them, Nalan Hong probably could not even block a single move. For young lord to be able to persist until now was already extremely impressive. But at this time, Grandpa Sun's expression was becoming increasingly ugly by the side. He was a Tao Profound Realm martial artist. His perception was entirely not what ordinary people could compare to. Luo Tong looked like he took the upper hand completely, but actually he was at a disadvantageous position all along. If not for Yi Yuan being a major cultivation realm lower than Luo Tong would have already lost long ago at this moment. This Yi Yuan seemed to be extremely familiar with the heaven and earth staff. Every move and stance of Luo Tong's was seen through by Yi Yuan. Each of Yi Yuan's attacks was extremely skillfully executed. It did not even expend much essence energy. But his points of attack were all the weak points in Luo Tong's staff art each time, making Luo Tong extremely bitter. If Yi Yuan's essence energy was sufficient, he could even defeat Luo Tong in one move. How is this possible? The heaven and earth staff art is a tier 9
Martial technique.
master relied on it to cultivate to the divine king realm. Its power is peerlessly formidable. Young Master Tong has already obtained Master's true inheritance. Even if he doesn't reach his level, it's also impossible to be utterly deciphered by a boundless realm, right? Grandpa Sun was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was totally unable to imagine that a divine king level staff art was actually cracked thoroughly. Like this without an unscathed patch of skin. Just what was the background of this youth in front of him? No wonder he recognized the heaven and earth staff art with one glance. Looks like he was extremely familiar with this set of staff technique. He was even perfectly aware of the staff art's flaws. Just what is going on here? That youth clearly takes the absolute upper hand. But he just can't defeat young Lord. Pooh, what's your meaning here? Could it be that you hope for young Lord Yi to be defeated at other people's hands? How can that be? I only feel that it's strange. Seems like young Lord Yi has been using essence energy to battle all along up until now and didn't employ the power of his fleshy body at all. If he utilizes the strength of his fleshy body, it shouldn't be this sort of situation. With you saying it like this, it's really somewhat odd. But speaking of which, who can see through young Lord Yi? In a twinkle, 400 to 500 rounds passed. The more they fought, the stranger everyone felt. Their concern towards Yi Yuan became increasingly lesser too. From the very beginning, Luo Tong took the absolute upper hand. But after 400 to 500 rounds, he still had not defeated Yi Yuan. There must be some fishiness in it. Clank. Another crisp sound transmitted over. The two figures finally separated. Luo Tong gripped the staff tightly, panting heavily for air, and was actually somewhat out of breath. Clearly, the essence energy expenditure was immense. In contrast, Yi Yuan stood there calmly, like he was completely fine. How is it possible? Why are my moves completely restrained by you? Luo Tong wielded his staff, and his expression turned incomparably ugly. He seriously could not figure it out. His staff technique had been ever triumphant all along, but why could it not unleash any power at all when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan? Actually, Luo Tong had detected something amiss long ago, but he was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and completely unresigned, foolhardily, persisting for 400 to 500 rounds. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan being able to restrain his staff art was absolutely not a coincidence. Even though the heaven and earth staff art is a high-grade tier 9 martial technique, it doesn't mean that it's an invincible martial technique. Is it very strange to be subdued? Yi Yuan said with a smile.
Impossible.
Even if your strength is stronger than mine, it's also not possible to completely subdue me. Unless you're very familiar with the heaven and earth staff art. Who on earth are you? Luo Tong pointed the staff and asked without any courtesy. You're really forgetful. Didn't I tell you earlier that I'm the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord? Humph! This heaven and earth staff art is Master's highly guarded secret. It's completely impossible for outsiders to be so familiar with the staff art. If you don't give me an account today, I'll destroy your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Luo Tong said with a cold snort. When Chen Qi and the rest heard these words, their hearts pounded. That old man's strength was too powerful. Perhaps even the Holy Lord was not a match either at his prime, let alone talk about now. He alone was sufficient to wipe out the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. But the moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's expression instantly became cold. Luo Tong was unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually took a step back involuntarily. That instant earlier, he actually felt like who he was facing was not a youngster but a most exalted king. I was actually afraid. This brat is merely a boundless realm. I was actually unsettled by his aura. I'm a divine king's disciple. How could I be intimidated by a backwater bumpkin? Luo Tong was incomparably ashamed and indignant in his heart. Ever since he came out, he made a clean sweep all the way. Today, facing a martial artist whose cultivation realm was lower than his, he was actually afraid. This was what he could not accept. Exterminating people's entire family at the slightest provocation. Was this how Dong Feiyang taught you? Yi Yuan took a step forward in an imposing manner. Luo Tong forcefully composed himself, but no idea why, he actually took a step back again. How do you know Master's name? Luo Tong exclaimed in shock. The White Valiant region was a very remote small region. Its strength was very weak and information was out of touch. The people here might have heard before the title of Frenzied Staff Divine King, but it was simply impossible to know Dong Feiyang this name. But this youth in front of him actually called it out flatly. Heh, wanna know who I am? Go back and ask Dong Feiyang and you'll know. For the words earlier, I'll treat it as if I didn't hear it. If Dong Feiyang heard it, he'd exterminate you, this unfilial disciple, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said coldly. Luo Tong's expression changed, and he said, Heh, a measly little boundless realm. You think you can scare me with a couple of words? Do you take me to be a 3-year-old kid? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Looks like Dong Feiyang is really declining. With each passing day to actually have taught such a rude and unreasonable disciple. If you feel that I'm scaring you, you can very well let this old man make a move and give it a try right now. I dare assure you that Dong Feiyang definitely won't end your life with just a simple death. Yi Yuan was clearly not joking around with Luo Tong. His meaning was that it would not be that easy of a matter for Luo Tong to die even if he wanted to. It would be a torturous pain, wishing himself to be dead. Chun Qin and the rest all had their hearts leap to their throats. They did not think that Yi Yuan was still so domineering, facing a Tao profound realm expert, whose depths could not be fathomed. If he angered this old man, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have to be buried together. In front of a Tao profound realm, they did not even have hopes of escaping. Luo Tong was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and actually broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of panic from Yi Yuan's eyes. Yet, he was disappointed. In Yi Yuan's eyes had not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, it carried the thick disdain of a king. Clearly, Yi Yuan really thought nothing of him and Grandpa's son, and he was not playing a game of bluff. To dare do so, Yi Yuan was either a fool or really had some reliance. Could it be that there was really some relationship between Yi Yuan and Master? All of a sudden, Luo Tong seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing dramatically. This guy wouldn't be Master's son, right? The more Luo Tong thought, the more he felt that the likelihood of this was huge. Master made him tour this area. Furthermore, the time was restricted. Could it be in order to create this encounter of fate? Apart from teaching him, Master was even guiding this youth in front of him. Otherwise, how to explain why Yi Yuan was familiar with the heaven and earth staff art to such a degree? Each move and stance of Luo Tong could not unleash his power in front of Yi Yuan. Could it be your master's son? Luo Tong asked weakly. Yi Yuan froze, and then could not help laughing soon after as he said, "To think that you can come up with that. Don't guess wildly anymore. Want to know who I am? Go back and ask your master and you'll know." Your master, is he well currently? In Yi Yuan's words carried extremely complicated emotions. Luo Tong could not help being stupefied when he saw it. Yi Yuan asked these words like reminiscing about an old friend he had not seen for many years. Just earlier, he clearly saw that splotch of a crystalline teardrop in Yi Yuan's eye. Although Yi Yuan controlled his emotions very well, he still saw it. This was absolutely revealing one's true sentiments. But Yi Yuan's age. How was this possible? Luo Tong was baffled right now and became even more suspicious about Yi Yuan's identity. But he was really somewhat afraid regarding Yi Yuan's threat now. Master's condition isn't very good. He had restrictions placed on him by someone and is unable to crack it all along. He has been in closed seclusion all the way these few years. It's very hard for outsiders to meet him now. Luo Tong answered. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he heaved a sigh again very quickly and transmitted his voice to Luo Tong. You go back then. Want to know who I am? Just ask your master and you'll know. When you see him, help give him my regards. If he wishes to come and see me, tell him not to come over. You tell him, when the right moment comes, I'll go and find him. Some words naturally could not be said in front of so many people. Although this Luo Tong was a little domineering, one could tell that Dong Grandpa's son's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock, You actually said it exactly the same as Master. Master made him come out to temper his staff technique because he knew that young Master Lu Tong's staff technique has yet to obtain the true intent. So this trip is to seek a breakthrough point. Luo Tong was astonished when he heard that and said, What did you say? Master made me come out to challenge young geniuses because of this reason. Grandpa's son nodded his head and said, That's right. This was Master's appraisal of you in private. It's just that he says he wants to let you comprehend yourself. That's why he didn't tell you. This youngster is very strange. Luo Tong looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a complicated look. This youth was clearly around the same age as him, but that elder-like behavior was really sufficiently intimidating. But at this point, Luo Tong no longer doubted Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. To be able to speak exactly the same words as his master, this was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Okay, I'll go back and ask Master right away. If I discover that you're lying to me, your entire holy land will have to prepare for destruction. Luo Tong gave a cold snort, put away the staff and left. Grandpa's son followed closely behind too. The two people's figures gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing that unfathomable old man leave, everyone heaved a long sigh in relief. 2. The pressure Grandpa's son gave them was seriously too great. Their nerves were tensed up very tightly, not daring to loosen up at all. However, the gazes the elders looked at Yi Yuan with became somewhat complicated. Grandpa's son's strength was at least second-level Dao Profound, maybe even third-level Dao Profound, but he called Luo Tong's master as Master Time and, again, this indicated that Luo Tong's master strength was definitely unfathomable. But hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he was actually old acquaintances with that Dong Feiyang. This was also too bizarre. But to them, this did not seem important. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was protecting the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This was sufficient. The more formidable Yi Yuan's strength, the brighter Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future in the days to come as well. And these families would clearly also receive benefits along with it. Luo Tong and Grandpa Sun's appearance brought an enormous upheaval to the White Valiant region. Virtually all of the Holy Lands were swept once by them. Some Holy Lands that had no eyes were even taught a fine lesson by Grandpa Sun, crippling phaseless realm elders. Those young geniuses were also beaten badly enough by Luo Tong. Some were even crippled. The only one that remained completely intact was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. After this incident, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land rose unprecedentedly, and the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined helped the Holy Land's young geniuses break through bottlenecks successfully. The one who received the greatest benefits among them was actually Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan helped him to refine a transcendent-grade spirit enlightening pill. After he consumed it, he broke through the fetters very quickly and reached the heaven enlightenment realm. Wu Jiantong knew that he would not catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps in this lifetime, even if he broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After this, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land entered a relatively quiet period. And Yi Yuan himself also was not aware that a huge danger was currently in the midst of brewing. Currently, in the faraway Great Xiang region's vast Sun City, Zhou Yan finally got Yi Yuan's news he waited for. You're saying that Yi Yuan, that aboriginal, actually become the young lord of a rank 9 holy land in around a year's time? Furthermore, his strength is already comparable to heaven enlightenment realm martial artists? You're certain that you're not joking? Hearing this news, Zhou Yan's mood was clearly not that good. The retainer, Zhou Yu, who was sent out by him, said cautiously, absolutely true. The person this subordinate sent out laid low in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for a month's time. Their new young lord should be the Yi Yuan, that young master said. He was still planning on capturing this Yi Yuan back alive at that time, but that Yi Yuan used no idea what method and actually subdued a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 who is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. He's not a match at all. Hence, that's why he dare not act rashly without careful thought. Black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8? You're sure that this information isn't wrong? On what basis does he, a boundless realm, have to bring a black flood dragon at the Great Circle of Tier 8 under his control? Zhou Yan said in disbelief. Zhou Yu said, when this subordinate heard this news, my reaction was exactly the same as young master's. But this matter is indeed true. On the day Yi Yuan succeeded the position, he defeated the strongest one of the 7 holy sons in one move, then let out the black flood dragon. All of the people in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land saw this scene. It can't be faked. Zhou Yan's face was as dark as water and was suddenly incomparably vexed in his heart. No idea why, his inner heart actually produced that tiny hint of threat. When he saw Yi Yuan in the lower realms, Yi Yuan was still just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Just how much time had passed here, Yi Yuan actually cultivated to boundless realm with lightning speed. Furthermore, he even had strength comparable to heaven enlightenment realm. At this rate, Yi Yuan catching up to him was also not something impossible. Being surpassed by a bumpkin like Yi Yuan, Zhou Yan absolutely did not allow. Moreover, Yi Yuan was even his greatest love rival. These 2 years' time, Zhou Yan often saw that sort of longing and affectionate expression on Yu Mengli's face. This deeply wounded his pride as a man. Any person in this world could surpass him, Zhou Yan. Only Yi Yuan could not. Originally, Zhou Yan did not attach any importance to Yi Yuan at all. But, hearing this news, he had no choice but to face this aboriginal squarely. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too alarming. Zhou Yu, take a trip with me to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Zhou Yan was silent for a long time and suddenly said, yes, young master. Zhou Yu was very familiar with Zhou Yan. When he heard this news, he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be unlikely to survive. Hence, hearing this order of Zhou Yan's, he was not surprised at all either. On a small island somewhere in the divine realm, the scenery was delightfully beautiful, giving people a feeling of an otherworldly paradise. On the island was a small peak. On the small peak was a pavilion. A stone table was placed in the pavilion. The 2 ends of the stone table sat a middle-aged man and an old man, currently playing Go. The old man played black, put down a piece, and said with a loud laugh, Zhong Zijian, you lost again. In these 10 days you didn't win a single match. How did the exalted soul martial divine king become someone weak and then obsessed with Go? This isn't like you. That middle-aged man was actually the legendary soul martial divine king. Zhong Zijian said with a smile. No idea why. I keep feeling uneasy recently, as if something is going to happen. The old man's expression changed, and he said, cultivation reaching yours and my boundary can pry into the heavenly Tao. You being hit with a sudden inspiration like this, there might really be some major event that's coming. Zhong Zizhen nodded his head slightly and said, these few years the undercurrents of the divine realm are flowing. I fear that before long, something major will really happen. At that time it will likely be hard for you and me to escape this maelstrom too. The old man sighed slightly and said, at our level our hearts are no longer filled with distracting thoughts towards these secular matters. Apart from deity realm, what else can still move yours and my heart? Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Back then how glorious were the deity realm powerhouses? Didn't they turn to ashes overnight? Too? How can you and I escape the maelstrom of this era? Zhong Zizhen said. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall changed owners overnight back then, which was similarly bewildering. Until now, nobody could figure out the reason. Why too? Looks like this divine realm really has quite a number of things that you and I are unable to control, the old man said with a sigh. Zhong Zizhen's expression changed slightly but nodded his head powerlessly as, well, right then, a ripple spread out in the space in front of the two people. Pale yellow paper crane pierced through the void and arrived in front of Zhong Zizhen. The paper crane flapped its wings like it was telling Zhong Zizhen something. Looks like you have a guest here. This old self will take his leave right now, the old man said. Zhong Zizhen waved his hand and said, sip some tea for a moment. I'll be right back. Losing so many days in a row, I got to at least win back one round. Finished talking, Zhong Zizhen strode out and directly vanished on the spot. Outside the island, an old man stood with his hands by the side, appearing very respectful. If outsiders knew, it would definitely make their jaws hit the ground. This old man was precisely the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's first elder, who gave Yi Yuan the gold token. He was also an 8th level Dao Profound expert. But facing the Soul Martial King, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. All of a sudden, a series of distortions emitted from the space. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from the void. Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Liao pays respect to Soul Martial Divine King. First Elder bowed down low and said. Zhong Zizhen had both hands behind his back as he said coolly. Speak then, these few days my mood isn't very good. If you don't give me a proper reason, don't blame me for going to find Zhuo Yuhai to get an account. Although Zhong Zizhen's alchemy path means were exceptionally skilled people, finding him to refine pills were extremely few. His temperament was very eccentric, and he rarely made a move too annoying him. He would even make a move to kill people. Furthermore, he would not need to give a reason at all. At that time, the medicinal pill did not get refined, and the person lost his little life instead. The Zhuo Yuhai Zhong Zizhen talked about was naturally the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head chairman. Liao knew that for Zhong Zizhen to show himself and meet in person was most likely on account of head chairman's face. But Liao's heart pounded when he heard Zhong Zizhen's words. What luck, why did he just happen to pick the time when this malefic star was in a bad mood? Actually, the one who requested our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to bring this news is a White Valiant Region's rank 9 Holy Lands young lord, named Yi Yuan. He says that he's your excellency's old acquaintance and that as long as we bring the news, my lord will definitely agree to refine medicinal pills for him, Liao said deferentially. Liao's words directly sold Yi Yuan out. Facing a powerhouse like the Soul Martial Divine King, Liao had no choice but to respond carefully. Therefore, the meaning in his words was that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was actually just responsible for passing the words. The others, they were completely not responsible. If not for the allure of Yi Yuan's 2 kinds of pill formulas being too great, and also wanting to make friends with this future alchemy path genius, how could Liao, this first elder, possibly come to pay a formal visit to Zhong Zizhen personally? Hearing Liao's words, Zhong Zizhen's brows knitted together once more. Do you all feel that this seat is very free and will become old acquaintances with the young lord of a rank 9 holy land? But I'm quite curious, though, what kind of benefits that whatever young lord gave you to actually be able to invite you to come to find me personally. A feeling of immense danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Very clearly, Zhong Zizhen was really enraged. Li Yao's expression changed, and he secretly cursed Yi Yuan in his heart. Really got possessed by a ghost to actually believe that Yi Yuan would be on familiar terms with the sole martial divine king. When Zhong Zizhen heard Yi Yuan's name, he did not have any reaction at all but flew into a great rage. Instead, but him agreeing to make this trip clearly harbored some hopes of a fluke too. Yi Yuan's alchemy path talent was too freakish. It was on an entirely different level from ordinary young geniuses. Just based on this, he might really know the sole martial divine king. Perhaps Yi Yuan was even Zhong Zizhen's successor. It appears now that it was completely bull. The entire Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was cheated by Yi Yuan. How could the lofty sole martial divine king possibly refine pills for an unimportant rank 9 holy lands young lord? Li Yao hurriedly bent his body low and said, "Calm your anger, your excellency." He said to let me bring a sentence for Milord. As long as Milord hears it, you'll definitely agree to help him refine pills. Zhong Zizhen said impatiently, "Scram, this seat doesn't have the patience to listen to your rubbish." Finished talking, the space become warped once more. Zhong Zizhen turned around and was about to leave. Li Yao panicked. If Zhong Zizhen were to leave, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would screw it up on both ends. This Yi Yuan could take out 2 kinds of such heaven-defying pill formulas randomly. Clearly, his stock was not little. Once he offended Yi Yuan, forget about the transaction this time falling through, it would probably utterly fizzle out in the future too. Returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally. Could it be that the boy was lying to me? Li Yao had a clever idea hit in an emergency and grumbled softly. He believed that with the sole martial divine king's hearing abilities, he was bound to be able to hear this sentence. If he still did not have any reaction, then he could only just leave. Actually, Li Yao was also harboring the mood of making a Hail Mary effort. He did not expect that with him grumbling like this, Zhong Zizhen's figure became stiff and space returned to normal. "What did you say just now? Say it one more time." Zhong Zizhen furrowed his brows and said, "Replying, Your Excellency, the words that youth made me bring was returning to hang it on the tree before the grave, knowing one's heart eternally." Li Yao hurriedly said. Zhong Zizhen's expression fell. An extremely complicated expression showed in his gaze. After being silent for a moment, Zhong Zizhen suddenly asked, "You're certain that this person who made you pass on the message is a rank 9 holy lance young lord?" Li Yao nodded and said, "Very certain. It's just that this youth seems to be quite different from ordinary geniuses." "Oh? Different in what way? Let's hear it." Zhong Zizhen's expression already returned to normal. Li Yao could not tell what he was thinking about too, but seeing Zhong Zizhen inquire, Li Yao did not dare to conceal either. Roughly going over Yi Yuan's matters once. Yi Yuan's information, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company had been following with interest all along. Therefore, the First Elder was very familiar with him. Listening until the end, Zhong Zizhen suddenly said, "Leave the spirit medicines behind. You can go already." Li Yao was startled and had somewhat yet to recover to his senses. Zhong Zizhen pulled a long face and said, "Didn't hear it?" Li Yao shuddered all over, hastily taking out a storage ring and throwing it to Zhong Zizhen. Zhong Zizhen received the storage ring, turned around, and left. Just what background does this Yi Yuan have to actually really be able to let the sole martial divine king agree to refine pills for him? Furthermore, the sole martial divine king refining pills is extremely expensive. The price might even be as much as several times of the medicinal pills. This time the Soul Martial Divine King actually didn't even open his mouth to charge a price, Liao said in astonishment. In Liao's impression, Yi Yuan became even more enshrouded in mystery. Zhong Zizhen's figure appeared in the pavilion once more. So slow. Really didn't think that you would be so long-winded with people. The old man sipped tea as he said with a smile at the same time. Zhong Zizhen smiled bitterly and said, Song Qiuyu. Not keeping you behind. This time. Let's battle again next time. The old man was slightly surprised but did not say anything. Nodding his head, he left right away. After the old man left, Zhong Zizhen looked into the distance and said, somewhat absent-mindedly, You came back. On a high ridge at the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, several figures gazed into the distance. Young Lord, these zombies one appeared out of God knows where. Each and every one of their strength is very formidable. Whenever night comes, they will come out in full force and wreak havoc in the nearby cities. In a short half a month's time, they have already destroyed 3 cities. None of the city lords of these 3 cities were lucky to escape. Right now, everyone in this region is in a state of panic. The one speaking was a phaseless realm elder called Wang Zan, who was also the person in charge of a large area with more or less the same status as
Yang Sen.
In this half a month, a zombie uprising suddenly erupted outside the borders of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's northwest position. Every time night came, tens of thousands of zombies would engage in wanton massacre everywhere, killing people on sight. Wang Zan organized a large group of martial artists to come and kill these zombies. The result was that they returned in utter defeat with heavy casualties. That was why they had no choice but to seek help from the Holy Land. Hearing Wang Zan's plea for help, Yi Yuan also felt that the zombie uprising this time was rather unusual too. Therefore, he brought Wu Siyuan and Black Wind together and came here to investigate the situation. Speaking of which, ever since after Wu Siyuan saw Black Wind, he no longer had any disloyalty towards Yi Yuan. He knew that even if he exhausted the Wu family's power, it was also not possible to be Black Wind's match. Yi Yuan could subdue a powerful demonic beast like this. What else was there that he was unconvinced by? Standing on top of this hill could scan far into the distance at the situation nearby. But it was broad daylight currently. Those zombies went to hide at God knows where. Not even a trace of them could be seen. But Yi Yuan could sense that the evil yin qi in the large stretch of the area around was extremely heavy. What Wang Zan said was clearly not false. Yi Yuan even went to the 3 cities that were destroyed prior to this. There was simply purgatory on earth. Even Yi Yuan, this kind of person who had very rich experiences, could not help being visibly moved because of it as well. He also secretly made up his mind to definitely eliminate these zombies. According to observations during these 2 days, these zombies seem to be intentionally expanding their territory. If it carries on developing according to this sort of trend, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wang Zan was startled. Carefully recalling the process of the corpse tide happening, seems like it really was the case. This, young lord, what should we do now? Even though we haven't seen yet, but in this corpse tide, there is definitely a tier 8 earth corpse. Wang Zan could not quite make the decision. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, The corpse tide erupted very suddenly. Furthermore, it's very controlled. I feel that there is someone manipulating these zombies at the back. Wang Zan's expression changed, and he said, Young lord, such a scale of corpse tide, how formidable a strength does one require to be able to manipulate it? This sort of conjecture, isn't it? Very clearly, he felt that Yi Yuan's conjecture was somewhat nonsensical. Wang Zan was certain that there absolutely existed a tier 8 zombie in this corpse tide. Moreover, the scale of this corpse tide was completely not what ordinary martial artists could manipulate. Yi Yuan actually suspected that someone was manipulating behind. This kind of possibility was too low. Regarding Wang Zan's questioning, Yi Yuan paid no attention to it and said, with a smile, manipulating these zombies doesn't necessarily need to have cultivation realm corresponding to them. As long as the method is apt, martial artists can even cross realms to control the zombies. Suddenly, several small black dots in the sky approached close from far away. Several silhouettes landed on this hill as well. A martial artist who looked like a youth swept a glance over Yi Yuan trio and said disdainfully, "Hey, your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is really incompetent to actually have such a large-scale corpse tide erupt, causing our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land to suffer along with it too. Truly preposterous." This youth sage was not old and actually had peak heaven enlightenment realm strength. When Wang Zan saw this youth, his expression could not help changing. "Young Lord Wei Cheng, your words are a little prejudiced. This area is at the borders of our 4 great holy lands. How is it caused by our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land?" Wang Zan said indignantly. This youth in front of them was precisely the young lord of the adjacent Cloud Watchtower Holy Land called Wei Cheng. After Yi Yuan assumed this position of young lord, although he had not seen before the other Holy Land's young lords, he had heard before this Wei Cheng's name. Even though the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land was a rank 9 Holy Land too, its overall strength was quite a bit stronger compared to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. This Wei Cheng was the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's #1 genius who was inducted by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's Holy Lord last year. His strength was extremely formidable. In comparison, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's junior generation was way worse. Hence, they kept stalling and did not appoint a young lord, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Hearing Wang Zan explained away, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort, resorting to sophistry in self-justification, "This stretch of area is the region where the corpse tide erupted the fiercest. You don't tell me that this area is not your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. Coming over now is to help you resolve the danger, and you guys actually have such an attitude. Looks like we were somewhat meddlesome. Let's go." Wang Zan's expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward, wanting to stop the other party, but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said coolly, "Let him go." Wang Zan was somewhat put on a spot and said softly, "Young lord, the corpse tide this time is too massive. It's probably not what we, a single holy land, are able to resolve." But when these words landed in Wei Cheng's ear, his eyebrows raised up, and he said deridingly, "Good gracious, I was wondering who it was. Turns out that you're the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly appointed Boundless Realm young lord. Everyone says that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is declining with each passing day. Looking at it now, it's indeed the case. Puny little Boundless Realm martial artist was actually appointed as young lord. Really disgraceful enough." The moment Wang Zan heard, his face flushed scarlet red. He had been garrisoned at the frontiers all along. Although he was aware of the matters that happened in the Holy Land, it was mostly from hearing. Toward this Boundless Realm young lord, he was actually quite disapproving in his heart. Being verbally insulted by another Holy Land's young lord at this time, he felt deeply affected, like he had experienced it himself, and felt that it was humiliating to the extreme. "Hehe, young Lord Wei Cheng's aura is somewhat unstable. There seems to still be some bruises on your face. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you were taught a lesson by someone." "Oh right, heard that an old man and a youth came to the White Valiant region some time ago to challenge the White Valiant region's young geniuses. The wound on young Lord Wei Cheng's face wouldn't have been done by them, right?" The Wu Xiuan, who did not speak at the side, all along ridiculed at this time. Wei Cheng's expression sunk when he heard that. He involuntarily recalled countless staff images in his mind. The bruises on his face were left behind by precisely Luo Tong. Before Luo Tong and Grandpa Sun came to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Where they arrived at was precisely the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. The Wei Chang who was rated as invincible in the same realm was actually beaten into a pig's head by Luo Tong. Even though close to a month's time had already passed, the bruises on his face had not recovered. This was Wei Chang's greatest humiliation in his lifetime, but he had the scars directly torn open by Wu Siyuan. Insolent. That youngster's strength was unfathomable. Young Lord Wei Chang only succumbed because his mind wandered for a moment. Wu Siyuan, don't defame. Young Lord Wei Chang, if you have the capabilities, let this boundless realm. Young lord of yours go try fighting him, denounced a phaseless realm elder. Who was behind Wei Chang? Ha ha ha. When Wu Siyuan heard that elder's words, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wei Chang said with a grim expression. Laughing at what? I'm laughing at your ignorance. That Luo Tong came to our White Valiant region in order to train. Could it be that you think he won't come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land? He's already young lords vanquished long ago, but you guys want young lord to go fight with him? Isn't that very laughable? Wu Siyuan said with a hearty laugh. What did you say? This boundless realm young lord of yours can beat that Luo Tong? Wu Siyuan, do you take me, Wei Chang, to be a fool? Wei Chang said with a cold smile. He was all too familiar with that Luo Tong's strength. Even though his cultivation realm was a little higher than Luo Tong's, in front of Luo Tong, he had no strength to retaliate in the slightest. Only after seeing Luo Tong did Wei Chang know what was called a true genius. But now Wu Siyuan said that Yi Yuan defeated Luo Tong. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Luo Tong was a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Furthermore, his comprehension was exceptionally high. For Yi Yuan to want to beat him, the possibility did not exist at all. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land personally witnessed this incident from top to bottom. Could it still be faked? Wu Siyuan said disdainfully. Wei Chang clearly did not believe it, but Wu Siyuan readily called out Luo Tong's name. Clearly, Luo Tong had already been to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, but Yi Yuan was completely unscathed currently, unwittingly making Wei Chang become somewhat uncertain. Logically speaking, Luo Tong went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land after the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. If Yi Yuan really exchanged blows with Luo Tong, it was impossible to not leave behind injuries on his body. Is that so? Whether it's a mule or a horse, drag it out for a walk, and you'll know. Wei Chang's heart stirred and looked towards Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Both parties were 3 versus 3 right now, with the 2 other elders tying down the other 2. It was as easy as turning one's hand for him to feel out Yi Yuan's depths. While talking, Wei Chang already scuttled towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Careful, young lord. Although Wang Zan was rather disapproving of Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord after all. How could he be bullied by outsiders? But his figure had yet to move when it was held back by Wu Siyuan. Wu Siyuan, what are you doing? Wang Zan glared at Wu Siyuan and said. Very clearly, he was extremely discontented with Wu Siyuan's way of doing things. The young lord was encountering danger. How could they look on with folded arms? Just watch. This young lord of ours isn't an average man. For Wei Chang to want to bully him, it's still early. Wu Siyuan said with a smile. Roar. Wei Chang's figure was still 80 feet away from Yi Yuan when a black flood dragon suddenly appeared between him and Yi Yuan. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Wei Chang forcefully stopped his figure. Seeing black wind, the faces of Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's 3 people changed drastically. To dare offend master, deserve to die, Black Wind said coldly. Forget it, Black Wind. No need to haggle over it with him, Yi Yuan said. Indifferently, the pressure of the Great Circle Tier 8 releasing out, Wei Cheng had a feeling of being at death's door. But what made him even more shocked was that this black flood dragon actually called Yi Yuan as master. A boundless realm actually brought along a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast. Servant. This was also a bit too extravagant, right? Yes, master. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Black Wind retreated to one side obediently. Wei Cheng's eyes went wide. This was a Great Circle of Tier 8 servant. Forget about him, even if it was the Holy Lord, it was very hard to have such treatment either. A Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast was not so easy to run into. Furthermore, a Great Circle Tier 8 demonic beast, every single one had extremely high intelligence. It was easy for the Holy Lord to want to kill, but wanting to make the other party pledge allegiance was incredibly difficult. Let alone that Black Wind was even a demonic beast who was about to transform into a dragon. He was considered half of the dragon race already. This kind of demonic beasts was extremely proud, making it even less likely to become a human's servant. Yet Yi Yuan obtained such a demonic beast. Wei Cheng naturally would not think that this was subdued by Yi Yuan himself. Apart from the Holy Lord Tuyu, who else in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land had this kind of strength? These few years, it was widely rumored that Tuyu's situation was not good. Looking at it now, this was absolute rubbish. Young Lord Wei Cheng, don't feign composure here anymore. If the corpse tide isn't controlled, forget about my Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Even the entire White Valiant region might become a death zone. Therefore, what we need to do now is sincere cooperation and not stirring up trouble, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wei Cheng's expression was very ugly. Turns out that his thoughts were seen through by Yi Yuan long ago. Although the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land situation was not as severe as the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, the situation could no longer be ignored as well. Humph! Looking at the current situation, the source of this corpse tide is absolutely your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, causing such a major incident. I want to see how you guys give an account to the other Holy Lands, Wei Cheng said with a cold snort. Being caught by Yi Yuan, Wei Cheng was very unhappy, but he was wary of Black Wind too, so he could only bring out the other Holy Lands to suppress Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, right now the corpse tide clearly shows a trend of spreading. Furthermore, after ordinary martial artists are killed by the zombies, they will be controlled by the zombies too. At this rate, the scale of the corpse tide will become increasingly massive. At that time, it will be unsalvageable. If I were you, I'd take out sincerity to cooperate. Get off my back about whatever source issues. Want to really talk? Talk again after stopping the corpse tide. Right now was clearly not the time to be disputing over trifles, but for the various Holy Lands to cooperate properly and eradicate the corpse tide. Right at this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared in the horizon and were currently approaching them. Wu Xiyuan whispered by Yi Yuan's ear. It's the Fire Feather Holy Land and the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands people. Those two young men are the Holy Lands young lords. One is called Hua Shujie. The other is called Shang Jun. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. After a round of small talk, Hua Shujie and Shang Jun both got to know that Yi Yuan was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's newly ascended young lord as well. Naturally, they could not dispense with contempt in their hearts. But with Black Wind around, even if they looked down on him, they got to suppress it in their hearts too. Since you've come, you should also understand the situation at the moment. This time, our 4 families should contribute a share to eliminate this corpse tide. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, Hey, why don't young Lord Yi say just how our 4 families should cooperate? Wei Cheng said with a cold laugh. Although unwilling to admit it, what Yi Yuan was talking about was indeed a matter that brooked no delay. Each day it was delayed, the difficulty level of dealing with this corpse tide would become even greater. Yi Yuan had a well-thought-out plan long ago and opened his mouth and said, This corpse tide is limitless and simply can't be killed. Finish. Forcefully. Dealing with these zombies will only increase the casualties in vain. Want to eliminate the corpse tide this time? We still got to figure out the real reason for corpse tide's eruption. Hence, I plan on fishing out just where these zombies came from after night falls today. I wonder what everyone's opinions are. Hua Shujie thought about it and said with a nod, "What young lord Yi said is right. In this Hua's opinion, even if everyone has some conflicts, put it down first. It's not too late for us to shut the doors and settle accounts after pushing back the corpse tide. I have no objections either. With our strength, these zombies can't come close at all. Today we'll go in the same direction the zombies come from and search properly. Best if we can find their den and wipe them out all together." At night, dark clouds covered the moon, causing people unable to see one's hands in front of them. Roar! All of a sudden, a low roar echoed out, shattering the night's tranquility. Following this low roar, faint grinding sounds started sounding out on the earth's surface, making Yi Yuan and the rest unwittingly feel their scalps tingle. A terrifying air crept out. Even if each and every one of these people were courageous because of superb skills, their hearts could not refrain from speeding up at this time too. "It's here," Yi Yuan said solemnly. His vision was extremely good and could already see the tidewater like zombie army surging over towards here. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The quantity of this zombie army before their eyes was seriously too outrageous. As far as the eye could see were all densely packed zombies, giving people an overwhelming sense of pressure. Isn't this number a bit too terrifying? Even if every person spat a mouthful of spittle, it can drown us to death too, Sheng Jun said. "They are not people but zombies. Still talking about spitting spittle, don't you find it disgusting?" Hua Shujie said sarcastically. "You guys are still in the mood to jest around. Such numbers of zombies, even if we're the ones who get trapped inside, we'll get exhausted to death too," Wei Cheng said grimly. A vast expanse of corpse tide stretching to infinity, the sensory organ impact it brought to people was seriously too shocking. Even if it were these phaseless realm elders, all of them had grave expressions too, akin to facing a formidable foe. The strength of these zombies were all not strong. The vast majority were under tier 6, but when the numbers reached such a horrifying extent, it already went from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation. Phaseless realm martial artists getting bogged down inside had very slim chances of survival too. Looking at the direction they are headed, it should be Waterplane City. "Looks like they really want to expand territory," Wu Siyuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said coolly, "Everyone rush over in the same direction where the zombies are coming from. Don't turn back. We only have a night's time. Everybody, make the best use of time and don't get enamored with fighting." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's feet suddenly unleashed a move and actually took the lead to sprint towards the corpse tide. Wang Zan's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation and shouted at Yi Yuan's back view, "Wait for us, young lord." In Wang Zan's view, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was the Black Flood Dragon. He definitely had some capabilities himself, but facing this ocean-like corpse tide, how could it be adequate? Wang Zan's figure moved and he chased after too. Wu Siyuan followed closely behind. Black Wind chased after Yi Yuan like a gust of wind as well. Wei Cheng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Reckless thing. With no idea of death or danger, a measly little boundless realm actually dares to take the lead." Shang Jun smiled too and said, "This new Crimson Afterglow's young lord seems rather reckless. Haha, hope that these zombies will show mercy and not hurt him. Stop making irresponsible and carping remarks here. Let's go together. If that Yi Yuan dies, we won't gain any advantage either, no matter how lacking his strength is. Isn't there still a great circle of tier 8 Black Flood Dragon? With him around, We have no worries this trip, Hua Shujie said. Everyone nodded, their figures rushing speedily over towards the corpse tide. 2. But their figures had yet to walk out very far when they all froze abruptly. The looks on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. Far away, Yi Yuan was in the front ranks. It was only for them to see him, brandishing the long sword in his hand. Countless sword lights were instantly released, attacking towards those zombies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan's sword lights were like cutting grass, instantly reaping a large stretch of zombies. For a moment, those residual limbs of those zombies flew everywhere in the sky. The spectacle was shocking to the max. Just one move and Yi Yuan immediately opened up an enormous gap in the corpse tide. He did not stay, rushing over straight towards the gap. The Star Moon sword in Yi Yuan's hand was like a major killing tool. The places he passed through, he swept away all obstacles. Wei Chang and the rest following at the back were all dumbfounded. In the corpse tide, there were large swathes of Tier 5 zombies whose strength were comparable to boundless realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's attack actually directly disregarded their cultivation realms. Wang Zan was a phaseless realm martial artist at any rate. He was already almost catching up to Yi Yuan before this. But at this time, the expression on his face was shocked to the extreme, and he actually forgot to attack for a moment. Suddenly, his back was patted by someone. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Siyuan. Is it very shocking? Told you long before, this young lord of ours is special. Wait until he truly grows up. It will be the hour of our crimson afterglow, Holy Land's splendor once more, Wu Siyuan said. From opposing Yi Yuan to being filled with anticipation towards Yi Yuan now, Wu Siyuan's transformation could be said to be huge. Yi Yuan already used his strength to thoroughly conquer the people's hearts in the crimson afterglow Holy Land. Ho-ho! Don't stand there in a daze anymore. Even though young lord is powerful, facing a corpse tide like this, it's also beyond one person's power. Let's go help him, Wu Siyuan said with a laugh. Wang Zan nodded fiercely and said with an excited look, with such a young lord, our crimson afterglow Holy Land is bound to rise up. Wu Siyuan and Wang Zan duo rushed over soon after. These two people were both phaseless realm. Their strengths were a great deal stronger than Yi Yuan's. Dealing with some low-level zombies was naturally a cinch. What they were truly afraid of was being trapped deep in this corpse tide and being forcefully exhausted to death by these zombies. Killing so many zombies in one go, they obviously had to expend quite a bit of essence energy too. Over a long time they could not bear it too. Heh. Indeed rather capable. We've underestimated him. To think that he's only boundless realm. If he breaks through to the heaven enlightenment realm, the few of us are probably not enough for him to look at all. After the shock, Hua Shujie came back to his senses too. His words filled with bitterness. Even with their realms, they also could not do it like lifting something heavy. As if it were light like Yi Yuan in this corpse tide. Humph! Just putting on a pretense. In my view, he's intentionally showing off. Here. I don't believe that this kind of move can be unleashed many times. Wait. Until his essence energy is exhausted. I want to see what he does. Wei Cheng said scornfully. No matter what, just this move, his supreme true intent has likely been comprehended to the third stage already. This crimson afterglow young lord seems to really be quite formidable. But what you said is true as well. This kind of move, with his boundless realm cultivation, he shouldn't be able to unleash it more than a few times. Let's go. If we still don't go, the gap that they opened up is going to be filled up by zombies, Sheng Jun said. The people of these three families rushed forward too and caught up to Yi Yuan very quickly. With them joining in, the speed that the team advanced sped up considerably. All at once. These zombies themselves aren't much, but their physical bodies are extremely formidable. Everyone take note. Don't get your essence energy depleted by these zombies. Watching Yi Yuan cutting them up like melons and cabbages earlier gave them a misconception that these zombies were just a little more in quantity and there wasn't anything impressive. But the moment they clashed with these zombies now, Wei Cheng discovered that they looked down on these zombies too much. The strength of the zombies in itself was stronger compared to martial artists of the same realm. The most terrifying thing was that their fleshy bodies were extremely powerful. Want to thoroughly kill them, they must expend even more essence energy. One or two obviously could hardly show anything. But once the quantity ramped up, the essence energy expenditure would become very frightening. Right now, they were already utterly surrounded by these zombies. If they did not charge out as soon as possible, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by these low-level zombies. Forget that Wei Cheng was just a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. Even the phaseless realm elders they brought here were probably unable to escape by luck too. The number of these zombies were too terrifying. In a twinkle, for hours passed. Yi Yuan and the others already advanced forward several hundred miles distance. Not only did the zombies in front of them not reduce, but it also had an increasingly worsening trend instead. The more zombies killed, the more there were, making these phaseless realm elders somewhat start losing all hope. Wei Cheng, Hua Shujie, these people's essence energy expenditure were immense. The speed of killing the zombies distinctly slowed down compared to before. His gaze involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan and was incomparably shocked in his heart. Could this punk be a freak? It's been 4 hours and his combat capability is actually still roughly the same as when it just started. It's virtually without much reduction. That level of martial technique, how can a boundless realm martial artist possibly execute it consecutively for 4 hours? Wei Cheng thought to himself. He thought from the bottom of his heart that Yi Yuan would deplete his essence energy very quickly and seek Blackwind's help from there. Who knew that 4 hours passed and not only was Yi Yuan's martial technique like as though it did not expend essence energy, it was even releasing non-stop. Even the killing speed of the phaseless realm martial artists slowed down. Only Yi Yuan's speed of reaping these zombies did not reduce the least bit. Yi Yuan was still at the forefront, forcefully opening up a gap in the corpse. Tide. Young lord, carrying on like this is not the way to go. The strengths of these zombies are becoming stronger and stronger. Right now, the majority of what we are killing are already tier 5 zombies. There are even quite a number of tier 6 zombies mixed up inside. I suspect that if it continues like this, ahead will probably all become tier 6 zombies. The more Wu Xiyuan fought, the more alarmed he became, and he could not help becoming somewhat afraid of the grim situation before his eyes. Facing the tidewater like zombies that had no regard for danger, these phaseless realms were also at a loss on what to do. These zombies did not know what was fear at all and did not have any consciousness either. They only attacked them blindly. What was even more damnable was that their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Wanting to kill them took quite a bit of effort. How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair? The more powerful the zombies at the back, the more it means that we're getting increasingly closer to the source of the zombies. There is already no path of retreat at this time. All of you just respond with care and follow me, Yuan said without hesitation. One sentence made Wu Xiyuan flush red to his ears. He, an exalted phaseless realm, actually had to hide behind Yi Yuan. But this was also something that could not be helped. To talk about the speed of killing these zombies, his efficiency was really not as high as Yi Yuan's. Under this kind of circumstances, these phaseless realms did not dare to execute any large area of effect martial techniques. That was no different from seeking death. What they could do was to kill the zombies around them and charge forward all the way, conserving essence energy to the greatest limit. In a blink, another 4 hours passed. Everyone already killed God knows how many zombies. Even the phaseless realm martial artists killed until their hands were weak. 2. They all consumed quite a number of essence energy restoring medicinal pills. but still could not stop the essence energy in their bodies from being depleted bit by bit. By their sides right now were all Tier 6 zombies. There were even some Tier 7 zombies inside occasionally. The pressure these elders experiencing soared greatly one by one, let alone Wei Chang they all who were only at the heaven enlightenment realm. Tier 6 zombies, their fleshy bodies' resilience advanced a great deal from before too. The essence energy expended in wanting to kill them would be much more. Wei Chang's entire body was already drenched in sweat. He was almost reaching his limits already. Too careless this time. Really didn't think that these zombies' strength would be so powerful. Wei Chang gritted his teeth and said, Hua Shujia hacked a zombie with a sword and similarly gasped for air as he said, Hang in there a while more. It's going to be daytime very soon. I almost can't keep going anymore. My medicinal pills are almost exhausted already. Even if I consume medicinal pills, the speed of restoring essence energy is also far from matching up to the speed of consumption. Wei Chang said, Just what kind of cultivation method did Yi Yuan that fellow cultivate? This essence energy recovery speed is also too terrifying, right? I didn't even see him consume medicinal pills, and he actually relied on essence energy recovery to persist until now. Simply makes people dare not believe it, Sheng Jun said. 8 hours went by. Yi Yuan's combat power was still off the charts. Even if it was all Tier 6 zombies around him, he still reaped like chopping up melons and cabbages. The speed was actually not much slower compared to before. This kind of strength made everyone incredibly shocked. Everybody double up, we shouldn't be far from the source of the zombies. Already, Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. As he was talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand, and it was a coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. The places the palm force reached, the zombies turned to piles of dust, directly splitting open several thousand feet in distance. This palm even decimated the few Tier 7 zombies mixed up inside. Wei Chang and the other two exchanged a glance, seeing astonishment in the other party's eyes. They finally knew how Yi Yuan became the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's young lord. Those Tier 7 zombies' bodies were incomparably tough. Even sabers and swords. Hacking over was very hard to cause them injuries. Furthermore, the recovery abilities of these Tier 7 zombies were extremely strong. If they could not kill them, the wounds on their bodies would recover back to normal very quickly, extremely hard to deal with. But in front of Yi Yuan, these Tier 7 zombies simply could not withstand even a single blow. Tier 7 zombie, those were existences equal to human martial artists' heaven. Enlightenment realm. What are you still in a daze for? Keep up. Take this time, you guys recover some more essence energy. Further to the back, I might not be able to deal with those Tier 7 zombies anymore. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Wei Chang and the rest were startled inwardly and hurriedly kept up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, directly pushing forward several thousand feet in distance. Not only were these zombies not intimidated by Yi Yuan's palm force, each and everyone seemed infuriated instead, surrounding over very quickly. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, firing out another coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. Another large swathe was obliterated. At this moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a war god. Wei Chang even produced a misconception that if they let Yi Yuan keep on killing like this, would he really be able to finish these zombies that blotted out the skies and covered the earth or not? But he quickly felt that this idea was too laughable. There were too many of these zombies. Yi Yuan definitely could not kill all of them. Yi Yuan did not spare physical power and essence energy, directly unleashing big moves. It also let this party of people advance a lot faster. Seizing this opportunity, everyone also consumed medicinal pills non-stop, recovering essence energy as soon as possible. But this process did not persist for long because the zombies at the back got increasingly stronger. There were more and more Tier 7 zombies. Even though Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was powerful, it was still a little lacking to deal with late-stage Tier 7 zombies. Fortunately, through a period of time of rest and rehabilitation, the others' essence energy also recovered considerably and were able to help Yi Yuan share the burden a lot more. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Black Wind, be on alert. Tier 8 corpse venerables appeared. Yi Yuan shouted. To be able to make Yi Yuan give rise to such a sense of crisis, there were only Tier 8 corpse venerables. Rest assured, Master. With Black Wind here, these zombies can't hurt you. Black Wind also knew that it was different now, directly shielding in front of Yi Yuan. Not far away, several shiny green lights were faintly discernible. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. Those several rays of shiny green lights were emitted by those few zombies. These zombies were clearly Tier 8 corpse venerables. After martial artists die and their bodies did not decay under some special circumstances and absorb heaven and earth essence energy instead, this would strengthen their fleshy body, causing them to turn into a zombie. At the beginning of birth, a zombie was just a walking corpse that had no consciousness. Because martial artists produce evil in chi after death, so it kills instinctively. Once a zombie was formed, they could seize the martial artist's essence to strengthen their own fleshy body when they kill martial artists. This was actually a cultivation process, only that it was done at a subconscious level. Following the fleshy body becoming more and more powerful, the zombie would even give birth to intelligence belonging to its own. This intelligence already had no relation whatsoever with the martial artist when he was still alive, becoming another life form. After giving birth to intelligence, the zombie could cultivate on its own and could even cultivate to deity realm. In the Divine Tao era years ago, there was a 10,000-year zombie king that once cultivated to deity realm, becoming a legend. But at that time, he was already not much different from ordinary humans. The birth process of natural zombies was extremely slow. The conditions required were very stringent too. But if they were refined by people, this process would be greatly reduced. Yi Yuan and the others killing until now, the intelligence of these zombies were mostly not high. These Tier 6 zombies before their eyes all had some intelligence but were very limited. Tier 7 zombies, the intelligence was clearly a great deal higher. And those Tier 8 zombies hiding in the zombie horde, their intelligence was clearly very high. They knew that this party's strength was formidable. There were even quite a number of Tier 8 phaseless realm existences. Therefore, each and every one of these Tier 8 corpse venerables was all roaming, not coming into contact with those elders. They only let ordinary zombies come and deplete the elders' essence energy, while they wait for an opportunity to attack at the sides. More and more Tier 7 zombies rushed up, making the elders' pressure skyrocket. Even though Tier 7 zombies could not cause much threat to them following the increase in numbers, their essence energy expenditure would also increase by a large margin. By the time their essence energy was almost depleted they would be at the mercy of these Tier 8 corpse venerables. Black Wind, don't stint on essence energy anymore. I feel that we're already not far from the source of the zombies. Use your strongest attack and open up. Away, Yi Yuan said in a grave voice. Yes, Master. All of a sudden, Blackwind's body was becoming larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly turning into 100-over-foot-long black flood dragon. A colossal dragon pressure spread out. The pressure of the great circle of Tier 8 instantly erupted. Surging floodwaters. Black Wind opened his mouth wide. Rapid floodwaters gushed out like a waterfall. It was abnormally turbulent. Those Tier 6 and 7 zombies were sent flying one after another under these floodwaters. Those slightly closer were even smashed to dust by the massive impact force. Under one move, no idea how many zombies suffered a devastating cataclysm. The originally tightly packed zombie horde had a massive gap flushed open too. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the situation and said, "Well done, Black Wind. Phaseless realms, open up the path in front." charge over in one go. Wei Chang and those elders were all dazed. This black flood dragon's destructive powers were too terrifying. But Blackwind's big move also roused their spirits. With Blackwind around, maybe they were really able to escape with their lives. The great circle of Tier 8 was indeed not for show. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all of them did not dare to dawdle either, rapidly breaking out of the encirclement through the flushed open gap. Those Tier 8 corpse venerables were merely initial stage Tier 8. Seeing the power of Blackwind's move, they helplessly stared as the crowd rushed forward, not daring to charge forward. Yi Yuan and the others raised their speeds to the extreme, charging out several miles of distance in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, the party's movements stopped, forcefully stopping their footsteps. Astonished expressions emerged on everybody's faces, being struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was an enormous sinkhole that stretched beyond what the eye could see. As far as the eyes could see, inside the sinkhole was all dazzling white bones, looking horrifying to the mind. These martial artists cultivating until now, God knows how many people they had killed. But even so, this scene that they saw was unbelievably shocking. Too. Right at this very moment, a glimmer of dawn lit up from the horizon. Those zombies seemed to have sensed something, retreating over into the sinkhole. Like tidewater, those few Tier 8 corpse venerables hesitated a little too. Then they tunneled into the sinkhole headlong. Just what kind of place is this? Such a huge sinkhole actually appeared at the borders. Why have I never known? Wei Chang sucked in a deep breath and said, impossible. I remember that this area should be a flatland. How can it possibly be a massive sinkhole? Sheng Jun said with a solemn expression. Hu Shujie followed up and said, what you said is right. If I didn't remember wrongly, this place was indeed a region of flatland. It's impossible to have such a huge sinkhole appear. Humph! What's impossible? The fact is placed right before your eyes. Could it be that we're all in an illusionary realm right now? Wu Xiyuan said coldly. I really didn't expect that this place actually has such a large chunk of boneyard. No wonder it would erupt such a large-scale corpse tide. This place is an area of Yin Grotto, gathering extremely strong powers of evil in one place. As long as one places martial artists' corpses here, it will become zombies before long. But looking at the situation of these white bones, it should be very far back already. It's not possible to form zombies. Then, there's only one type of possibility: somebody intentionally buried countless corpses here, then erupted a corpse tide. Yi Yuan said with a solemn face. Hearing Yi Yuan's analysis, everyone was stricken with terror. What Yi Yuan said is right. It's just that I still have some doubts. Just what kind of person has such extraordinary capabilities, and what is his goal? 2. Sheng Jun said. Yeah. Major powers with this kind of ability shouldn't take fancy on us. These puny little rank 9 holy lands, right? Why on earth are they doing so? Shu Woji said. Humph. What we should be concerned about right now shouldn't be this, right? Aren't you all going to worry over a little how we should quell this corpse tide? Yi Yuan, aren't you very capable? Try telling us. Wei Chang said with a cold smile. Witnessing Yi Yuan's methods, Wei Chang was even more jealous in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan basked in the limelight, making Wei Chang give rise to a thick sense of inferiority complex in his heart. That's right, it was the feeling of inferiority. Since young, Wei Chang had always been cut off from this kind of feeling. But facing Yi Yuan this time, this sort of emotion was born uncontrollably. At present, they had already gotten away from danger. This sort of emotion was currently being magnified endlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, I have a feeling that those few Tier 8 corpse venerables shouldn't be the most powerful existences yet. Want to quell the corpse tide, we probably still have to enter this boneyard. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Yesterday night's corpse tide, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. Until now. If not for Yi Yuan and Black Wind, these phaseless realms would probably have to perish here too. Now, Yi Yuan actually said that they still had to enter inside this sinkhole. This made each and every one of them become hesitant. There's no more time for you guys to hesitate. This matter not only impacts my Crimson Afterglow's safety, but it also likewise has to do with you all. Once this corpse tide erupts, the entire White Valiant region will likely be completely devastated and barren too, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The elders all revealed conflicted looks on their faces. Clearly, the impression yesterday's corpse tide gave them was too deep. One look at this boneyard, and it was clear that it was not an unimportant land. A single misstep and one's little life would be left here. A phaseless realm elder entering inside might not obtain any advantages too. Young Lord Yi, this corpse tide is already not what phaseless realm can stop, unless it's our various holy lands' holy lords personally making a move. Otherwise, it's totally impossible to quell it, said one elder from the soaring rainbow holy land. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the holy lords making a move. Can it be quelled? Everyone's faces changed, but they all fell silent. Just what was in this boneyard nobody knew either. But to be able to trigger such a large-scale corpse tide, it was likely not that simple in there. The Holy Land's holy lords were merely first-level Dao profound. Although powerful, whether or not could they come out after entering, it was really hard to say. Young Lord Yi, what ideas do you have? No harm in saying it out first. Everybody can confer too, Sheng Jun suddenly said. After a night, Sheng Jun's view of Yi Yuan had already utterly changed. Even talking was much more courteous. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said slowly, everyone's consumption last night were all very huge. There's no rush to enter this boneyard right away either. I have a suggestion. Announce this matter to the entire White Valiant regions. 7 holy lands, stating to them the pros and cons of this matter. Then each holy land has to send at least one phaseless realm to lead the team. Everybody enters inside together, life and death up to each one's fate. Holy lands that don't come will be the White Valiant region's common enemy. The White Valiant region was a small region. The vast majority of the territories were all ruled by the 7 holy lands. These 4 holy lands at present were already more than half of the White Valiant region's power. These 4 families announcing to the White Valiant region, the other 3 had no choice but to answer their summons too. When related to survival or extinction, this kind of major thing, these 4 holy lands naturally would not be ambiguous either. Then if, Hua Shujie said somewhat hesitantly, if we all die inside, this White Valiant region naturally can't stay on anymore either. Everyone find your own way out yourselves then. This matter is of utmost importance. Everybody best goes back and explain to your holy lords before making a final decision, but latest by 3 days each family will have to confer a final conclusion. If after 3 days everyone has not answered yet, my Crimson Afterglow will be the first one to withdraw out of the White Valiant region, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? You want to enter that boneyard? No way. Absolutely not. Tuyu was also filled with worries hearing about the matter of the boneyard. But when he heard that Yi Yuan wanted to enter the boneyard, he refused to agree no matter what. Yi Yuan was the successor he designated. Essential experiences and tempering could be had, but this sort of dangerous place, how could he let Yi Yuan risk his own life? Young lord, according to what you guys said, this boneyard is a land of extreme peril. Phaseless realms might not be able to come out safely if they went in too. You're tied to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's future. How can you risk your own life? Chun Qin also tried his best to urge Yi Yuan. We, these old bones, can go and die at any time. But only you can't die. Forget it, I don't have many years to live anymore either. This emperor will risk his old life this time and take on this boneyard. Tuyu said with a resolved look. Through this period of observation, Tuyu was satisfied to the extreme with Yi Yuan, this young lord. Regardless whether was it talent, mind, or methods, Yi Yuan was perfect as the young lord. He was absolutely the one and only choice to succeed the position of the Holy Lord. If Yi Yuan lost his life in the boneyard, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would really be finished. Seeing Tu Yu's worried expression, Yi Yuan was moved inwardly, but he shook his head and said, "The death qi on Holy Lord's body is gradually worsening. Your lifespan barely has much left. That boneyard is a land of extreme yin. The evil qi force is extremely strong. If you go there, you'd probably drop dead right away. Furthermore, your present condition, once you make an appearance, even if Crimson Afterglow pulls through the crisis this time, we'd likely be targeted by the other families too. This trip still needs a person to take charge. Clearly, I'm the most suitable candidate." Tu Yu could not help choking up. Yi Yuan thought it out more thoroughly than him. Moreover, Yi Yuan's performance clearly already made the other few families certain that he was in close seclusion. The moment he made an appearance, everything would be exposed. Tu Yu heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh, I'm really a good-for-nothing as the Holy Lord." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Actually, this trip might not be that dangerous, either. The reason why I said so to the others was in order to make the other Holy Lands Holy Lords not take action. If the other Holy Lands Holy Lords all make a move with only Crimson Afterglow having no movements, it will likely arouse their suspicions." Tu Yu looked at Yi Yuan and seriously did not know what he should say. This child was meticulous in considering things and had a long-term vision and great foresight. If it were him, it was also not possible to do it better than him. "All right. Then you must pay attention to safety during this trip. If the matter can't be done, you must treat preserving your life as the priority. If you have any needs, feel free to speak," Tu Yu said helplessly. 3 days later, the White Valiant Region's Holy Lands, all 7 of them, gave a response regarding the corpse-tide incident this time and sent people one after another here to the boneyard. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the other few Holy Lands young lords actually all came, but the lineup this time was clearly much stronger than before. Each family sent out 2 phaseless realm elders and brought along over a dozen Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. 7 families gathered together. It was actually as many as over 100 people. On the Crimson Afterglow side, there was 1 additional phaseless realm martial artist. Apart from Wang Zan and Wu Xiyuan, there was Kaiyu. The incident this time gave rise to much discussion. The Heaven's Destiny trading company naturally would not be unaware too. What made Yi Yuan surprised was the Kaiyu heard that this boneyard was a land of extreme yin and actually took the initiative to find him, requesting to come together. Having an additional helper, Yi Yuan naturally would not be unwilling. "Hey kid, you're the one who came up with the lousy idea to force our 3 families to come here and take the risk, right?" A young man suddenly approached Yi Yuan and said unhappily. This person was the Skymist Holy Land's young lord, called Kingstone. Yi Yuan shot him a nonchalant glance and said, "This is your responsibility. Where's the talk of forcing?" "Bullshit responsibility. This lousy place isn't bordering on our 3 families either. What right do you have to make us come tread into this messy situation?" Kingstone spat. When Wei Chong in the distance saw this scene, he was pleased in his heart. This Kingstone had a short fuse. He instigated slightly just now, and he immediately came to find Yi Yuan to pick a fight. Although coming to this boneyard was having no alternative being needed by Yi Yuan, he was unhappy in his heart. Not finding a bit of trouble, he could not be happy in his heart no matter what. "No right or anything. If you aren't willing to come, you can go right now. Nobody will stop you," Yi Yuan said coolly. "You!" Kingstone could not help choking up. "Have some brain. Is it very fun to be used as cannon fodder by others? To think that you're even the Skymist Holy Land's young lord. I really don't know how your Holy Lord chose a moron like you," Yi Yuan said with a cold expression. "You, punk. I'll shred this mouth of yours." Kingstone had a fiery temper. The moment he heard, he immediately exploded. If I were you, I wouldn't do this kind of foolish thing to go provoke Brother Yi. Kingstone was just about to make a move when a voice sounded out behind him. Turning around to take a look, it was Shang Jun. Kingstone's face fell, and he said, Shang Jun, what do you mean by that? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you look down on Brother Yi because he's boundless realm, you'll suffer a huge loss. Shang Jun said coolly. Humph. Boundless realm is boundless realm. Can he still overturn the heavens? Yi Yuan's strength, if not personally witnessed, it was very hard for the average person to imagine. Yi Yuan's performance that day already made Shang Jun utterly convinced. In his eyes, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be treated as an equal with them young lords. No need to say no more rubbish either. How Brother Ye's strength is like. You'll naturally know after entering the boneyard. Right now, it's still best to not stir up trouble. Wait until you enter the boneyard, you'll naturally know Brother Ye's painstaking efforts. Making you guys all join in was also something that couldn't be helped, Shang Jun said. Kingstone shot a fierce glare at Shang Jun and said with a cold snort, Humph! This score will settle it again later. Finished talking, Kingstone turned right around and left. Many thanks to Brother Shang for helping out. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, Ho-ho, Brother Yi is too kind. With Brother Ye's strength, Kingstone can't do anything to you at all. I just don't wish for unnecessary issues to crop up before entering the boneyard. That's why I made an unnecessary move. Shang Jun responded with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Brother Yi, the 7 great holy lands have already gathered together. What should we do now? Right now is still daytime. That boneyard has already disappeared. How do we enter? Hua Shujie came up to ask as well. Yi Yuan said, Let everybody gather around first. After a round of calling, 100 over people gathered around. Yi Yuan fished out several glass balls from inside his storage ring and threw them into the air, casually firing out several attacks and directly shattering the glass balls. Milky white powder scattered down, as if it was snowing, enveloping these 100 over people inside. Wei Cheng's expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? As he was talking, he was going to avoid these powder. The other people's reactions were the same as him, all afraid of Yi Yuan being up to some mischief. Whoever wants to deal with the zombies by themselves, just directly go out. Won't stop. One sentence made everyone freeze. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and said coolly, This thing is called agarwood powder. It has extremely strong corrosive effects against zombies and is also something that zombies are very fearful of. Covering on the body, zombies will automatically avoid you guys. It's actually agarwood powder. Heard that this thing is extremely hard to refine. Didn't expect that Crimson Afterglow actually has this kind of excellent stuff. I also heard before that zombies below tier 5 will melt upon contact. Can be said to be a jinx of zombies. I even heard that there are higher grades of agarwood powder that even corpse venerables, corpse emperors are extremely fearful of. Great. This time, entering the boneyard, we finally have an additional layer of protection. These were all elder-class martial artists. Their knowledge and experiences were all very extensive. Some people were immediately overjoyed when they heard that it was agarwood powder. In order to enter this boneyard, Yi Yuan also made ample preparations these few days. Agarwood powder was one of them. The zombies inside were too many. If killing one by one, it was also not possible to kill finish when one killed until they were completely drained. In order to save essence energy, one naturally had to avoid these zombies. Apart from this, Yi Yuan naturally also refined a large batch of a useful medicinal pill. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land as support, Yi Yuan naturally had assurance in refining these things as well. Before long, the agarwood powder landed, blanketing a layer on everyone's bodies. Regarding this trick of Yi Yuan's, Everyone was naturally endlessly grateful. Finished doing this, Yi Yuan flew into the air. Overlooking this stretch of flatland, his gaze revealed a ruminating look. Humph! Purposely pretending to be mysterious. If the boneyard can be found. During the day, was there still a need to wait until the corpse tide erupted? Before discovering it, Wei Cheng said scornfully. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly had several additional small flags appear. In his hands. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, Yi Yuan fired out all of the small flags in his hands, inserting in various positions. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, a several dozen feet wide hole suddenly appeared in the ground, linking straight underground. This? How was this done? Could it be that there is still a grand array here? But I didn't detect it at all. A phaseless realm elder exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, how did you do it? I even thought that we have to wait until nighttime and have a huge battle with the zombies again. Sheng Jun said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I already detected it on that day. There seems to be an ancient grand array here. This power is extremely strong. This boneyard should have existed all along. It's just that because it was concealed by the ancient grand array, that's why it became a flatland. If my conjectures are right, this ancient grand array should have loosened up somewhat. That's why. It resulted in the evil In Chi escaping and zombies running rampant. And the boneyard will also appear when the In Chi is at the peak at night. Sheng Jun was taken aback from shock. They were killing the zombies together with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually perceived so many things and thought of ways to crack it. This Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. He was actually even well-versed in array
Formation.
The skill of Yi Yuan's evidently opened up a hole in the grand array, linking straight to the boneyard. Brother Yi truly has excellent measures. This Shang is ashamed of his inferiority. Sheng Jun praised from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Shang is too kind. This grand array, concealing the boneyard, should only be an outer ring array formation. Through countless years of depletion, the power is already far from before. Otherwise, with this bit of strength, I can't crack it either. Yi Yuan said it simply. Actually, opening up a hole in this grand array was not what the average person could accomplish. This grand array was extremely profound and fitted together perfectly with the surrounding environment. It was extremely hard to be detected. If Yi Yuan did not study the array formation's 3 volumes, he might really not have the ability to crack it. Yi Yuan already detected the grand array on that day. After returning, he prepared several array flags for the sake of today's array cracking use. The matter brooks no delay. Take the chance that the time of the day is still early. Let's enter the boneyard earlier. Daytime's Yang Qi is extremely flourishing. Even if zombies hide underground, their strengths are greatly weakened too. It's precisely the opportune moment for us to infiltrate.
Yeah.
Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have any objections and entered the boneyard from the entrance of the hole. After everybody disappeared, 2 figures appeared from goodness knows where and stood at the entrance of the hole. The 2 people were covered up in black clothes all over their bodies. Their faces could not be seen clearly at all.
Yeah.
These guys really have no idea of death or danger to actually dare enter the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. One of them said, them entering the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array is just nice. Having a little more blood to offer up as a sacrifice to the Lord Fiend God. Another half a month's time and we should be able to borrow the power of the corpse tide to thoroughly crack the grand array. The other person said, I didn't think that this white valiant region actually still had such a capable person. That crimson afterglow boy isn't simple. That boy is indeed quite peculiar. But doesn't matter, he's going to die soon, either way. The party followed the long corridor, walking deep underground. Waves of wind howled over in the corridor. That bone-piercing feeling was practically on the verge of freezing everyone. This place was akin to an underground city. Not far away from where everyone was, there were even quite a number of zombies moving about aimlessly. The entire scene appeared incomparably horrifying. But these zombies were clearly very fearful of this group of people, all avoiding them like the plague. This hellhole, no wonder it would cause such a large-scale corpse tide. If it keeps blowing like this, I feel like I'm going to be turned into a zombie. In the dark, no idea who was the one who cursed either. All thanks to young Lord Yez Agarwood Powder. These zombies seeing us is like they saw ghosts, avoiding us immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many bitter fights we'd have to experience going underground. Pooh, you're the ghost. Your whole family members are all ghosts. Do you know how to talk or not? Although the spectacle was quite harrowing, these martial artists all loosened up a little when they saw that it was not too dangerous either. They even cracked jokes. The jesting dialogue incurred a wave of loud laughters too. Young Lord, apart from zombies in this place, it's still zombies. Where do we start? Wu Siyuan suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan said, here are all low-level zombies. The source must be in deeper areas. We just have to care about walking towards the depths. We'll definitely be able to discover a little something. But before this, we have to find a Yin Wind lair first to let Elder Sister Kai Yu absorb extreme Yin Qi. Elder Sister Kai Yu, you're very sensitive towards perceiving extreme Yin Qi and should be able to find a Yin Wind lair, right? Kai Yu was currently trembling all over. She was clearly not very used to the gloomy and cold environment here. Her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique loves places with strong Yang Qi. The most, she was very sensitive to this kind of gloomy and cold places. It was precisely because so that this kind of physique did not dare to come into contact with the boneyard, this sort of land of extreme Yin. Yet Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. Not only did he bring Kai Yu in, he even wanted to make her absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Kai Yu nodded her head when she heard that. Pointing to a passageway, she said, carry on walking another 10 miles or so in that direction. There should be a Yin Wind lair. All right then, we'll walk in that direction, Yi Yuan said. Heh, the chilly air on this elder sister's body is so heavy, you're actually still using extreme Yin Qi to treat it. Yi Yuan, are you helping her or harming her? This elder sister, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land, has a high rank alchemy venerable powerhouse. He's definitely much stronger compared to this. Brat. As long as elder sister is willing, younger brother is willing to invite him to take action and help treat elder sister, said Wei Cheng, who suddenly moved closer to Kai Yu. Wei Cheng did not know what illness Kai Yu had and was also unaware of Kai Yu's Black Widow title. But he indeed had his breath taken away by Kai Yu's looks and seductiveness. Even though Kai Yu's age was slightly older, she emitted the lingering charm of a mature woman from head to toe. Forget about Wei Cheng, a young lad, brimming with vigor and vitality. Even those phaseless realm elders, each and every one of them was also unable to hide their covetous eyes. In this boneyard, Kai Yu's body was incomparably frail. How could she still emit seductiveness like normally? But her condition at present could stir up men's desire to protect even more. Hearing Wei Cheng's words, Kai Yu forced a smile and said, thank you for young Lord Wei's good intentions. But this lowly one's illness, I'm afraid, only young Lord Yi can treat it. Even that alchemy venerable of yours is bound to be at a loss on what to do as well. Wei Cheng's face turned black, his face unwittingly somewhat burning. In the White Valiant region, a high-rank alchemy venerable was absolutely a pinnacle existence already. He fully thought that by pulling out an alchemy venerable, he could definitely make Kai Yu throw herself into his arms. Who knew that Kai Yu actually made him unable to get down the stage in front of so many people? Wei Cheng did not know Kai Yu's identity. How would he know that the Heavens Destiny Trading Company did not lack alchemy venerable experts at all? If an alchemy venerable could treat her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique, she would have been cured long ago. Kai Yu suddenly gave a muddled groan. her soft body toppling down into Yi Yuan's embrace.
Ye Yuan hurriedly supported her.
Softness in his embrace. An extremely alluring fragrance tunneled into Yi Yuan's nostrils. This woman was truly phenomenal. Even if she was wan and sallow until like this, it was also a tremendous temptation to men. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. In his heart, young Master Yi, this lowly one is so cold and can't walk anymore. Hold me tightly in your arms. All right? Caillou said quiveringly in Yi Yuan's embrace. She really could not walk anymore and did not have the slightest intention of acting spoiled. But this scene was ambiguous to the extreme the way others saw it. Especially Wei Cheng, his eyes nearly popped out. This woman must be Yi Yuan's exclusive slice of meat. This brat, based on what? Wei Cheng hated immensely in his heart. With Wei Cheng's identity and status, whatever kind of woman he wanted, they could be obtained easily. But reaching Yi Yuan here, it just did not work. He even brought out a high-rank alchemy venerable, but Caillou did not even pay attention to him. Yi Yuan saw that Caillou's conscience was already somewhat fuzzy. Muttering non-stop in his embrace, he heaved a slight sigh right away and lifted Caillou. Yi Yuan clearly sensed many odd meaningful looks, but he could not be bothered to explain, walking over in the direction Caillou pointed. A very pure man and woman relationship, but it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. This kind of sexy femme fatale being embraced in Yi Yuan's embrace. How could others not be envious? Walking a few miles, the majority of the people were no longer able to go deeper. The so-called Yin Wind Lair was like the mouth of a spring, continuously sending out extreme Yin Qi. It was a place where Yin Qi was the heaviest. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand this kind of chilly Yin Qi at all. Extreme Yin Qi entering the body would cause irreversible damage to the body. There is an open ground there. You guys go there and wait first. I'll bring Caillou in. Yi Yuan said to everyone. Wu Siyuan's expression changed, and he said, Young lord, this Yin Wind Lairs. Extreme Yin Qi is too heavy. Even I can't quite withstand it. You go in like this, nothing will happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Just some extreme Yin Qi. No harm. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Caillou and walked towards the Yin Wind Lair, his profile gradually vanishing in everyone's line of sight. Yi Yuan's true dragon body and the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art were both extreme yang and indomitable cultivation method and physique in this world. Though the extreme Yin Qi in here was strong, it really could not do anything to him. Really know how to pretend. This young lord doesn't believe that you'll be completely fine entering this Yin Wind Lair. Best if you never come out again. Wei Cheng secretly cursed in his heart. Wei Cheng's entire person was almost frozen stiff. The Yin Qi here was already on the verge of reaching his limits. Separating from the team, Yi Yuan's speed was released fully. The distance of several miles was covered very quickly. This place was an enormous cavern. The extreme Yin Qi on the ground was practically materialized, forming a vortex, as if it was a black hole. The extreme Yin Qi continuously scoured Yi Yuan's body but was directly shaken off by him. Ugh! Caillou already thoroughly fainted at this time and was completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme Yin Qi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, put her on the ground, and summoned Black Wind. Black Wind, you help to guard me. I'll help her absorb the extreme Yin Qi.
Yeah.
Yuan instructed. Yi Yuan laid Caillou flat on the ground. He casually pulled out 100 over earth essence crystals and started to swiftly set them up around Caillou. The array formation he set up was similar to a spirit gathering formation. But this time it was used to gather extreme Yin Qi. The speed Yi Yuan set up the array formation was very quick. It was done in a short while. Once the array formation was complete, it started to operate automatically. Titanic amounts of extreme Yin Qi swarmed towards the array formation with a howl. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he furrowed his brows. Caillou already lost consciousness and is completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme yin qi. At this rate, it will bring only harm, and no benefits to her body. Forget it. When doing someone a favor, go all the way. Let me lend you another helping hand. Yi Yuan jumped lightly, entering inside the array formation. He helped Kai Yu sit up. A surge of essence energy enveloped her, letting her sit steady. Then 4 palms came face to face. Huff huff. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy, absorbing all of the extreme yin qi gathered by the array formation into his own body, then passing it into Kai Yu's body from his palm. Just like this, the extreme yin qi his Kai Yu's body accumulated more and more, while her body became increasingly colder too. In the end, her body actually did not even have a trace of vitality anymore. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still poured extreme yin qi into her body. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Kai Yu rather excitedly. He distinctly detected it just now. A hint of yang qi was born in Kai Yu's body. Ugh! Kai Yu's brows were slightly knitted, moaning slightly. She actually survived from a state of impending death. Gradually, the yang qi within Kai Yu's body became increasingly vigorous. When she gradually opened both eyes, she could not help being startled. Inwardly, Yi Yuan actually used his own body to pass the extreme yin qi onto her. This would cause tremendous harm to Yi Yuan. Calm your spirit and focus your mind. Continue absorbing the extreme yin qi. If there's anything to say it later. You're tantamount to have already died once. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is already broken. In the future, not only will it not ask for your life, it will even make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This extreme yin qi is highly beneficial to your cultivation. Absorb it in full force. Seeing Kai Yu wake up, Yi Yuan directly retracted his palms and instructed her. Kai Yu's heart jolted. After nodding slightly, she started absorbing extreme yin qi with all her strength too. Yi Yuan got up and left the array formation. The moment he landed, he actually staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Black Wind jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. The extreme yin qi here is indeed impressive. Even my body constitution couldn't quite suppress it." The friend inside, "You've already peeped for so long. Do you plan to keep on peeping like this?" Black Wind went blank. He actually did not discover that there were still others here. A shadow revealed his figure from behind the yin grotto. It was a middle-aged person dressed in black robes. Looking from the exterior, this middle-aged man was no different from ordinary people, but a faint green light emitted from his eyes, appearing rather demonic. "Looks like we seem to have interrupted your peaceful cultivation. Sorry about that." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "You absorbed so much extreme yin qi and actually didn't die." The middle-aged man's voice was very hoarse, sounding very dry, making people very uncomfortable. "Just some extreme yin qi, it won't take my life yet. But I didn't expect that. This yin grotto is actually a corpse venerable's grotto. This one was anxious in saving people and was rather presumptuous," Yi Yuan said coolly. This middle-aged man was actually a Tier 8 corpse venerable. Seems like apart from the eyes, he was already not much different from normal people. This yin grotto was a highly dangerous place for human martial artists, but to corpse venerables it was a superb cultivation site. Not even a single zombie was seen in the vicinity here. Clearly, they did not dare to approach this place because here was the grotto of this middle-aged man before their eyes. Of course, if this corpse venerable were not wary of Black Wind, he would probably have made a move long ago to deal with Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man sized Yi Yuan up for a while and opened his mouth to say, "I've seen you before. You're very formidable." "Oh? Looks like you were present on that day too. Didn't expect that you can actually remember me." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Us zombies are very sensitive towards smell. Even though a layer of agarwood Powder is covered on your body. The original scent can't be hidden from me, the corpse venerable said. This agarwood powder was useful against low-level zombies. But to corpse venerable this kind of rank, it basically only existed in name. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Fine then, there's no need for us to catch up. But I'm quite curious, the few of you corpse venerables have clearly been here for a very long time already and have never interfered with the affairs of human martial artists. But why did you have to control those low-level zombies to attack humans this time? The middle-aged man mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, Nothing to do with us. However, I can't tell you the reason why. All right, then I'll change the question. Inside this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, just what kind of existence is sealed? If my conjectures are right, this corpse-tide probably can't be unrelated with him, right? Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man had a deadpan face and was completely expressionless. But, at this time, he was clearly unbelievably shocked by Yi Yuan's guess. In reality, Yi Yuan had seen through the actual situation about this grand array on that day. The reason why he dragged the 7 great holy lands all into the water was in order to find more helpers to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan researched very extensively into array formations. This unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was a very famous grand array in the ancient era. Moreover, it was a tier 10 grand array that only deity realm powerhouses could lay down. An existence that this kind of array formation sealed was bound to not be something ordinary. On that day, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand arrays loosening up, and he also sensed the incredibly dangerous aura coming from inside the boneyard. Once this sort of thing broke out, those who would suffer would probably not just be the White Valiant region. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would summon so many people down. The goal was in order to stop this thing from breaking free. You actually recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Looks like you're even harder to deal with than I imagined. But even if you know it's useless too, I urge you to best return to the surface as soon as possible and make haste to leave this area. The corpse venerable said in shock. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, Who asked me to be a goody two-shoes? This sort of thing, if I didn't run into it, then forget it. Since it let me, Yi Yuan, run into it, then I can't let him escape. If the matter can't be done, it won't be late for me to discuss it again at length. Yi Yuan did not have much sentiments towards the White Valiant region, but to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, he still had some feelings. This sort of feeling was very similar to when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect back then, letting him watch the people here be plunged into misery and suffering. Passively, he could not do it. Withdrawing out of the White Valiant region was just a final action that could not be helped. A large Holy Land's roots were deeply rooted. How could wanting to migrate be something easy? Boom! Right then, Caillou erupted with a powerful aura in the array formation, and she was actually going to break through on the spot. Looks like my friend has just about to recover. It was all thanks to your grotto though. Forget it, since that's the case I'll gift you a lucky chance, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan circulated essence energy. With a convulsion, he actually expelled out all of the extreme yin qi within his body. That corpse venerable's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect it to actually be so easy for Yi Yuan to deal with this extreme yin qi. Gifting me a lucky chance? You, this young man, are truly a bit too impudent, the corpse venerable said. Yi Yuan was merely boundless realm cultivation but said that he wanted to gift a tier 8 corpse venerable a lucky chance. This sounded somewhat comical, no matter how one listened. Yi Yuan just smiled and actually fished out a large number of earth essence crystals again and started to reinforce the array formation from before. Before long, inside this grotto was already completely covered by the array
Formation.
You actually completely blocked the outflow of the extreme yin qi. inside this Yin grotto, raising the concentration of extreme Yin Qi within this grotto by several times. The corpse venerable said in shock. This array formation actually directly blocked off the outflow of Yin Qi through Yi Yuan's reinforcement, gathering all of the extreme Yin Qi within this cavern. If the corpse venerable cultivated here, it could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he had a corpse face, his expression at this time was fascinating too. The extreme too. Just some meager tricks. Just take it as giving a plum in return for a peach. This array formation can roughly maintain for 1 year plus. In this period of time you just cultivate well, Yi Yuan said coolly. Originally, the array formation Yi Yuan set up was just a temporary array formation and would dissipate very quickly. But after going through the reinforcement, not only did the power of this array formation obtain a tremendous increase, the duration lengthened a lot, too. This way, the value of this Yin grotto would be much greater. The corpse venerable cultivating in here would absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Just this 1 year plus was also sufficient to let his cultivation shake off those of the same species by a great margin. At this time, Caillou's breakthrough had also already drawn to an end. Originally, Caillou was peak 3rd level phaseless. Borrowing this Yin Qi force, she actually surged right through the 4th level phaseless bottleneck, breaking through to the middle stage phaseless realm. This was absolutely an enormous leap to Caillou. This hurdle, if Caillou cultivated normally without 10 years or 8 years, it was very hard to break through. But now, in just a short period, she crossed a small stage. For the first time in her life, Caillou felt that her heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique was so wonderful. She came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed formally as she said, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one's life will be yours in the future. Toiling like a slave is all, up to a word of your instructions." Ever since triggering the heavenly Yin terminal meridian physique, the fear of death was like a bone-festering maggot, plaguing her every day. Now, she finally utterly eliminated this sort of torture. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister is so beautiful. If you toil like a slave for me, how many men under the heaven will hunt me down?" Caillou was just like a young maiden at this time. Hearing these words, she actually blushed red and said, "Young lord, don't make fun of this lowly one. Not making fun for you. You didn't see when I carried you in what kind of expressions the rest looked at me with," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Caillou said with a face full of grievances, "So what? Young lord won't even look this lowly one in the eye. This lowly one knows that she is already unchaste and isn't good enough for young lord. But if young lord needs someone to wait upon you, you just have to say a word will do." The current Caillou could be said to be filled with amorous feelings. Her mindset was already completely different from when she just knew Yi Yuan. These words were not teasing words, but words from the bottom of her heart. It was just that the current Yi Yuan did not have much of a leisurely and carefree mood. "Elder sister don't need to treat me like a stranger. This late we'd best hurry back," Yi Yuan said. This boneyard was full of dangers. Leaving for a long time, Yi Yuan was worried about the rest too. That corpse venerable sent Yi Yuan away with his eyes but did not say much, directly entering inside the array formation and started to cultivate. Returning to the place everyone was resting, Yi Yuan sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Looking over, there were actually quite a few people missing. When Wu Xiyuan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly went up to greet, and said with a displeased look, "Young lord, that Wei Cheng simply doesn't know what's good for him." He got impatient from waiting and actually brought people from Sky Mist and another holy land away, and they headed towards the depths. He even said that young lord was deliberately mystifying things, delaying everybody's journey because of a woman. Wu Xiyuan had a face full of indignation. Clearly, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger from arguing with Wei Cheng just now. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he asked, "Where have they headed?" Wu Xiyuan pointed in a direction and said, "Over there have 2 fork roads. Wei Chang brought people and entered the corridor on the left. Yi Yuan followed Wu Xiyuan's direction and looked over, and he could not help being speechless for a while. Ever since he entered the boneyard, he had always been advancing following the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. But the direction Wei Chang walked in just happened to be opposite from the grand array. What they would run into, Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee either. After all, this boneyard was very bizarre. Any danger appearing was very normal. Really not afraid of godlike opponents. Only scared of pig-like teammates. Right then, Shang Jun suddenly came forward and said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, Wei Chang brought away quite a number of people. I also urged bitterly for a long time, but he wouldn't listen. In this kind of place, it's best for our strength to not scatter. In my opinion, let's go after them." Yi Yuan mused for a moment and felt that what Shang Jun said was reasonable, too. He nodded his head and said, "Fine then. Everyone hasten your footsteps. We'll catch up as quickly as possible." The group of people followed Wei Chang's footprints, gradually entering deep inside. Young Lord, along the way, the zombies seemed to be getting lesser and lesser. Along the way, the surrounding zombies got lesser and lesser. By now there were barely any zombies in the corridor. Yi Yuan discovered this sort of strange situation too and said solemnly, "Looks like there should be some powerful existence ahead. Even these zombies are also quite wary. Otherwise, it's not possible for these zombies' numbers to get smaller and smaller." Shang Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that Wei Chang? They all might run into danger at any time." Yi Yuan nodded his head but did not say much. Now that it came to this, any more complaints were also of no help to the situation. He instructed everyone to quicken their pace and continued to chase over towards the depths. Barely traveling for a period of time, everyone discovered that the surrounding was already completely void of the figures of zombies. The entire corridor was empty and desolate inside, dead silent, making people feel rather uneasy instead. Right as they were walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Quickly look! There seemed to be people there." In front, there was indeed a person collapsed on the ground. Everyone walked closer to take a look. That person was wearing precisely the attire of the Skymist Holy Land on his. It was a heaven enlightenment realm. Martial artist. Yi Yuan still had some impression of this person, but he was already a dead man at this time. Yi Yuan went forward to investigate a little. This person was already deader than dead. There were injuries all over his body, his death state very wretched, virtually dismembered by someone with a flurry of blades. There was no longer an intact spot on his body. Shang Jun's expression changed when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that there are still others underground here?" Looking at the wounds on his body, it should have been caused by blades and swords. Those zombies shouldn't know how to use blades and swords, right? On the way, they discovered quite a number of dead bodies. They were all dismembered by attacks from blades and then died. It was definitely done by people, not zombies. Without a doubt, Wei Chang's group of people ran into danger. Everybody, be on guard.
Yi Yuan instructed.
Wei Chang brought away 3 Holy Land's martial artists. Their strength was not weak, but there were still so many people killed. Clearly, the danger they ran into was also not ordinary. Everyone did not dare to disregard it when they heard that, becoming attentively and kept a sharp lookout. "Brother Yi, there seemed to be people fighting in the place ahead. Could it be Wei Chang they all?" Shang Jun suddenly said. Yi Yuan heard the fighting sounds ahead too. Nodding his head, he said, "Very likely. Let's hurry over." The group of people hastened their footsteps and walked over following the fighting sounds. Not traveling very far, they indeed saw the profiles of Wei Chang they all. They were currently immersed in an arduous battle. And what they were fighting was actually a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were all holding production-style long sabers in their hands and were actually like an army. These skeleton soldiers' strength was very formidable. There was no shortage of some with tier 8 strength among them. Furthermore, their numbers were massive, and they already surrounded Wei Cheng they all at this time. These 3 Holy Lands losses were tragic. If Yi Yuan they all still had not reached in time, they would probably be completely wiped out. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, issuing the order. Immediately, dozens of martial artists rushed forward and got tangled up in a battle with those skeleton soldiers. Wei Cheng was covered in blood all over at this time. He still sustained quite a few blades on his body, even though he was holding a low-grade holy artifact in his hand. These skeletons' defense was seriously too formidable. Although he killed quite a few skeletons, there were still even more skeletons surrounding over. He already killed until his hands were weak. Could it be, I'm going to die here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted on my own. If I were to follow Yi Yuan, this sort of situation probably wouldn't happen, right? Wei Cheng already lost all hope in his heart. He was unbelievably remorseful in his heart right now. Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's ability in all aspects was more than a great deal stronger than him. The leader of this group of people was undoubtedly Yi Yuan being the most suited. But when he saw Yi Yuan being in the limelight everywhere, he could not feel good in his heart no matter what. Hence, he incited the other 2 Holy Lands to leave the main force together. He didn't think that the more they walked, the lesser the zombies got. In the end, many of this kind of skeleton soldiers actually dashed out all at once, surrounding them in all directions. They could not escape even if they wanted to flee. Although very unwilling to submit to Yi Yuan, in the final moment of his life, he actually deemed that Yi Yuan would be able to deal with this sort of situation. Bang! A skeleton soldier in front of Wei Cheng was actually directly smashed into dust. Bang! 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 Very soon, the skeleton soldiers around him all fell down one by one. Wei Cheng's originally dead and ash-gray eyes radiated splendor anew. A figure akin to a descended god let him saw hope anew. But when he saw that figure clearly, he could not help revealing a shocked expression.
Yi Yuan.
He actually came to rescue me. At this moment, Wei Cheng felt incredible irony. He made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects and even went off with other 3 Holy Lands martial artists. But at the final juncture, the one who rescued him was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not take notice of him and rushed to other areas immediately. With this exchange of blows, Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too. These skeletons completely did not defend at all. They only went on the
offensive blindly.
The strength of their skeleton frames was actually even tougher than high-grade profound artifacts. Those tier 8 skeletons, their bodies were even comparable to low-grade holy artifacts. It was difficult for ordinary blades and swords to cause damage to them at all. Low-grade holy artifacts were very scarce to rank 9 Holy Lands. Among these martial artists present, only the 7 Holy Lands young lords and a small number of phaseless realm elders had low-grade holy artifacts. They could not cause any tangible harm to the skeletons at all. The strength of Wei Cheng's group of people was not weak. It was no wonder that they would fall into a bitter battle. Black Wind, come out!
Yi Yuan roared.
Black Wind came out a roar. Roar! Black Wind gave a roar and directly trampled a skeleton with a foot. Black Wind already reached the brink of transforming into a dragon. The power of his fleshy body was already not much different compared to a true dragon. It was actually even more powerful than these skeletons. Black Wind, you go and deal with those tier 8 skeletons, Yi Yuan ordered. Yes. Black Wind received the order and charged towards the skeleton group like a war chariot falling into battle with those tier 8 skeletons. Black Wind was well worthy of possessing true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. His enormous claws were even comparable to holy artifacts. Under a single claw strike, even those tier 8 skeletons were smashed. Among all of the martial artists, the only one who could keep up with Blackwind's speed of killing the enemy was Yi Yuan. Those Tier 7 skeletons completely could not take a single blow under Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan once broke Nalanhong's sword with one punch. Could be seen how powerful his fleshy body was. Furthermore, Yi Yuan integrated the primeval dragon bone into his arm and underwent refinement daily. His fist was the most powerful place in his entire body, just like a glass cutter's diamond. Even if the bones of these skeletons were any stronger, it was also not possible to be stronger than the primeval dragon bone. With the addition of these two people, a change happened to the battle situation very quickly. The skeleton soldiers around the three holy lands martial artists were swept away clean very quickly. Being snatched from the jaws of death, the three holy lands martial artists erupted with a huge cheer. But at present, the three holy lands martial artists' casualties were already more than half. Could be said to be heavy losses. Bang! Just as everyone was cheering, a figure flew out all of a sudden, smashing heavily onto the walls of the cavern. Shang Jun pointed at Wei Cheng and roared in an uncontrollable rage. So many martial artists died because you were jealous of those more able than you. Are you happy now? The surroundings quieted down all at once. The cheers died down too, only
Hieng Sheng Yun's fury is calling.
You, this fool, think yourself to be infallible. As the young lord, you put your own subordinates in a dangerous situation. What is your intention? You take a look at them yourself because of that laughable pride of yours. They almost died because of you. And Kingstone also died because of you. If you can get out, how do you plan on giving an account to the Skymist Holy Land? This boneyard is so dangerous, and yet you treat it like child's play. Really? Seeking death. Not far away, Kingstone's corpse was shockingly there. He was actually hacked to death by a flurry of blades by the skeleton soldiers already. The Skymist Holy Land's young lord actually died pitifully here. Wei Cheng swept a glance over, only to see each and every one of the three Holy Land's martial artists covered in wounds, their faces seemingly haggard. And all of this was all thanks to him. Wei Cheng discovered that the three Holy Lands martial artists were all looking at him with fierce glares, especially the Skymist Holy Lands martial artists who wished that they could immediately come up and kill him. Even the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lands martial artists were disappointed to the extreme in Wei Cheng. After this accident, they finally knew Yi Yuan's importance. The situation that they were unable to cope with by going all out, Yi Yuan resolved it the moment he came. These skeletons were so powerful, but could not even withstand a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This was a total disparity in strength.
I'm sorry.
Wei Cheng choked.
Sorry?
Heh. Can an apology revive your subordinates? Can an apology treat the wounds on their bodies? You're really an idiot beyond redemption. Shang Jun's putting up with Wei Cheng already reached the limits. This time, he finally exploded. And this time, Wei Cheng finally shed remorseful tears. All right, don't scold him anymore. Better pluck your spirits up. It's not over yet. We seem to have provoked an extraordinary fellow this time,
Ye Yuan
suddenly said with a grim expression. Everyone's faces changed, all not quite certain what it meant. All of the skeletons were clearly finished off. What danger would there be? Still, everyone looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking over at the entrance of the passageway. The moment everyone saw, they could not help being greatly alarmed inwardly. An additional skeleton was there since goodness knows when. Just one. That skeleton did not say a word. It just sat at the cave entrance silently. Under its hand, it was pressing on a long saber. Master, you need to be careful. His strength is unfathomable. Blackwind is probably completely not his match either. Blackwind suddenly spoke. Blackwind's words gave everyone a huge shock. He was a great Circle Tier 8 dragon race, but he actually admitted himself that he was not this skeleton's match. Then wouldn't this skeleton strength have to reach tier 9? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said to everyone, "Everybody, retreat out of this cavern. Turn around, hurry up." Shang Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Brother Yi, relax, I'll catch up," Yi Yuan said coolly. Shang Jun's gaze showed a complicated expression, and he said, "Take care, Brother Yi. Let's go." Dozens of martial artists withdrew out of this cavern very quickly under Shang Jun's lead. In the empty cave there was only Yi Yuan, Black Wind, and that skeleton opposite left. "On you, there is the aura of the vast heaven steel." That skeleton's mouth rattled and actually opened its mouth to talk. The moment it started talking, it startled Yi Yuan. The vast heaven steel was absorbed by him into his body. Ordinary people could not detect it at all. But the skeleton actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. "Looks like this skeleton not making a move the entire time was probably because of the vast heaven steel. Otherwise, if he swung a saber down, most likely no one could withstand it." "Senior recognizes the vast heaven steel?" Yi Yuan did not deny it but answered with a question instead. "Of course I know it. The vast heaven steel's former owner was one of the leaders of the human race," the skeleton said slowly. "Former owner? Could Senior be talking about Senior Fang Tian?" Yi Yuan said, curiously, but the skeleton shook its head and said, "Fang Tian? Looks like the vast heaven steel has already changed quite a few generations of owners.
No idea.
How long I've slumbered here either. But since you obtained the vast heaven steel, looks like the time for the divine realm's great calamity has arrived." Again, Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Looks like this skeleton's era before his death was even further back than he imagined. Furthermore, hearing the meaning in the skeleton's words seemed like it was all ominous foreboding once the vast heaven steel came into being. Recalling Fang Tian's experiences that Long Tang mentioned before, seemed like it was really the case, that whatever heavenly fiend god sounded like a very powerful existence when one heard it. If not for Fang Tian, most likely the divine realm situation right now would definitely not be like this. Now that 50,000 years had passed, could it be another round of samsara again? But Long Tang did not elaborate in detail regarding that earth-shattering great battle 50,000 years ago and did not disclose more things. The specific circumstances Yi Yuan did not know either, except undercurrents seemed to be flowing in the divine realm presently. Could it be related to the great calamity the skeleton talked about? "Senior, just what kind of great calamity will the divine realm encounter? Is it possible that it's related to some extent with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array?" According to what Junior knows, this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was also an extremely formidable array formation in the ancient era. Just what kind of an existence is this boneyard suppressing? Yi Yuan was filled with doubts. "Since you recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, why did you still bring so many people inside? At present, the grand array has already loosened. That thing will accelerate the breaking of the seal after obtaining so much blood feed," the skeleton said. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that. He briefly recounted the events that happened in this period of time. The skeleton kept silent after hearing it. He only opened his mouth after some time and said, "You went through the trouble. It's just that your strength is too poor. Coming in makes no difference too. Just now, if not for sensing the vast heaven steel, you guys would already all be dead men." The skeleton's words were very calm, as though talking about something that was not worth mentioning. Black Wind, this great circle of tier 8, he thought nothing of him at all. Yi Yuan did not doubt this skeleton's words in the slightest. This person was surely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. Even if he was only left with a skeleton now, the feeling that he gave him was also incredibly dangerous. Except being looked down upon by a skeleton, Yi Yuan was helpless too. Even Though Yi Yuan was already going all out to increase his strength, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Facing this kind of ancient class powerhouse, even if countless tens of thousands of years had elapsed, he was not a match. Bring them away. This fiend god is going to come into being very soon. You all can't stop him. What are those deity realm powerhouses all doing to actually let you guys, these babies, come to die? The skeleton said unhappily. Yi Yuan was speechless again when he heard that and said with a sigh, Senior, the divine realm's divine Tao has already dwindled to zero for over 100,000 years. Ever since then, there are no longer divine realm powerhouses. What? Divine Tao dwindled to zero. Hearing this news, the skeleton finally lost composure. Only after a long time did the skeleton sigh and said, I'm only a remnant soul now, completely unable to feel heavenly Tao. Could it be that the divine realm has entered an age of declining laws? Forget it, I'm already dead for God knows how many years and can't bother with matters after my death either. I can only give a last bit of meager strength. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. Between the lines of this skeleton's words, it all revealed the might of the fiend god this place was suppressing. Once an existence like this broke out, who knew what kind of a catastrophe the divine realm would have to suffer? Senior, isn't there any way at all? Yi Yuan said unresignedly. Back then, the one who sealed the fiend god with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was the vast heaven steel's owner. He was one of the leaders of the human race, and even he was incapable of killing this fiend god. You can imagine his power. Even though you acquired the vast heaven steel, your strength is too weak and don't have the ability to deal with the fiend god at all. Furthermore, you said that somebody is intentionally weakening the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Most likely he'll be able to break out before long, the skeleton said. How powerful the vast heaven steel's owner the skeleton talked about was Yi Yuan had no way of imagining. But he was certain that, as the leader of the human race at that time, the vast heaven steel's owner's strength was definitely formidable to the extreme. Even he had no way of killing the fiend god. Could be seen how powerful this fellow was. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, according to what Senior said, this fiend god has already been sealed for several tens of thousands of years. Likely, his strength at present is just a mere fraction already. If talking about killing the fiend god wouldn't now be the best opportunity. The skeleton was silent for a while and said, Junior, you're very responsible, but there's no way that you're his match. You have the vast heaven steel on hand, best to cultivate as quickly as possible. That way, perhaps there's still a gleam of chance to kill the fiend god. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Junior wants to give it a go. Rumble. All of a sudden, the whole world started trembling. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This tremor clearly came from the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Has it begun? Looks like I've reached the time to leave as well. Junior, future matters will be entrusted to you. On you I saw the shadow of the vast heaven steel's owner. Be careful. The skeleton said this sentence, then turned right around and left. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly dark, and he turned around and left too. Seeing Yi Yuan come out safely, everyone heaved a big sigh in relief too. Brother Yi, it's really great that you're fine. No idea what happened underground to actually make even the earth tremble. Furthermore, these zombies are actually flooding towards underground like tidewater. Shang Jun said rather worriedly. Yi Yuan's expression was grave as he said, a fiend god is suppressed underground here whose strength is overwhelming. These zombies were probably created by people with the intent of assaulting the grand array. Now this grand array suffered a tremendous impact. The fiend god is going to break free very soon. Fiend god. In this world, could there really be the existence of the fiend race? And no way, right? To proclaim to be a fiend god, wouldn't that be a deity? Realm-like existence. Are you kidding? Once an existence like that breaks out, who in this divine realm can be his match? We'd better hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan's words caused a huge panic among the 7 Holy Lands martial artists. Many martial artists already could not contain themselves, wanting to leave this boneyard deity realm. This was a realm that made all martial artists yearn for. It was also a realm that all martial artists feared. Facing deity realm powerhouses, not everybody had this kind of courage. To martial artists in an age of declining laws, deity realm was equivalent to invincibility. This fiend god was sealed for several tens of thousands of years by the Grand Array. His loss of strength is immense, and it's precisely a fine opportunity for us to slay him. Once the fiend god breaks free, when he recovers his strength, the divine realm will surely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. I ask for everyone to lend this Yi a helping hand and eliminate this fiend. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Wei Cheng's 2 legs were trembling. Suddenly, he snapped, Yi Yuan, you had known that there is the fiend god existing underground here long ago. Once it broke out, your crimson afterglow holy land will be the first to bear the brunt, so you want to drag us, the other 6 families, all into the water. Isn't that so? Ha ha ha, you even feigned a noble appearance, saying that it's for the consideration of the 7 holy lands. You, this fellow, are a hypocrite posing as a person of high morals. Hearing that the fiend god was about to break free soon, Wei Cheng was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Under this sort of circumstances, he habitually pushed all of the blame to Yi Yuan. It was just that his words indeed aggravated the fear in everyone's hearts. Even more, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat unfriendly. It was only due to Black Wind being present that they maintained a final restraint. Under this kind of hopeless situation, it could reflect people's hearts most of all. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With your view of things, you can only see a tiny little white valiant region. Once the fiend god breaks out, who in the entire divine realm can resist his footsteps? Everyone's faces changed, all feeling a sense of pressure coming from head-on. The fiend god coming into being, the divine realm would surely be turbulent. And the one to be the first to bear the brunt was the white valiant region. Everybody, don't listen to him quibble. You aren't going to say now that you came underground for the sake of the human race's righteousness, right? Don't care. Either way, I'm leaving. That is a fiend god. Which one of you wants to seek death? Just go yourself. Finished talking, he brought the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lands remaining martial artists and left straight away. Hua Shujia had a look of struggle and also came in front of Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, the fiend god cannot be fought. Presumably an existence like him won't take fancy on puny little rank 9 holy lands like us too. Farewell. Finished talking, he turned around and said to the Fire Feather Holy Land martial artists, let's go. Yi Yuan did not stop Hua Shujia's departure, but said to Shang Jun, Brother, Shang Yu? Shang Jun had a look of dilemma too and countered with a question instead. Brother Yi, even if the fiend god's strength is depleted to the limit by the Grand Array, he's likely not what we can rival as well. I wonder how much confidence Brother Yi has. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Not much confidence. Shang Jun was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being so resolute, he more or less had some confidence. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan was completely messing around. Brother Yi, isn't it courting death like this? Is it worth it? Sheng Yun asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, There's no worth it or not worth it. Only willing or unwilling. I Yi Yuan want to do it, so I'll go do it. It's that simple. Shang Jun was stupefied again. If Yi Yuan talked about some great principle, with him he would definitely turn around and go. But Yi Yuan's words made his heart jolt. Real men only seek a clear conscience when doing things. Who cares about his reputation before and after his death? Fine. Brother Yi, Shang Jun will accompany you to go crazy today. Shang Jun turned around again and said to the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands, martial artists, though I'm the Soaring Rainbow Holy Lands young lord, today's matter, I won't force you guys. Whoever is willing to stay behind,
Shengyun, welcome cordially.
Whoever is willing to go, I absolutely won't bar the way either. Actually, Yi Yuan did not harbor any hope towards these people but did not expect that Shang Jun actually really chose to remain behind. Yi Yuan had this attitude towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land too. In the end, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land martial artists actually all chose to stay behind. But the other 3 Holy Lands, only a few people stayed behind. The number of people that remained behind in the end was merely 20 over people. Among them, over half was even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands martial artists. But this figure already far surpassed Yi Yuan's expectations. With Shang Jun's lead, a phaseless realm elder even stayed behind for the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land. Elder Sister Caillou, aren't you going too? You had a hard time before managing to cure your heavenly terminal meridian physique. If you encounter any mishap here, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's fault? From start to end, Caillou stood behind Yi Yuan, did not say a word, and did not move before either. Only when she heard Yi Yuan ask did Caillou smile and said, "This lowly one said before, in the future this life is yours. Moreover, honestly speaking, the current young Lord Yi is really mesmerizing this lowly one to death." Caillou's eyes were full of admiration. Her gaze looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at her lover. Yi Yuan said with a mocking smile, "Your life is your own, nothing to do with me. It's really very dangerous this time. I don't have any assurance at all. Elder sister, better leave." Caillou just smiled but did not have the intention of moving. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only not urge anymore. Rumble. The tremors underground became even fiercer. In the underground passageway, wisps of fiendish black qi actually started spreading all over the place. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful fiendish qi, truly well deserving of being a fiend god, being sealed for so many years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, he can actually still erupt with such powerful fiendish qi. Looks like the fiend god is going to break free very soon. Let's hurry up and go." The fiend god had not broken free yet and already dispersed such powerful fiendish qi. This made everyone involuntarily become even more worried in their hearts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several dozen figures scurried out from the passageway Yi Yuan set up. Pooh! Pretending to be a human race hero for what? It's fine if you go seek death yourself. You even want to drag us to be scapegoats. Are heroes so easy to be? Fishing for fame and praise. Wei Cheng spat at the entrance. He said these words very loudly and did not avoid everyone's eyes and ears. The moment the words came out, everyone shot over contemptuous looks. If not for Yi Yuan, you'd have already died several times over. You still have the capability to make sarcastic remarks here? Being shameless to your level is also considered a kind of realm, Hua Shujie said with a cold smile. Even though he did not have the courage to face the fiend god, he still admired Yi Yuan's choice greatly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had indeed saved everyone a number of times. This was an indisputable fact. Hua Shujie, don't talk like you're very lofty. Didn't you run too? What right? Do you have to comment on me? Also, you guys, each and every one of you, looking at me with this sort of expression for what? If you have the capabilities, go down yourselves. Wei Cheng roared. Under repeated blows, Wei Cheng's psyche already utterly lost balance. But his words were still very incisive. No matter what reason, running was running. These martial artists all turned their faces away, revealing looks of embarrassment. People all had this kind of mentality, feeling that if the sky fell down, there would be tall guys propping it up. The fiend god coming into being should be those divine king powerhouses coming out to face the enemy. What responsibility and duty did they have to face this Kind of danger? Those like Yi Yuan were undoubtedly moths flying into the fire, that kind. They would even be ridiculed by people such as Wei Cheng. Wow, very lively, eh? Didn't you guys go in? Why did you come out so quickly? You're making it very hard for me like this. Suddenly, a spooky voice sounded out, making everyone jump in fright. Two people clad entirely in black clothes suddenly appeared. They actually did not discover at all before this. Hua Shujie said with a slightly somber expression. Who are you people? Making a show of force here. Don't you know that the fiend god is about to come into being at once? The two black-clothed people exchanged a glance and could not help laughing. Weirdly, one of them said with a big laugh. Fiend god coming into being? Of course we know, because this fiend god is freed by us. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. No wonder Yi Yuan said that someone had ulterior motives. Turns out that he really hit the mark. JJE, although your strength is a little lousy, as Lord Fiend God's blood feed, it's barely adequate. Originally, you guys sending yourselves in saved us some trouble. Now, we can only personally take action and send you in. The other person said with a weird laugh. Who the hell are you people? Why do you want to do this sort of thing that betrays the human race? Hua Shujie interrogated. Well, you can call us holy followers. Alright, surrender without resistance. One of them said coolly. When Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the depths underground, they were struck, dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Beneath the ground was an enormous cavern. At this time, inside the entire cavern was filled with fiendish qi. East, south, west, north, and central. All 5 positions had 5 sacrificial altars constructed by no idea who. At this moment, those zombies were all walking over towards the area, surrounded by the sacrificial altars without heed for their lives. They were directly refined into a cloud of blood mist, then directly absorbed by the sacrificial altar in the middle. Brother Yi, why are these zombies all charging inside without any heed for their lives? Xingjun was greatly shocked. These zombies were originally refined artificially. They are all controlled by people, Yi Yuan said calmly. What? These zombies are all refined artificially. How many lives does this have to slaughter? Could it be that those super holy lands all don't care? Xingjun was utterly shocked by it. The number of zombies underground here was probably more than 100 million. To refine so many zombies, wouldn't it have to kill this many people? Just what kind of faction could do it to such a degree? Martial artists under Tier 6 don't count for anything in the divine realm. As long as it's done a little covertly, gathering this sum was not something hard. I'm just curious, just what kind of force can accomplish this unbeknown to gods and ghosts? Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. From the Medicine King Hall's destruction to various sorts of bizarre incidents happening in the divine realm, then to this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array presently, the divine realm that was calm on the surface was likely already surging with undercurrents long ago. It was just that this faction concealed too deeply. Everyone had yet to become aware of its existence. Then we're just going to watch them go offer up a sacrifice. Passively? Xingjun said unresignedly. With these many zombies, they could not kill all. After people died, evil qi would coalesce, and this area of extreme Yin land was filled with powerful extreme Yin qi. These zombies could fuse these two kinds of qi into evil Yin qi. The corrosive nature of evil Yin qi was extremely strong. Using it to corrode array formations was most suitable. Even though the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was an ancient top-tier grand array, along with the passing of time its power was already greatly discounted. Adding in the erosion of these evil Yin qi under the simultaneous attack from the fiend god within and outside, the grand array was already teetering on the verge of collapse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's already too late, unless there are Still deity realm powerhouses in this world. There will be no way to reinforce this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Otherwise, even if we finish these zombies, it's of no help to the matter too. The fiend god coming into being is an unstoppable trend. Shang Jun sucked in a breath deeply and could not help becoming worried about the divine realm's situation in the future. In the divine realm, regarding the descriptions of the fiend race, it merely existed in legends. Only in some ancient records would it occasionally mention the fiend race. This stretch of boundless and limitless continent had always been under the rule of the human race and demon race. Legend has it that, in the desolate era, the human race and the fiend race once fought an earth-shaking great war. Originally thought that these were merely just legends. Didn't think that they were actually true. If it's in accordance with how ancient records narrate it, the human race and fiend race are still mortal enemies. Most likely, the human race is really going to plunge into misery and suffering. Shang Jun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the fiend race is not just a legend. They have always existed in the divine realm. It's just that they were not known to people. 50,000 years ago, there was a fellow who proclaimed to be a heavenly fiend god that came roaring into existence. Unfortunately, he ran into a genius martial artist from the human race and was beaten until he fled with heavy injuries. Shang Jun was taken aback from shock. Only now did he know that the divine realm actually still had such secrets. It was just that with Yi Yuan's age. How did he know this kind of secrets? This Yi Yuan really made people unable to fathom. Brother Yi, then are we just going to stare blankly right now? Are we going to wait the fiend god to come into being? Shang Jun said. How can that be? You rest and rehabilitate here for a moment. I'll go set up the formation. Yi Yuan leaped and started bustling about inside this cave. Before long, a large-scale array formation gradually had an elementary form. When Shang Jun saw the elementary form of this array formation, his expression could not help changing slightly, and he asked Wu Siyuan, Elder Wu, could this array formation that Brother Yi is laying down be the Crimson Afterglow's undisclosed secret? How can a mere Tier 6 array formation be so complex? Wu Siyuan shook his head blankly and said, I've never seen this Tier 6 array formation before, but this array formation gives my heart a feeling of palpitations. Shang Jun shared the same feeling and said, Indeed, although I'm a major realm higher than him, I feel that if I enter this array formation, I'll probably never come out again. I truly didn't expect that Brother Yi actually had such high attainments in the Tao of array formations. This array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was precisely his pinnacle work in the formation's path at present, the Azura confounding formation. Along with the increase in cultivation, Yi Yuan could already fully set up this array formation. Back then, when he was still at the sea transformation realm, he blocked the entire Purple Mansion Sect's attack by relying on this array formation, playing the Purple Mansion Sect's late-stage Soul Sea experts in the palm of his hands. Now, Yi Yuan was already God knows how many times stronger than back then. The array formation setup naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. This array formation was also his greatly killing tool in the formation's path. What Yi Yuan set up back then was merely the greater confounding formation, which was not equipped with the functions of a killing formation. But now, Yi Yuan was already able to integrate the killing formation inside, and could unleash this array formation to the limits. As for whether or not it could stop the fiend god, that was unknown. Following the passing of time, the fiendish qi in the cave became increasingly vigorous. That horrifying pressure made everyone have a feeling of wanting to escape. On that sacrificial altar in the middle, fiendish qi erupted like a volcano, causing the entire cave to tremble. Right then, Yi Yuan finally finished setting the formation. He was hit with exhaustion at this time too. This array formation being set up till the end, he expended tremendous physical strength and mental strength too. He consumed several medicinal pills on the spot and started recovering his strength. Rumble. An enormous tremor reverberated throughout the entire cave. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly and said with a solemn expression, "It's coming." Everyone's expression became fearful, looking at that sacrificial altar in the center without shifting their eyes. Countless black gas spouted out, finally condensing to form a fiendish black shadow. Ha ha ha. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? The seat finally broke free. Damn humans. Be prepared to receive this seat's wrath. Yi, there are still some small fries here. Didn't expect that right after coming out. There are people taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the doorstep, to become this seat's blood feed. The black shadow emitted a low and deep voice, akin to waves of muffled thunder. The black shadow actually allowed no explanation, heading straight for Yi Yuan's direction in a surprise attack. Boom! A ball of black gas directly smashed onto everyone's bodies, smashing Yi Yuan's group of people into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha ha. I absorb.
N.
The fiend god was just planning to absorb the mass of blood mist when he suddenly discovered something amiss. Looks like I underestimated this bunch of trash to actually let this seat fall for an illusionary array imperceptibly. He playing hide and seek? This seat's mood today is excellent. I'll accompany you all to play. The fiend god surveyed the surroundings and started to find the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest. In the array formation, everyone had a lingering fear. Shang Jun was somewhat shuddering in retrospect as he said, "Brother Yi all, thanks to your array formation. Otherwise, we'd probably be killed by this fiend god in one exchange." Yi Yuan said with a grim expression, "Truly didn't expect that this fiend god can still preserve such strength after being trapped for several tens of thousands of years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Just how powerful was he at his peak period?" Although everyone avoided the fiend god's attack just now by relying on the Azura confounding formation, the might of the fiend god was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Shang Jun said. "In a while, everybody listen to my arrangement. I'll manipulate the array formation and continuously expend that fiend god's strength." Understood. Yi Yuan carried out arrangements for each person. Borrowing the truth and deception of the array formation could bring to play their strength to the limits. Boom! The fiend god demolished an illusion with an attack again. Chi! An attack came out from the void, rumbling straight for the fiend god. But the fiend god just lightly waved and directly wiped out that attack. Not having a physical body is indeed very troublesome. Looks like I still have to seize possession of a human's body first. That damn Taoist absolute heaven. He actually used the vast heaven steel to destroy my physical body. The fiend god said slowly. The surroundings continuously had Yi Yuan and company's attacks transmitting over. But these attacks could not cause any threat to the fiend god. He obliterated these attacks with a wave of his hand. Regardless whether was it Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists' attacks, or Phaseless Realm martial artists' attacks. Surging floodwaters. After a concentrated series of attacks, a peerlessly powerful attack pierced right through the void, landing heavily on the fiend god's main body. Arg! The fiend god gave a miserable cry, his body flying out backward. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Yi Yuan's plan finally succeeded. Excellent! I even thought that this guy is invincible. Turns out he will sustain injuries too. It's still Lord Black Flood Dragon's attack that's powerful. This move even, I'm scared when I see it. The fiend god suffering this attack, he will be heavily wounded if not dead. Right? Young Lord Ye's array formation is indeed miraculous, to actually be able to let attacks shuttle through the void and directly attack the fiend god's main body. The crowd of martial artists was all incredibly excited to see Blackwind's attacks succeed. But Yi Yuan said with a grave expression, "It's still early. If the fiend god is so easy to deal with, it wouldn't be a fiend god. With the strength of a major ancient power, it could only suppress him here too. How can he be so easy to take care of? Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a series of intense quaking sounds echoed. The grand array was actually shaking. Little Traz, congratulations. You've successfully infuriated this seat. Even the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array couldn't trap this seat. Just a lousy illusionary array. I want to see how many times it can withstand this seat's attacks. The fiend god's voice transmitted into each person's ears, startling everybody. Bang, bang, bang. The fiend god went seemingly insane, bombarding the grand array non-stop, and the Azura confounding formation started trembling violently under his attacks. 2. Not good. If we let him carry on attacking like this, the grand array will be breached sooner or later, Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Even the Azura confounding formation could not trap him. Luckily, this fiend god's strength was already very debilitated from being sealed for too long a time, or else he could probably destroy the Azura confounding formation with a wave of his hand. What to do, Brother Yi? Once the grand array is breached, we'll be without any barriers at all. This fiend god is truly formidable. We are probably not his match. Through a round of probing, these martial artists had long seen the fiend god's might already. Facing the fiend god head-on, they felt rather fearful just thinking about it. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, the Azura confounding formation probably can't be preserved anymore. Since that's the case, I'll let him witness the truly formidable aspect of the Azura confounding formation. Yi Yuan sent everyone out of the array formation and mustered up all of the essence energy in his body to deploy the array formation. All of a sudden, the entire grand array started flashing. Above the firmament, countless sword lights actually condensed. What? The fiend god stopped his attacks, incomparably shocked as he looked at the sword lights in the air. Within the void, there were countless virtual sword images suspended. This was the fifth stage supreme true intent Yi Yuan displayed by merging his sword intent into the Azura confounding formation and borrowing the power of the grand array. This Azura confounding formation, after Yi Yuan improved it, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the original version. Sharp swords hung high above. Even someone as powerful as the fiend god turned pale with fright too. Azura confounding formation, myriad sword piercing the heart. Kill! Yi Yuan roared. Countless long swords streaked through countless streams of flowing light in the grand array, rushing towards the all-powerful fiend god. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan himself did not have such boundless essence energy, but the grand array did. In an instant, the Azura confounding formation extracted the essence energy within all of the earth essence crystals dry. The power could be imagined. The place the fiend god stood at was immediately blasted to residue by countless streaks of sword light, stirring up clouds of dust. So powerful. Just a tier 6 grand array. This power is also too terrifying, right?
Sheng Yun muttered.
This scene was too shocking, resulting in him not thinking whether or not the fiend god was finished off right away, but astonishment at the might of the grand array. Young Lord Yi is mighty. Such a terrifying attack, there's no way that fiend god can survive, right? Ha ha ha. What bullshit, fiend god. I think it's nothing more than this, wasn't he still finished off all at once? After the shock, the martial artists were all incredibly excited. Originally thought that doomsday was arriving, didn't expect that this fiend god was merely nothing more than this. Whoosh! Yi Yuan's figure slowly landed in front of everyone, saying with a serious expression, everybody, be on guard. The fiend god isn't so easy to be disposed of. Without the grand array's protection, we're going to have a direct confrontation with him. Everyone's excited expressions could not help choking up. Even such a Terrifying attack could not kill the fiend god? This? No way, right? Whoosh! Bang! There was a blur before everyone's eyes. They had yet to recover to their senses when a dark shadow already arrived in front. A streak of black light smacked directly onto a heaven enlightenment realm. Martial artist's body. He immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was still half dubious about Yi Yuan's words, and the fiend god actually attacked again. Without the grand array's shielding, a martial artist instantly died on Yi Yuan's side. Everyone turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. The fiend god did not have the intention of following up either. He just greedily absorbed that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The fiend god's aura was actually getting strong. Without a doubt, that attack earlier proved effective. The fiend god's aura was weakened substantially compared to before, but at this time he was actually in the midst of gradually recovering. This fellow can actually absorb the essence and blood of martial artists to recover strength. Everybody be careful, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. If it was like this, Yi Yuan's side absolutely must not have casualties appear again. Or else the fiend god would grow stronger with battle. Is this guy a monster? Fully withstood such a terrifying attack and he's actually completely fine, somebody said in despair. The current fiend god was a mass of dark shadow. Only 2 eyeballs were left in his entire body that could be seen. But at this moment, the fiend god's pair of eyeballs looked towards Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, "A little interesting. A measly little tier 6 martial artist can actually injure this seat. However, even Taoist absolute heaven couldn't kill this seat. With just the likes of you, this brat, what can you do to me? All obediently become this seat's blood feed. This is your honor." Yi Yuan's expression was grim as he said, "Phaseless realm martial artists. Assist Black Wind to launch attacks. Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artists. Support with coordinated actions by the side. This guy's speed is peculiar. Be careful." Everyone slowly nodded. Their faces all had unspeakable solemnness. The might of the fiend god far exceeded their imaginations. One had to know this was still the state after the fiend god was sealed for countless years. Heh. Looks like you still won't give up hope. Forget it, this seat will fulfill your wishes. The fiend god gave a weird laugh and vanished with a whoosh. Be careful. Yi Yuan suddenly pushed a palm out, pushing away a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. A black shadow dashed right through the place he stood at. Being pushed aside by Yi Yuan, that martial artist finally recovered his senses and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. "And many thanks, young Lord Yi." That martial artist was even kind of stuttering when talking. Just now was really a very close shave. If not for Yi Yuan making a move, his outcome would already be the same as that person from before. Origin magnetic field? Couldn't tell that your tricks are really plentiful, said the fiend god, slightly surprised. Just now, it was clearly going to succeed in a moment. At the crucial juncture, it was like someone dragged him a little, making his figure drop down abruptly, stagnating that tiny bit. That was how that martial artist barely avoided his attack. First was the Azura confounding formation, then the origin magnetic field. The fiend god actually suffered 2 hidden losses in a row at the hands of a puny little tier 6 martial artist. This made him rather surprised. It's actually an origin magnetic field. Hearing the fiend god's words, everyone could not help looking at Yi Yuan in shock. This crimson afterglow young lord's methods were truly inexhaustible. With boundless realm cultivation, he could actually dance around with an existence like the fiend god. Truly remarkable. If not for Yi Yuan, probably in a single exchange, they all would be completely wiped out by the fiend god. Lord Fiend God's methods are quite a few too, being suppressed for so countless tens of thousands of years. Your strength is actually still so powerful, Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh. Looks like you still have quite a bit of understanding about this seat. That's right. If this seat is at my peak, a little finger can pinch you. All this bunch of trash to death. How could I tolerate you, this brat, to be cocky in front of this seat? A hero won't mention past glories. Lord Fiend God is not a person of this era. In the first place, better to sleep eternally in this place. Yi Yuan's face fell, killing intent overflowing instantly. The Fiend God was slightly stunned when he saw the situation and immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, since the seat came out, then it's the time of arrival for the doomsday of your human race. You, a measly little tear. 6 martial artist actually wants to kill this seat. An utter joke, don't you? Know that this seat has an undying body. Little Lord, I don't believe that there's really any undying body in this world. Today I want to give it a try and see. Black Wind, I'll coordinate with you with the origin magnetic field. Go." "Yes, master." Under Yi Yuan's command, Blackwind's body suddenly expanded several times, waving his claws as he attacked towards the Fiend God. The Fiend God was just about to evade when a bizarre force field appeared once again, delaying his figure that tiny bit. Boom! Blackwind's palm force spat, immediately slamming together with the Fiend God. The two people each retreated several steps. "Everybody attack," Yi Yuan said solemnly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were roused, each wielding a weapon and going forward. Yi Yuan interfered with the Fiend God's traces from time to time with the origin magnetic field, resulting in him being attacked in front and from the rear. For a moment, Yi Yuan's side actually firmly took the upper hand, especially Blackwind's attacks that were full of power. Even someone as powerful as the Fiend God was beaten until he screamed in pain too. "Damn it, you trash, taking advantage of when this seat is at the weakest to sneak attack. What capability does that count as?" howled the Fiend God. After the Fiend God came into being, he was supposed to be roaming unhindered in the divine realm. Who knew that when he just came out, he was beaten by a bunch of juniors until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, not to mention how aggrieving it was. "Stinking brat, you forced me." Fiend God transformation. The Fiend God suddenly shouted loudly. A vast and mighty fiendish chi suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan's group of people were caught off guard, being blasted until they scattered in all directions immediately. Poo work. This time it actually directly blasted everyone to heavy injuries. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! To actually force this seat to use the Fiend God transformation, you're prepared to experience a fate worse than death. Right? Howled the Fiend God. At this instant, the Fiend God's black shadow actually enlarged several times. The fiendish chi emitting off of his body was also vast and magnificent, teeming the entire underground cavern. The Fiend God's aura actually skyrocketed multiple times instantaneously. Why is it like this? The Fiend God's current strength has likely surpassed Tier 9, right? How can we still fight if it is like this? Sheng Yun said with a bitter smile. What skyrocketed was not just fiendish chi, but also the Fiend God's strength in itself soared instantly. He actually leaped over and reached Tier 9-1. This sort of breakthrough that did not conform to common sense seriously made people incomparably despaired. They already all suffered heavy injuries under that attack from the Fiend God just now. But the Fiend God himself had a huge increase in strength. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, he should have used some kind of method that stimulates potential. After his strength fades away, he'll probably be even weaker than before. However, Yi Yuan's words made everyone all feel a wave of despair. He did not speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. Tier 9 Fiend God, even if the Holy Lords came, it was a road that led to death. As well, let alone them, these people. Punk, you're indeed quite knowledgeable. Fiend God transformation can let this seat's strength skyrocket, but it's merely able to last for around a quarter of an hour's time. After this period of time, this seat will be even weaker than before. However, with you guys, these blood feed around this seat. We'll recover as good as new very soon. Ha ha ha. The fiend god laughed wildly. Suddenly, the fiend god put away his smile and swept a glance over everyone's faces. Who to start with first? You brat are the most troublesome. Better start with you first. The fiend god's target actually locked right onto Yi Yuan. But Black Wind blocked right in front of Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Wanna kill? Master, you must go through me first." Boom! A streak of fiendish chi attacked and actually sent Black Wind flying with one hit. The fiend god, after displaying fiend god transformation, was devastatingly powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Too strong. Black Wind was one of the strongest one among them. His strength was right on the fringe of entering Tier 9, but he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow in front of the fiend god. A little snake dares to be insolent in front of this seat too. If you evolved to become true dragon bloodline, this seat would have some fear and respect towards you. But you, this half-baked guy, is completely lacking. The fiend god snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Yi Yuan. Brat, it's your turn. A mass of fiendish chi meandered out of the fiend god's body, heading straight for Yi Yuan. He actually wanted to capture him directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Leaping, he was about to evade. The fiend god gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" That fiendish chi extended unbelievably swiftly and actually caught up to Yi Yuan in an instant, intertwining him up tightly. Bang! Yi Yuan fell heavily onto the ground. All the martial artists turned their heads over, unable to bear to look at this scene. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm, but he did not expect that he was actually going to die today at the fiend god's hands. Ha ha ha! Brat, you seem to be rather extraordinary. Killing you is such a shame. Become this seat's fiend servant. As he was talking, a trace of the fiend god's fiendish sense too invaded the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. Then in the next instant, the fiend god let out a terrified cry. Arg! It's actually an essence fire clone. Damn brat, I'm gonna kill you! The fiend god howled like a pig getting slaughtered, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on when suddenly they discovered that Yi Yuan's entire person started burning. Fierce flames traced along the fiendish chi and instantly besieged the fiend god's main body. In a wink, the fiend god actually caught on fire all over. Fiery! Burn him to death! Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out from the void bizarrely, revealing his figure. Once more, turns out that the Yi Yuan caught by the fiend god earlier was actually just one of Fiery's clones. Being burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame, the fiend god let out wretched wails shrilly. If it were ordinary essence fires, even if it was a Tier 9 essence fire, it might not cause any damage to the fiend god. But the cleansing sandal sacred flame purified all things on earth. Dealing with the fiend god, this kind of demonic thing was the most effective. But Yi Yuan knew that Fiery's level was still a little low and could not cause any substantial injury to the fiend god at all. This action, it was only in order to buy time. Wait until after the fiend god transformation's power. It would be the fiend god's hour of doom. Arg! Devil flame! Come out for me! All of a sudden, a black-colored flame actually erupted on the fiend god's body, and it started to confront the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The grade of this devil flame was clearly a great deal higher. Very soon it repelled the cleansing sandal sacred flame in its entirety. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This devil flame's degree of troublesomeness was outside of his expectations still. In order to deal with the fiend god, he could be said to have used all of his trump cards. It actually could not even accomplish delaying for a short while. The fiend god's pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, saying with a furious roar, "Brat, forcing this seat to such an extent you can be sufficiently proud. Now go to hell." With this, Yi Yuan thoroughly infuriated the fiend god. He decided to kill Yi Yuan straight away. The fiend god came in with a howl, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Facing the fiend god under the state of Tier 9, Yi Yuan was truly at the end of his rope at this moment. I didn't think that this fiend god is actually so powerful. Could it be that I can only reach this step? Yi Yuan shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness as he thought. Right at the critical moment, a powerful to the extreme saber light tore right through the void. That blinding saber light lit up the entire underground cavern with a glaring light. The power of the saber made all the martial artists feel asphyxiated. Boom! The saber light bombarded directly onto the fiend god's main body without deviation. Arg! The fiend god gave a miserable cry, flying out backward immediately. That boundless fiendish chi actually dissipated a great deal instantly. Furthermore, it gradually showed a trend of weakening. Clearly, this cut caused immense injuries to the fiend god, resulting in his fiendish chi to weaken substantially. The crowd of martial artists was struck dumb with amazement looking at this scene. The fiend god who used fiend god transformation was a true blue Tier 9 powerhouse. What kind of cut was this to actually be able to chop him until like this? Crack, crack. Everyone looked over in the direction the saber light came from and discovered a skeleton currently walking over here step by step. Everyone's faces changed. They all had an impression of this skeleton. Wasn't this that skeleton that was in a stalemate with Yi Yuan earlier? The skeleton carried a saber, slowly walked in front of the fiend god step by step and said coolly, "Jialan, long time no see. Jialan, long time no see." The skeleton's words actually had some hint of old friends meeting again. Your tyrannical saber, Xing Outyen. You actually haven't died yet. In the fiend god's words, leaked out thick astonishment. Dead? Long dead. It's just that you're not dead. So how can I dare to die? Completely? Leaving behind a wisp of remnant soul was for the sake of today. The skeleton said coolly. The fiendish chi on the fiend god's body became increasingly thinner. Clearly, that cut earlier caused tremendous injury to him. When he heard that, the fiend god said in a livid rage, "You damn ghost not being peaceful even after dying. But so what? That cut earlier was still less than 1 in 10,000 of your heyday. What can you do to me? Even absolute heaven couldn't kill me, just like the likes of you." On the skeleton's face was forever that dead person expression. There naturally would not be any changes. But he turned to Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Of course I know that I can't kill you, but absolute heaven's will. There's bound to be someone who inherits it. If you want to bring disaster upon the human race, it probably won't be that easy to accomplish." The fiend god looked at the skeleton and glanced at Yi Yuan again suddenly, letting out a roaring laugh as he said, "You aren't talking about this boy, right? He's indeed quite capable, but he's far too lacking compared to absolute heaven. Give him another 1,000 years and he also can't reach absolute heaven's height. Furthermore, do you think that I will give him 1,000 years' time to grow?" The skeleton said indifferently, "Karma is all destined. I've already returned to dust. This is no longer something I can be worried about. As for what extent he can grow to, it will depend on him." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young man, you've done very well, far exceeded my expectations. This dignified self has nothing valuable on me. With these countless years, what I've learned during my lifetime is already forgotten for the most part as well. These remaining few comprehensions will be imparted to you then." Finished talking, the skeleton extended a finger and tapped on Yi Yuan's glabella. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered, many information instantly appearing in his head. Seeing this information, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked, because this information was none other than precisely the divine inscriptions that Yi Yuan were very familiar with, except these divine inscriptions Yi Yuan was not familiar with them. There was actually not one duplicate with the ones father imparted him. But this tyrannical saber Xing Outyen's divine inscriptions were not many. There were only a scanty few several dozen words. He previously said that his memories before his death were already incomplete. It was most likely this reason. Young man, the matters hereafter will be handed to you. After saying this sentence, the skeleton no longer made a sound. A peerless powerhouse of his generation finally had even this final strand of consciousness in this world dissipate away. These countless years, what was frittered away was not just fiend god Jialan's strength, but also depleted Xing Aoyan's residual thought. Until today, he was already like a dying lamp without oil. Otherwise, there was no way he would not have any movements at all, with people secretly laying down this sacrificial altar forces. Presumably, he also knew that Jialan coming into being was already unstoppable. Hence, he held back a burst of energy to leave behind this final cut in order to severely wound Jialan. However, Yi Yuan judged that Xing Aoyan should still have the ability to unleash a saber cut. Except, this cut did not have great significance to Jia Lang. Coincidentally, he ran into the vast Heaven Steel's successor here. In the end, he chose to impart the divine inscriptions in this final trace of residual thought to Yi Yuan. Bang! The long saber in the skeleton's hand fell to the ground. His skeleton frame also fell apart thoroughly, without even a trace of essence energy on it anymore. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated expression but was filled with great respect towards Xing Aoyan. Even though it was just 2 encounters of fate, Xing Aoyan's pride and loyalty left a deep impression on him. A trace of residual thought guarded the unparalleled ancient fiend ceiling. Grand array for several tens of thousands of years. This persistence and unswerving will were not what the average person could have. And all of his actions were for the sake of the human race's righteous cause. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and gave a kowtow to Xing Aoyan's bone remains. Most respectfully, saying deferentially, "Senior, have a safe trip. Many thanks to Senior's grace of teaching. What Senior has yet to accomplish, let Yi Yuan finish it." Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly formed an incantation with his hand and put away Xing Aoyan's bone remains. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jialan and said, "Icily, fiend god Jialan, right? I know that I can't kill you now, but the taste of the cleansing sandal sacred flame, you've sampled it too. I'm going to seal you now and let fiery burn you every hour, every minute. There will come a day when I'll utterly burn you into nothingness." Jialan suffered Xing Aoyan's blow. At this time, the fiendish qi on his body was very faint, and he did not have the ability to resist Yi Yuan's sealing at all anymore. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jialan cried out shrilly, "Brat, you dare to seal this seat? Do you know what kind of existence this seat is? Let me tell you." "Hoo-hoo, do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly, but his hands already started to cast and lay down the formation. Don't. Young man, as long as you can let me go, we can become sworn brothers. I can let you possess unbelievably powerful strength. In the future, this divine realm, if there's half for me, there will be half for you. Jialan was finally afraid. The proud fiend god actually lowered his noble head to plead for mercy from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not pay any attention and was still setting up the formation and casting spells. Right at this moment, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on its end. An immense sense of danger hit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan raised his speed to the limits, fleeing from the area just now. Boom! The region Yi Yuan was standing at previously was blasted until dirt scattered everywhere at this time. TSK, this brat indeed has some skill to actually be so vigilant. We expended such a huge effort before releasing Lord Jialan. How can we allow you to seal him again? 2 black-clothed people appeared in front of Jialan. They were precisely those 2 holy followers. After the 2 of them landed, they turned to Jialan and saluted as they said, "Congratulations to Lord Jialan for descending upon the human world anew. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Turns out that it's you 2 who aided this seat too." break the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. However, why did you take so long to come? Jialan's tone suddenly changed as he said in a solemn voice. Those two holy followers hurriedly said, Lord Jialan, forgive our sins. The two of us left in order to prepare for Lord Jialan's blood feed. One of the black-clothed holy followers casually waved a hand. A bunch of martial artists appeared in front of everyone. They were precisely Wei Cheng and the others who had already left. Wei Cheng's and the others' dantians were sealed presently, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing greatly. If Jialan absorbed them as blood feed, he would probably soar greatly in strength immediately. The moment Jialan heard, he was immediately overjoyed. The black qi on his body directly extended out, engulfing a dozen over martial artists right away. Ah! Help! Young Lord Yi, help! That group of martial artists let out shrill cries and were actually begging Yi Yuan for help. But those two black-clothed men, their strengths were clearly very formidable. Even Black Wind might not be a match either, let alone him. Gulp! Gulp! The fiend god seemed to be digesting. Very soon those dozen over martial artists fell silent. Ha ha ha! Boy! Didn't you want to seal me? Bring it on! After devouring a dozen over martial artists all at once, Jialan's aura recovered considerably in no time. Yi Yuan had a solemn look. He had a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. He originally thought that bringing more people in would mean he had more helpers. He did not expect that they actually all became Jialan's blood feed. In the end, boosting the enemy's strength instead. Wei Cheng, you really are a pig. We went all out before scarcely beating the fiend god to heavy injuries. You bunch of idiots actually helped him recover so much in a short while. Shang Jun seriously could not hold it in anymore and let loose a torrent of abuse. Wei Cheng had his dantian sealed currently. His hands and legs were restricted. Completely unable to move. He did not take in Shang Jun's cursing at all. His entire person was currently trembling. A look of despair showed in his eyes once more. Earlier, the scene of Jialan gobbling up the rest, the shock it gave him was too intense. At the thought of himself about to become a meal in this fiend god's stomach, Wei Cheng's collapsed internally. Lord Fiend God, I'm willing to become a dog of yours. I beg you not to kill me. Wei Cheng struggled, kneeling down towards Jialan. Seeing this scene, Shang Jun was utterly speechless. He knew that the scolding just now was completely playing music to a pig. He seriously could not figure out how this kind of spineless moron was selected to become the young lord by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. Oh? You want to serve me as your master? Jialan slowly came in front of Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng sweat profusely and hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Fiend God. I'm willing to serve you as my master. As long as you don't kill me, you can make me do anything. Wei Cheng, you're the young lord selected personally by the Holy Lord. What kind of price did the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land expended in order to groom you? You actually dare betray the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land now? Shouted a Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's elder. He reproached Wei Cheng with boundless rage. But Wei Cheng said without any shame, Fine birds select their roosts. Lord Fiend God is an existence who's going to unify the divine realm. What difference is there in me following Lord Fiend God and being at the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land? You! That elder was angered by Wei Cheng's shamelessness until he shook all over. But his essence energy was sealed and completely could not do anything to Wei Cheng. Ha ha ha. Good that you have this heart. I'll give you an opportunity. Capture this punk for me, and I'll naturally take you in to be my fiend servant. Jialan said with a big laugh. Wei Cheng was overjoyed and kowtowed to Jialan fervently as he said, Thank you, Lord Fiend God. Thank you, Lord Fiend God. Remove the seal on his body. Jialan said to the two holy followers. The two holy followers nodded their heads to acknowledge his instruction and cast a spell to remove the seal on Wei Cheng's body. Recovering his freedom, Wei Cheng's face made people abhor even more. He slowly arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Yi Yuan, didn't expect it, right? You finally still landed in my hands. Today I'll make you die very horribly. Without that black flood dragon's help, I see how you still swagger before others." Prior to this, Black Wind was also wounded considerably under Jialan's blow. At this time, there were another two holy followers glaring like ravening tigers by the side. They would not give him the opportunity to make a move at all. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to face the 9th level Heaven Enlightenment Wei Cheng. All alone. Master! As the servant, Black Wind obviously could not passively watch Yi Yuan get captured. "Don't come over. Dealing with this kind of shameless guy, it's enough by myself," Yi Yuan said very disdainfully. "Ha ha ha. Truly shameless boasting. I want to see how you'll deal with me." Wei Cheng laughed wildly and said, "Humph. Wouldn't you know if you come to try it out yourself?" Yi Yuan said, scornfully. "Reckless, blind thing. Prepare tudi." Wei Cheng was fiercely triggered by Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's talent and capabilities made him jealous until he wanted to go crazy. With the formidable power of Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Wei Cheng attacked towards Yi Yuan. Wei Cheng's strength could not be said to not be strong. Unleashing it in full power at this time, it actually gave people a feeling of peerlessness. Fiery. Boom! What made everyone's jaws drop was that this powerful blow of Wei Cheng's had yet to touch Yi Yuan, and he actually flew out backward. An intense explosion sound rang out of the void in front of Wei Cheng, blasting him flying immediately. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already an additional youth.
Beside Yi Yuan.
How could it be but Fiery? All along, Fiery was always one of Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Unless forced to, Yi Yuan would not expose Fiery in front of people. But today's situation was too difficult to handle. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to let out Fiery's main body. Fiery had been cultivating in the vast heaven pagoda all along and had long broken through to Tier 7. Currently, he was already a middle stage Tier 7. Essence Fire. Adding in the fire-controlling art Yi Yuan imparted, Fiery's combat power was right on the brink of late-stage Tier 7. Just now, Fiery suddenly sneak-attacked Wei Cheng. Caught unprepared, Wei Cheng was directly blasted flying out. Wei Cheng crawled to his feet with a grunt and was just about to hurl all kinds of abuse when a figure already arrived in front of him. It was precisely
Yi Yuan.
What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. How could he give him the chance to catch his breath? His and Fiery's cultivation realms both could not compare with Wei Cheng's. Only by seizing the initiative could there be chances of victory. Although Wei Cheng's cultivation realm was high, his fleshy body was more than a grade lower than Yi Yuan's. Bang! A firm and solid punch smashed right onto Wei Cheng's body. If not for Wei Cheng's protective essence energy being too strong, this punch would absolutely blow up his fleshy body. Even so, he was still smashed flying out by Yi Yuan. Detonate! Fiery was long awaiting eagerly for battle already, controlling the cleansing Sandal's sacred flame behind Wei Cheng. It was another violent explosion. Wei Cheng's figure had yet to retreat a few steps when he was actually blasted. Back to Yi Yuan's side. Fiery catch well. Another sturdy punch smashed Wei Cheng toward Fiery. Fiery's figure appeared behind Wei Cheng again bizarrely. Throwing out his palm, it was another intense explosion. Just like this, Wei Cheng was treated as a human sandbag by Yi Yuan. Beating back and forth non-stop. It was incredibly wretchful. Seeing this odd scene, everyone was staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Was Yi Yuan really a boundless realm martial artist? This kind of strength was simply too heaven-defying. That youth is an essence fire. My God, Brother Yi actually has a Tier 7 essence fire that gave birth to a primordial spirit. This kind of lucky encounter is simply heaven-defying. Shengjun was long blank from staring. Young Lord is absolutely a person with a great destiny. I truly didn't expect that he actually still has such a trump card. Wu Xiyuan muttered under his breath too. This boy, just what origins does he have? His trump cards follow one after another simply without an end. Not only does he possess a Tier 7 primordial spirit, true dragon body, 5th stage supreme true intent. However, it's all too perfect to be my new fleshy body. Heh. The corners of Jia Lan's mouth smiled strangely, and he vanished with a whoosh. Yi Yuan and Wei Cheng were in the midst of fierce fighting. Suddenly he felt his eyes blur. A stream of black qi tunneled right into his body. Yi Yuan's body turned stiff abruptly, while Wei Cheng's body directly flew out, far away. Brother Yi, young lord, big brother. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw this scene. The current Yi Yuan was swathed by a cloud of black qi all over his body. His entire person seemingly controlled by something, frozen stiff there. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. To be selected by Lord Jialan as his new fleshy body, it's his honor too, said a holy follower. And this brat's fleshy body realm is even higher than his essence energy. Cultivation realm. Furthermore, his methods emerge in endless streams. It is indeed conforming to Lord Jialan's requirement. It's just that his cultivation realm is a little too low. The other holy follower said. Cultivation realm is not an issue to Lord Jialan. Right now, Lord Jialan has already broken free and found a suitable fleshy body too. In a few years' time, he'll recover to his peak state. The two people did not seem to be surprised about Jialan choosing Yi Yuan to be his new fleshy body. They all saw Yi Yuan's battle earlier. He was indeed most suited for Jialan. When the group of martial artists saw this scene, their eyes were filled with despair. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became their backbone. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation was the lowest among them, his means emerged ceaselessly. Even such a powerful existence like Jialan suffered losses at his hands repeatedly. Without any doubt, if there was anyone able to help them defeat the fiend god, that was only Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan was actually seized to be possessed. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Shengjun shut his eyes painfully. Regarding what was about to happen next, he already did not need to think anymore. But right then, a cloud of black qi suddenly flew out from within Yi Yuan's body. Ah! Soul-suppressing pearl. It's actually the soul-suppressing pearl. How can this brat have such a thing? The fiend god shrieked as if seeing something terrifying. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Jialan's current state was actually even weaker than before he seized possession. Clearly, he suffered heavy injuries. Once more during this period of time that he was seizing possession. With a swoosh, Jialan actually tunneled into Wei Cheng's body directly. Just a slight struggle for a short while and Wei Cheng did not move anymore. Everyone did not expect that Jialan actually chose Wei Cheng as the target for possession in the end. The pitiful cloud watchtower Holy Land's young lord was obliterated by fiend god Jialan just like that. He abruptly raised his head. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was actually filled with fear. A fiend god of his generation actually experiencing fear towards Yi Yuan. And currently, Yi Yuan actually fell into a slumber after Jialan's possession. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone had not figured out what on earth happened. But one thing was certain, Jialan failed to take possession of Yi Yuan. The current Wei Cheng was already no longer Wei Cheng. It was fiend god Jialan. He looked at the Yi Yuan who had fallen into a slumber with an expression as dark as water and a conflicted look. Suddenly, he released powerful fiendish qi once more, directly devouring all of the several dozen martial artists that those two holy followers controlled. But this time, his recovery was not as quick as last time. Damn it! Being severely wounded by the soul-suppressing pearl, wanting to recover my strength this time will have to expend even more effort. Luckily, That brat is unable to control the soul-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, I would really fail miserably at a simple task this time. The two of you kill this brat for me. This boy has the soul-suppressing pearl. We absolutely can't let him walk out alive. Jialan's words were said to the two holy followers. Those two holy followers clearly had baffled looks too and did not know what happened at all. Although they did not know what the soul-suppressing pearl was to be able to severely wound fiend god Jialan. It was clearly some incredible thing. Hearing Jialan's order, the two people's hearts went cold. Yi Yuan could actually even seriously injure Jialan. The two of them were really quite fearful now. Don't worry. That boy's divine soul suffered a serious injury from me just now and has already thoroughly fallen unconscious, without any strength to retaliate anymore. Now is precisely the opportune moment to kill him, Jialan also urged when he saw that the two people were somewhat hesitant. Hearing Jialan's words, the two people calmed down slightly in their hearts. Their figures moved and attacked Yi Yuan. Don't think about harming Master. Even though Black Wind was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he used the last bit of strength at this time too, wanting to stop the two. But these two people's strengths were too powerful. The already severely injured Black Wind was clearly not the duo's match. Black Wind knew that these two people were very powerful and was already prepared to die. But right then, an enormous pagoda dropped from the sky, directly crushing the two holy followers into pancakes with a momentum as swift as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. When Black Wind saw the situation, he was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Throne. Many thanks to Lord Throne for lending a helping hand." A black-robed person appeared in front of everyone. Who could it be if not Longting? Looking at this huge pagoda that suddenly appeared, Jialan's eyes became wide. Saucers.
Vastheffen stelen.
It's the aura of the vast heaven steel. This. Jialan felt like his brain was a little lacking to comprehend it. He never would have thought that on the first day he came out of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Not only was he severely wounded by the legendary soul-suppressing pearl, he even saw the vast heaven steel which suppressed him back then. Even though he had never seen before this vast heaven pagoda in front of him, the vast heaven steel's aura, he recognized it at a glance.
Fiengu Jialan. Rat?
To actually dare have designs on Yi Yuan. Today, I'll use this vast heaven pagoda to kill you. Long Tongue's cold voice transmitted out from the black robes. Jialan's expression changed several times. His figure abruptly burst out, and actually ran frantically over towards the entrance of the cave, virtually vanishing from everyone's sights in a blink of an eye. After Jialan left, the Long Tongue within the black robes also slightly spat a mouthful of turbid air, seemingly breathing out a sigh of relief. This series of unforeseen events happened too abruptly, making it too much for Shang Jun and Wu Siyuan they all to take in. Until now, they also had not figured out what was going on. But this black-robed person in front of them saving them was an indisputable fact. Shang Jun led the remaining few people, hurriedly came forward to give a bow to Long Tongue, and said, "Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Please, accept a bow from Shang Jun. And the events that happened here today, you all had best forget all of it. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Long Tongue said coldly. Shang Jun and the others, their hearts went cold. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Senior. Even if I die, this junior won't say a single word." "All right, you guys can go already," Long Tongue said indifferently. Shang Jun was stunned and said somewhat hesitantly, "Then Brother Yi Yuan naturally have this old man to keep an eye on. You guys just leave." Long Tongue already said it until like this, Shang Jun they all naturally did not dare to defy. Giving another bow to Long Tongue they left. Even though they were unclear about the origins of this black-robed person, his relationship with Yi Yuan was clearly very close. With such a powerful Existence like this guarding Yi Yuan should be fine. But Shang Jun looked at his group of people and also had a bitter look. When coming in, it was in a mighty formation of over 100 people. Now, there was only around 10 left. The losses actually exceeded 90%. But he also knew that, if not for Yi Yuan, they would probably be completely wiped out long ago. Cough, cough, cough. After everyone left the underground cave, Long Tongue suddenly started coughing. Violently, Blackwind's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Throne, you." Long Tongue waved his hand and gasped for air as he said, forcefully deploying. "The vast heaven pagoda greatly damaged my vitality. If that fiend god Jialan didn't leave, I would really be helpless against him." Turns out that earlier Long Tongue cutting down the two holy followers with the momentum of a thunderbolt was just for the sake of scaring away Jialan. And he himself merely just had the power of one attack. The composure from before was all feigned. Blackwind still found it odd previously. Since Long Tongue had such formidable strength, why didn't he come out earlier? Looks like deploying this vast heaven pagoda was also an immense burden on Long Tongue. Lord Throne is master. Okay? Looking at the unconscious Yi Yuan, Blackwind said worriedly. Long Tongue's brows furrowed and he shook his head and said, "I can't tell, either. Maybe he can wake up, maybe he'll never wake up again." Sigh. Earlier, Fiend God Jialan's actions were too swift. Even I didn't react to it. As well, Jialan's fiendish sense was too powerful, virtually tearing Yi Yuan's divine soul into shreds instantly. Blackwind's expression changed as he said, "What? His divine soul was torn into shreds? Doesn't that mean that Master is already a dead man now?" Long Tongue hesitated for a moment before saying, "Logically speaking, it's indeed so, but I don't know why Yi Yuan's torn-up divine soul did not dissipate, but it retained a hint of life force without extinguishing. That Lan also said before previously, Yi Yuan obtained a soul-suppressing pearl. Looks like it's some incredible treasure. Perhaps that soul-suppressing pearl really can bring Yi Yuan back to life, who knows?" Talking until here, he was secretly alarmed too. From the endless world to the divine realm, Long Tongue already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and had always been observing Yi Yuan in the dark. He thought he already knew Yi Yuan like the back of his palm. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan actually still had many secrets on him which he did not know. Long Tongue boasted of having extensive knowledge and experience, but this, whatever soul-suppressing pearl, it was still his first time hearing of it. A thing which even Fiend God Jialan was extremely fearful of was bound to not be an ordinary item. Then, when will Master wake up? Blackwind calmed down slightly in his heart, but he still asked worriedly. Now that is uncertain. Maybe 3 days, maybe a month, maybe he'll never wake up again. But Yi Yuan is a person possessing great destiny. He shouldn't die young. This place should already have no dangers. You keep guard over him. Long Tongue heaved a sigh and said. Finished talking, Long Tongue leaped and entered inside the vast heaven pagoda, while the vast heaven pagoda became small once more and entered inside Yi Yuan's body. In a wink, 2 months passed. From the White Valiant region's 7 great holy lands, there were 6 young lords who perished in the boneyard. This caused a massive upheaval in the White Valiant region. Through the soaring Rainbow Holy Land and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, too. Great Holy Land's exaggeration, the boneyard already became the White Valiant region's restricted area. Nobody dared to step foot in it anymore. In fact, the one who suffered the greatest loss was probably the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tuyu finally managed to find a successor. Now his life and death were uncertain. This was a tremendous blow to him. 2 months without news, clearly, hope for Yi Yuan to return alive was already very bleak. Tuyu already did not have many good years left. This period of time he could be said to pass each day as if it were a year. Every day was spent in the midst of torment. On this day he seriously could not sit still anymore and finally went to get Chun-Chi. Chun-Chin. I plan on making a trip to the boneyard to investigate what's going on. Even though Wu Xiyuan repeatedly said that I can't go down, not going to. Take a look at Yi Yuan's fate. I still can't set my mind at ease. To you, said. Chun Qin's face revealed a complicated expression. About Tu Yu's condition, he saw it clearly too, but he was at a loss on what to do. These 2 months, Tu Yu's entire person aged considerably again. At this rate, Chun Qin reckoned that it would be very hard for Tu Yu to even make it through next year. Chun Qin took it into his sights, was anxious in his heart, but could not do anything at all. Holy Lord, Wu Xiyuan said before, there's a senior with unfathomable strength.
Guarding Ye Yuan.
Should be fine, right? He exhorted over and over again. That senior forbade people from going to the boneyard. Holy Lord going there. What if you offend him? What to do then? Chun Qin said. I don't care anymore. At most, just kill me and be done with it. This body of mine already can't last for much longer. Finally managed to find Yi Yuan, this fine sapling. I'm not reconciled to it. Tu Yu said. Chun Qi was helpless and could only say, Holy Lord, I'll go. This crimson Afterglow Holy Land still needs Holy Lord to take charge of the overall situation. But Tu Yu said firmly, no, this time, I'll go personally. With my current condition, I can't last for much longer anymore. If I die, then I die, no big deal. After I'm gone, this crimson Afterglow Holy Land will temporarily be administered by you. Understood. Holy Lord, Chun Qin said anxiously. Tu Yu waved a hand and said, my will is set. No need to say any more. Finished talking, Tu Yu prepared to get up and leave. Right at this time, a voice transmitted throughout the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's members, listen up. I limit you all to hand over Yi Yuan within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Tu Yu and Chun Qin exchanged glances, both seeing the serious looks in the other party's eyes. The person outside is clearly threatening us, making no attempt to conceal his strength in the slightest. The arrival strength is so strong, likely 3rd level Dao profound strength. Tu Yu said solemnly. Chun Qin frowned and said, when did Yi Yuan provoke such a powerful enemy? This kind of adversary, our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land isn't a match at all. Holy Lord, what should we do? 10. The powerhouse outside already started counting down. Tu Yu looked up and heaved a long sigh as he said, could it be that the heaven wants my Crimson Afterglow dead? Holy Lord, we'd better go out and take a look first. Perhaps there's still room for maneuver. Chun Qin said. Tu Yu nodded slightly and said, there's only this as well. Facing such an expert, the two people did not dare to dawdle. This time, Tu Yu personally took the field. Tu Yu flew into the air, but he discovered that the enemy only had 2 people. He slightly breathed out a sigh in relief inwardly too. One was a middle-aged man. This person's strength was unfathomable. It was that 3rd level Dao profound powerhouse, while the other was a young man, also 9th level phaseless realm. I wonder how did Yi Yuan offend my lords? I'll offer an apology on his behalf. To you gentlemen, is that good? To you this Dao profound realm expert already lowered his attitude very low. A large group of martial artists already gathered outside at this time, each and every one with an appearance as if facing a great enemy. But when they saw Tu Yu, they were stupefied. Isn't that the Holy Lord? Why is he like this? No way, right? That old man at the end of his life is really Holy Lord too. You? How is this possible? Turns out the rumors were true. Even though Holy Lord Tu Yu is still around, he is already not far from passing away while in meditation. When the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists saw Tu Yu, they all did not dare to believe their own eyes. However, that young man did not care so much. He just nonchalantly said one sentence. Not good. Zhou Yu, what are you still stoning there for? Continue counting down. After 10 breaths, if I don't see Yi Yuan, You all will have to be buried with him. No, wait. Another breath of time passed just now. It should be 8 breaths. The young man said coldly. This young man was none other than precisely the Zhou Yan who came all the way here. Zhou Yan's attitude was overbearing right now, not giving Tuyu a chance to speak at all. His objective was very simple, that was in order to capture Yi Yuan. Tuyu's expression was very ugly. His attitude was already placed subserviently, but the other party did not go for it in the slightest. His appearance clearly already utterly shattered the false impression that he constructed for many years, but right now was already the crimson afterglows. Most critical moment, Tuyu could not care that much anymore. Tuyu gritted his teeth and said, "Not hiding from this little brother, but Yi Yuan isn't in the Holy Land at the moment." 7. Zhou Yu still counted down unhurriedly. Zhou Yan darted Tuyu an indifferent glance and said with a cold smile, "Holy Land? A first-level Tao profound on the verge of death also dares to call this place a holy land? Heh, whether he's here or not, I don't care. I only know that he is your place's young lord. Finding you guys is definitely not wrong. Also, little brother is not what you can call." Tuyu's face fell, angered by Zhou Yan until his entire body trembled. This Zhou Yan was completely unreasonable. Yi Yuan's life and death was uncertain right now. Where on earth would he go to find Yi Yuan? Even if Yi Yuan were really here, he would not hand Yi Yuan over either. But this Zhou Yan was too unbridled, thinking nothing of the crimson afterglow, Holy Land at all, pushing others too far. Do you think that by bringing a third-level Tao, profound expert here, this emperor will really be scared of you? Humph! We won't hand Yi Yuan over. If you really want to pester unreasonably, this old man will cut you down right here even if I risk my life too. Zhou Yan was clearly not giving Crimson Afterglow a way out. Tuyu finally exploded. Although he was already an expiring lamp without oil at present, using all of his power, cutting down a phaseless realm martial artist was still achievable, even if the other party brought along a third-level Tao profound realm powerhouse. Zhou Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and gave Tuyu a disdainful look as he laughed. "Oh? With just the likes of you, an old fellow halfway buried into the dirt, you dare to talk drivel too? Hoo-hoo, fine, this young master will give you this opportunity. If you can touch me even a little, what's the harm if sparing you all?" Tuyu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Are you challenging me one-on-one here? Dealing with trash like you, how is there a need for Zhou Yu to take action? If not for the sake of making provisions for contingencies, I wouldn't even bring Zhou Yu here." Zhou Yan said nonchalantly, his words filled with contempt towards the crimson afterglow Holy Land. "You're the one who said it." Although Tuyu was very displeased with Zhou Yan's disdain, this guy's arrogance gave the crimson afterglow Holy Land a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Tuyu sent a palm straight towards Zhou Yan. The seemingly ordinary palm encompassed the might of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was crushing towards Zhou Yan. This was a strength of a Tao profound realm powerhouse. They did not need to deliberately maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Each and every move encompassed the strength of heavenly Tao. In this present era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, Tao profound realm was hailed as the realm closest to heavenly Tao. Even if it was a first-level Tao profound, their strength was terrifyingly powerful too. I thought what ultimate move there was. Turns out it's such a move. Wasting this young master's time. Break for me. Zhou Yan just stood where he was, both eyes glaring. The air in front of Tuyu suddenly exploded, emitting extremely scorching power. Tuyu was taken by surprise and hit flying out directly by this attack. Poo work. Tuyu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The death chi on his body was getting increasingly heavier, virtually possible to lose his life at any moment. He was originally an expiring lamp without oil already, and he could not maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Forcefully taking action, he already brought out the last trace of vitality. In his state, even just moving would make vitality flow away, let alone attacking with such great intensity like this. Even if he could cross this hurdle today, you probably could not survive past half a year either. Receiving this blow, Yu's expression changed dramatically and he said, "It's actually an ocular art, furthermore, the power of flames. You're people of Vast Sun City. What? They are actually Great Xiang region's Vast Sun City's people. That's it. Rank 1 Holy Land. This isn't young Lord an Ascender? How did he provoke Vast Sun City, this kind of Leviathan? It's over, this time. It's utterly over. With Vast Sun City's strength, we wouldn't even be sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth.
No wonder.
This youth is so arrogant. Turns out that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Great Xiang region's Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City were two distinguishable, both renowned throughout the divine realm for rarely seen ocular arts. Practically no one did not know these two great cities. In front of a rank 1 holy land like this, Crimson Afterglow was completely lacking. Heh, you old man's strength is lacking, but you have some experience and knowledge. That's right, we came precisely from Vast Sun City. If you don't want Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Tao teachings to be eradicated, I advise that you guys better hand Yi Yuan over. Zhou Yan said smugly. Yu shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, he really isn't in the Holy Land. Forgive this old man for not being able to hand him over. Zhou Yan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like you want to use the entire Crimson Afterglow to be buried together with him. Forget it, this young master will fulfill your wishes. At this point, Yu did not have any more thoughts of getting lucky either. Although he did not know how Yi Yuan offended Zhou Yan's hatred towards Yi Yuan, he could feel it distinctly. This grievance of Zhou Yan's was probably not that easy to resolve. Crimson Afterglow's people, listen up. Today, Crimson Afterglow has encountered a foreign enemy. This old man beseeches everybody in the name of the Holy Lord. Unity of will is like a fortress. Repel the foreign enemy. You suddenly said to everyone in a clear voice. This shout was to have a last-ditch battle. For so many years, Yu managed Crimson Afterglow firmly like a metal bucket. Even though he had not shown face for many years, his prestige was still there. Adding in Zhou Yan's merciless tone, everyone was already long aware in their hearts that there was no way to escape by sheer luck. So they flashed their weapons one after another, planning on taking a final plunge. Seeing this kind of situation, Zhou Yan's expression was as dark as water. He did not expect that this lousy rank 9 Holy Land would actually rather the whole army be completely annihilated and also not be willing to hand over a young lord who had just ascended not long ago. What capabilities did Yi Yuan have? Why did everyone all want to revolve around him? The present Zhou Yan was already on the brink of rampaging. He snapped, bunch of thick-headed things. Since you guys are seeking death, then this young master will send you on your way. Zhou Yu, kill for me. Don't leave even a fragment of armor behind. Yes, young master. After Zhou Yu voiced his assent, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire Holy Land. Third-level Tao profound strength was exhibited without holding back in the slightest. Mighty heaven vast sun palm. Zhou Yu stood in the air and smacked a palm down, only to see an enormous palm, formed from flames slap downwards directly. This enormous palm was seemingly an apocalyptic divine palm to Crimson Afterglow. That horrifying energy undulation made everyone give up all hope. Within Tao Profound Realm, one world. Zhou Yu's third-level Tao Profound was more than a level stronger compared to Yu's first-level Tao Profound. It was nothing difficult for one Zhou Yu to sweep across the entire White Valiant region. Furthermore, Vast Sun City's martial techniques were all fire attribute martial techniques with extremely powerful destructive powers. This mighty heaven vast sun palm being unleashed was truly akin to an apocalyptic palm. If this palm landed, there was bound to be countless casualties. Tu shut his eyes painfully, not daring to look at the subsequent scene. The disparity was too great, disregarding that he was already a dying lamp. Without oil now, even when he was at his prime, he was worlds apart from Zhou. You too. Zhou Yan looked at the ants below the enormous palm with a cold smile, feeling delighted inwardly. To dare oppose this young master, this is your outcome. Just as he was going to see the flesh and blood of everyone under the huge palm flying in all directions, his eyes suddenly became wide circles. That enormous palm actually gradually became faint under his eyes, finally dissipating into nothing. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he swiveled his head in 4 directions as he said, "Who's sneaking around furtively? Scram out here for this young master." Slap. A hand slapped over from inside the void, directly hitting Zhou Yan until he somersaulted in the air. To dare speak impertinently to this seat, is this how Zhou Jia taught you? A cold voice sounded out, able to let people discern that there was that hint of sullen anger in his words. Zhou Yan flew out 10,000 feet away in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Reaching his hand towards his face and touching, he discovered that his face was clearly already badly swollen. Although he clearly knew that the other party already showed mercy, his fury still towered into the clouds. Since the other party knew to pull his punches, that meant he was wary of Vast Sun City. Since that was the case, what was he still afraid of? Insolent thing. To actually dare attack this young master. I think that you're tired of. Zhou Yan's words had yet to finish when Zhou Yu arrived at his side with a flash and hurriedly covered his mouth up. Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. This subordinate is absolutely not a match. We mustn't readily provoke. Zhou Yu hurriedly said. A disaster was brought about from careless talk. This mysterious person, concealed within the void, he could not discern his position at all. That slap. Earlier, he completely did not know how the other party took action. This level of strength, Zhou Yu knew that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the other party said Zhou Jia's name the moment he opened his mouth. He was probably at least a character on the same level as family head too. Zhou Yan was burning with rage at this time. How could he still listen? He exerted his strength to shake off Zhou Yu's hand and roared. What are you scared of? I don't believe that there's really someone who dares to kill Vast Sun City's young lord today. Cowardly rat, listen up for this young master. If you don't kill this young master today, you're a wuss. When that person within the void heard this, he fell silent. Zhou Yan even thought that the other party was scared and laughed even more, unbridled as he said, Ha ha ha, I knew you don't have the guts. Really a pansy. If you don't dare to make a move, then get lost quickly for this father of yours. Zhou Yan was looking at the side, wishing that he could go up and beat Zhou Yan down. This young master was too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In this divine realm, although forces stronger than Vast Sun City were not many, they were not few either. This person hidden in the void was definitely an expert of a region. Even if he really was somewhat apprehensive of Vast Sun City, he might really harden his heart and kill after hearing these words. At that time, who would he find to reason things out? All of a sudden, Zhou Yan's words were directly stuck at his throat, his pair of eyes becoming round as balls. At this instant, it was as if his heart had stopped. An immense sense of danger hovered around him. Zhou Yan's entire person was bound up by some kind of inexplicable energy. He could not even breathe. He did not doubt in the slightest that as long as the other party was willing, he could kill him at any time. Zhou Yu's expression changed drastically by the side. He was clearly standing by Zhou Yan's side, but he was completely unable to get rid of the shackling forces in this space. This person's strength was too terrifying. In his desperation, Zhou Yu directly knelt down in the air and said with clasped hands, Senior, please calm your anger. My family's young master is young and ignorant, and he offended Senior. Zhou Yu offers an apology to you. On his behalf. Senior, please let my family's young master off on account of family head. Humph. If not for this seat having some friendship with Zhou Jia with his words, this seat would definitely exterminate your vast Sun City. The person in the void said with a cold snort. Hearing these words, Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. Looks like they provoked a terrifying existence today. From the other party's tone, one could discern that he did not attach any importance to vast Sun City at all. Zhou Yan even provoked him like that. What difference was there from seeking death? Senior, please calm your anger. Zhou Yu had no means and could only kowtow vigorously. You, a retainer, are somewhat loyal, but he offended this seat. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. The moment his voice faded, it was as if Zhou Yan suffered some kind of heavy blow. His entire person suddenly convulsed, then he toppled down stiffly. Zhou Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly supported Zhou Yan. Senior, this. Get lost. If Zhou Jia feels like challenging me, let him come find me, said the person in the void as he snorted coldly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he fled, carrying Zhou Yan at a splitting pace. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands people were long dazed from watching. This mysterious person's strength was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the other party's tone, he did not even place the rank 1 Holy Land, vast Sun City, in his sights. It was just that all of them were rather curious why this mysterious person would take action to save the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Seeing Zhou Yu retreat, Tu Yu hurriedly brought Chun Qin and the rest to prostrate themselves on the ground towards the void and said, Tu Yu represents everyone in the Crimson Afterglow to give thanks for Senior's life, saving grace. If Senior has any instruction, feel free to instruct us. Tu Yu was a clever man too. The other party definitely would not take action to help the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for no reason at all. This kind of existence, the Crimson Afterglow would not enter the other party's arcane sights at all. That person in the void was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, You're on the verge of dying and can at most only live for half a year's time. Looks like that guy finding me to refine the 9-yang spring restoring pill was probably in order to refine for you. Take it. Consuming this pill, it will naturally help you to extend your longevity by 300 years. A medicinal pill flew out from within the void and arrived right in front of Tu Yu. Tu Yu was actually somewhat absent-minded for a moment as he held this medicinal pill. 9-yang spring restoring pill. This was the 9-yang spring restoring pill. What kind of character would actually refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill for him? This mysterious person in front of him was definitely at the Divine King realm, without any doubt. But what kind of person could request the other party to refine such a Tier 9 medicinal pill? Tu Yu was very clear that this 9-yang spring restoring pill, even ordinary alchemy emperors could not refine it either. To be able to refine it, they were all characters who had reached the peak of perfection in alchemy. Chun Qin saw Tu Yu in a daze and promptly nudged him a bit. Tu Yu came back to his sense and hurriedly knelt down to give thanks. Senior's great kindness. Tu Yu will never forget it. No need to thank me. Better thank that boy called Yi Yuan. For me to refine this pill on his behalf is also considered returning him a favor. Forget it. Looks like he really isn't here. Since there's no luck to meet today, I'll save it for the future. When these words were said, there was no longer any sound in the void. That mysterious person clearly left already. In the Holy Hall, all of the Crimson Afterglow's elders were shockingly present. Inside the Holy Hall at present was dead silent. Each and every one of them did not know how to start talking. Too many things happened today. Everyone had yet to digest it. Finally, it was still Tu Yu who was the first to speak up. Gentlemen, these few years, this emperor was also compelled against my will To linger on with my final breath of life until today. It's just that didn't expect Yi Yuan could actually invite such a major power to specially refine a 9-yang spring restoring pill for this emperor. Honestly speaking, I don't know what to say right now as well. Tuyu was indeed very complicated in his heart. His original intent was to groom Yi Yuan to take over. But little did he think that Yi Yuan actually secretly requested that level of existence to refine the 9-yang spring restoring pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill for him. This favor was owed too great. Even throwing in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not match this medicinal pill's value either. Yi Yuan was clearly just a lower realm martial artist who had ascended not long ago. His cultivation realm was merely boundless realm. But he actually had enemies like the vast Sun City and also had friends like that mysterious person. This level of connections was completely not what a rank 9 Holy Land like the Crimson Afterglow could stick a foot in. Putting aside that Zhou Yan only brought along Zhou Yu, even if Zhou Yan came by himself, eradicating the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also plenty to spare. Tao Profound versus Phaseless indeed had an overwhelming advantage. But this kind of advantage was not absolute. To Zhou Yan, this level of genius, he could rely on powerful concepts. Comprehension to heaven-defyingly defeat a first-level Tao Profound. Moreover, the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, this kind of ocular arts lethality, was extremely formidable. Crossing realms to battle was even more like having common meal. These made Yi Yuan's identity become even more mysterious. Making Yi Yuan become the Crimson Afterglow's young lord seemed to have become a joke, because Yi Yuan was someone on a completely different level from them. When Chun Qin saw the situation, he hastily said the reason for Tuyu's great loss in longevity. Everyone felt lingering fear after hearing it too. But after Wu Siyuan heard it, his expression changed drastically and said, "Holy followers, we ran into 2 very powerful opponents in the boneyard. They called themselves holy followers." Tuyu's expression changed. He did not think that such an incident even happened before in the boneyard. After Wu Siyuan returned, he always had carefully avoided mentioning the boneyard matters. This was still his first time opening his mouth to mention about the matters that happened underground. It was just that Tuyu never thought that Wu Siyuan actually ran into holy followers at the boneyard. Furthermore, it was 2 at once. What? You guys ran into 2 holy followers? No wonder the casualties were so severe. It's just that those holy followers all had extremely formidable strength. You guys, how did you guys escape? Tuyu said in puzzlement. He himself had exchanged blows with a holy follower before and was naturally aware of a holy follower's prowess. If not for the Crimson Afterglow's forbidden art being powerful, he would have long been killed by the other party already. Even so, Tuyu still lost the Crimson Afterglow's most valuable treasure before considering it spending money to get rid of a calamity. They were killed by Yi Yuan. Wu Siyuan ruminated for a moment before saying, "What did you say? The 2 holy follower were both killed by Yi Yuan? How is that possible?" Tuyu said in disbelief. "Holy Lord, the specific circumstances, I can't tell you. Otherwise, the entire Crimson Afterglow might suffer a disastrous calamity," Wu Siyuan said, with a frown. That black-clothed person's might. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Pagoda, slaying 2 holy follower experts. Too powerful. Long Tongue's warning was still ringing in his ears. If this matter was divulged, Long Tongue might really do away with witnesses to prevent divulgence of one's secrets. Even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was out of the question. Tuyu's expression turned apprehensive. The matters that happened in the boneyard was clearly even more complicated than he imagined. He nodded his head straight away and said, "Forget it. This emperor won't make things difficult for you either. Hopefully Yi Yuan will be blessed by heaven and can return safe and sound." A year's time passed in a twinkle, but to Yi Yuan it was an extremely drawn out process. He felt like he had a very, very long dream. He walked in the dark, walked and walked, but forever could not walk to the end. Where am I? Seems like my divine soul is being restrained. My divine soul was clearly already torn to shreds by fiend god Jialan. Why is it still well? Right now? Could it be? I'm already dead. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. This question he thought for very long in this dark space but failed to find an answer. Yi Yuan could not figure it out right now, whether he was alive or dead. Ugh! Finally came. This will suppression seems to be getting stronger and stronger. In this darkness, the only thing that made Yi Yuan feel like he existed was this will suppression. At set intervals, he would be devastated by this will suppression once. This kind of devastation practically made him had a breakdown. But in this darkness without any hope, his breakdown meant nothing at all. Because Yi Yuan did not even know whether he was alive or dead right now. This incomprehensible will suppression was even many times more powerful than that azure dragon will Yi Yuan cut down in the past. Yi Yuan was wrecked, utterly dog-tired by him each time before that will would suddenly disappear as if it had never appeared before. From the very beginning 100 breaths of time to later a quarter of an hour, 2 hours, then to the current half a day, Yi Yuan felt that he was in the midst of continuously strengthening. That will was akin to great waves washing away the sand, continuously scouring Yi Yuan's nerves, making him wish that he was dead. That sort of feeling was seriously too overwhelmingly depressing. But right now, Yi Yuan was already thoroughly numb towards this sort of feeling. His endurance was goodness knows how many times stronger compared to when it just started. Oh, finally passed. Am I kind of asking for it a little right now? Do I feel somewhat uneasy all over if this will doesn't come? But being devastated for so long, it seems like my will suppression became considerably stronger too. Yi Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile but released his own will suppression. He could distinctly feel that he had grown quite a bit in this dark space. All of a sudden, there was a blur before Yi Yuan's eyes. It actually changed. Scenes. Master, you finally woke up. This 1 year you worried Black Wind to death. Opening his eyes, the first thing Yi Yuan heard was Black Wind's voice. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes, clearly still kind of dazed. Ugh, Black Wind? I came out. Yi Yuan said sluggishly. Came out? What came out? Master, you have always been underground here and didn't go out. Black Wind said baffledly. In? Underground. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. Memories instantly filled his entire head. He still remembered fiend god Jialan suddenly making a move at that time, tunneling directly into his sea of consciousness, and grinding up his divine soul. Then he knew nothing after that. Right at that time, a burst of mysterious power blasted right onto Jialan's fiendish sense, shocking him out of his sea of consciousness. After that, darkness descended, wrapping Yi Yuan's tattered divine soul inside, entirely. Then afterward it was that infinite torture. Black bead. What saved him must be the black bead. This black bead was truly miraculous. His divine soul was already heavily wounded by fiend god Jialan, and the black bead actually brought him back to life. Then what confined him inside the dark space was also the black bead. Just what the hell is this black bead? To actually be so miraculous? Yi Yuan muttered. What bead is Master talking about? Oh right, when that fiend god Jialan came out from Master's body, he mentioned before about some soul-suppressing pearl. Black Wind suddenly recalled something and said, soul-suppressing pearl? Yi Yuan was stunned but had never heard this name before. Back then, when he obtained this black bead from the Grand Yen Trusex ruins, it entered his sea of consciousness incomprehensibly. And it also saved him several times at critical junctures. This time, it even forcefully dragged him back from an extent from impending death, fully restoring his tattered divine soul. In? You said just now. 1 year? I've already slept here for a year's time. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. Yes, Master. In the beginning, Black Wind was very worried about Master's safety. But later, although Master did not wake up, you continuously broke through cultivation realms in your sleep, making Black Wind endlessly amazed. Only then did I set my mind at ease. Just earlier, Master actually directly broke through to heaven enlightenment realm in your sleep and didn't even trigger any heavenly tribulation. It's seriously too incredible. After Yi Yuan fell into a coma, his aura had always been vague and fleeting, looking very frightening, as if he might pass away at any time. Black Wind was also anxious but could not do anything by the side, completely at a loss on what to do. But after this kind of state kept persisting for a period of time, not only did Yi Yuan not die, he directly broke through a minor cultivation realm, instead breaking through to the 5th level boundless realm. This discovery made Black Wind unbelievably shocked. He was already going to die and could actually still break through? Then, around a month's time passed again, Yi Yuan actually broke through once more. In 1 year, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually soared rapidly, breaking through all the way to peak 9th level boundless realm. From the initial most worry, Black Wind became astonished. Yi Yuan's situation was too strange. Black Wind had no way of understanding it. But one thing was certain, Yi Yuan was already fine. Which dying person could still break through continuously? But recently, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached the nodal point of breaking through to the heaven enlightenment realm. Black Wind became worried. Again, this heavenly tribulation from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms was not that easy to transcend. But just now, Yi Yuan directly broke through to heaven enlightenment realm, and he did not even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Breaking through the middle 3 realms, one must experience a major heavenly tribulation once. With Yi Yuan's strength, this heavenly tribulation's power was bound to not be small. But right now, he already finished breaking through, and even a hint of the heavenly tribulation could not be seen. This really made Black Wind's jaws drop. Yi Yuan also could not quite make head or tail of it, but recalled his experiences inside the dark space. Could it be that the will devastation in the dark space was actually cultivation? Yi Yuan immediately examined his own divine soul and discovered that between the eyebrows of his divine soul, there was indeed an additional eye. This was the hallmark of breaking through to the heaven enlightenment realm, opening a heavenly eye. Upper 3 realms gained enlightenment on Tao. The so-called heaven enlightenment realm was the divine soul unlocking a heavenly eye and could have a preliminary glimpse into the secrets of heavenly Tao. This heavenly eye was a kind of resonance between the divine soul and heavenly Tao. Martial artists could see the power of laws that they could not see in the past through the heavenly eye and comprehend these power of laws and use them for themselves from there. Wanting to reach this step was a tremendous test to middle 3 realms. Martial artists. One must comprehend sufficiently profound concepts before breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm to be able to open up the heavenly eye easier. And after opening the heavenly eye, martial artists' speed of comprehending concepts would be dozens of times faster compared to before. Especially those genius martial artists, their comprehension speed could increase hundreds, thousands of times. Heaven enlightenment realm was the realm where one truly soared to the skies in one move. Therefore, reaching heaven enlightenment realm, martial artists' strength would have a qualitative leap. Boundless realm martial artists were completely inadequate to look at in front of heaven enlightenment realms. However, precisely because comprehending concepts before heaven enlightenment realm was more difficult, it was even harder to come by for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the 5th stage before heaven enlightenment realm. In terms of concepts comprehension, Yi Yuan did not choose the easy way in the least bit. He relied on his comprehension abilities to understand it step by step. Yi Yuan examined his essence energy C again and discovered that his essence energy C already reached a horrifying circumference of 1 million feet. Unknowingly, this level was as many as dozens of times of ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. Solely in terms of essence energy Yi Yuan could compare to middle stage. Heaven enlightenment realm martial artists now too. Truly inconceivable. My soul force actually already reached middle stage. Alchemy saint. What surprised Yi Yuan more was still his soul force. In the past, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm always followed his cultivation realm. Even if his soul force already reached the level of great circle of perfection, it was also not possible to break through the body's fetters. But now he actually smashed these fetters. Yi Yuan had never heard before that someone's divine soul realm could actually break through the body's limits, even if your divine soul cultivation method was cultivated anymore. Fearsomely, it was also impossible for initial stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists to cultivate to middle stage alchemy saint. But now Yi Yuan did it. What? Master just broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm and your soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint? How is this possible? Black Wind was shocked to the core. Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. A surge of powerful soul force was released. Sensing Yi Yuan's soul force, Blackwind's eyes were filled with disbelief. Really middle stage alchemy saint? My God! How can such a miraculous thing happen in this world? Blackwind was already unable to use words to describe his astonishment. This sort of impossible to happen thing actually really happened in front of him. No matter what divine soul cultivation method one cultivated in, it was not possible to break through to the next level at a corresponding cultivation realm. This was common sense. But the current Yi Yuan shattered this common sense. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I don't know what's going on either. Looks like the problem still occurred with the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like I still have to find Jialan when there's a chance and inquire about this soul-suppressing pearl's matters from him. Jialan coming into being should originally be a matter that made the divine realm fall into immense terror, but he was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Especially the time where he seized possession, Jialan's fiendish sense probably injured his foundations. He completely had no way of recovering to his peak state within a short time. If Yi Yuan met Jialan again, Yi Yuan believed that he should have sufficient strength to deal with him. Master breaking through the body's limits, this kind of thing you must take care not to expose it in front of people. Otherwise it will stir up huge problems, Blackwind said with a solemn face. Once this sort of thing was revealed, Yi Yuan was surely be treated as a lab rat, drawing countless people's covetous eyes. Yi Yuan said smilingly, You don't need you to remind me about this. Naturally got it. Oh right, I remember that there were still 2 holy followers at that time. Those 2 people's strengths were extremely formidable. Why didn't they attack us? Blackwind's expression dimmed as he said, Lord Throne, his condition seems to be very bad. Hearing Blackwind telling the situation on that day, Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. After he went into a coma, Long Tang actually forcefully deployed the vast Heaven Pagoda and slew the 2 holy followers. Actually, regarding Long Tang's identity, Yi Yuan had some surmises long ago. However, Long Tang did not tell him, so he did not go and expose it either. Even if the dragon race's lifespan was a lot longer compared to the human race, it was absolutely impossible for Long Tang to live for 50,000 years either. As for what Long Tang said before, Fang Tian letting him survive until now, through altering the flow of time, that was even more absurd. Forget about Long Tang, even Fang Tian himself, as long as he did not break through to deity realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to live until now either. Even if Fang Tian had heaven-defying attainments in the Tao of time, if Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, Long Tang should be the vast heaven Pagoda's artifact spirit. Although Yi Yuan refined the vast heaven steel, due to his cultivation realm being too low, he was completely unable to unleash the true power of the vast heaven pagoda. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if the vast heaven pagoda's grade did not reach divine artifact, it was probably not far off either. However, Long Tang's condition being poor was true. Yi Yuan estimated that during the Great Monumental Battle 50,000 years ago, Long Teng probably suffered considerable injuries too, resulting in him not recovering until now. Forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda was overly forceful to the Long Teng in this kind of state. Black Wind said that after Long Teng returned to the vast heaven pagoda, he never came out again either. Even though Black Wind could not make head or tail of the situation, Long Teng's weakness, he perceived it. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. Present, Yi Yuan already broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After entering the vast heaven pagoda, he distinctly sensed that it was somewhat different from before. Yi Yuan came before the vast heaven steel and sunk his divine sense inside. Some of the hidden space he previously could not sense actually surfaced in his mind vividly. That Fang Tian was indeed a monstrous genius, to actually still have such attainments in the Tao of artifact refining. Vast heaven pagoda is a marvelous creation excelling nature. It's probably not far from the divine artifact of the legends either. Yi Yuan sighed with admiration. Ever since deity realm powerhouses vanished, divine artifacts had never appeared in the divine realm again. For Fang Tian to refine the vast heaven pagoda with his own ability, it could be seen how formidable his strength was. His heart stirred. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside a secret space in the vast heaven pagoda. In here, Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the flow of time became much slower. In front of a black silhouette, it was precisely the Long Teng whom he had not met for a long time. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrival, Long Teng did not have any reaction at all. He was still sound asleep. If it were normally, Yi Yuan's appearance would surely have startled Long Teng. Senior Long Teng. The Long Teng in his slumber slowly opened his eyes, clearly very low, spirited. When he saw Yi Yuan, he could not help revealing a relieved expression. Yi Yuan, huh? I knew that this brat's life is tenacious and won't die that easily. You broke through to heaven enlightenment realm? Not bad. Not bad. Long Teng forced a laugh. Yi Yuan bowed deeply and said, Many thanks for Senior's grace of saving my life. Hoo-hoo, you're the owner of the vast heaven pagoda. Naturally, you can also be called as my master. I obviously can't watch you be killed by that Jialan. Passively. Long Teng saying this was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging his identity as the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan's intelligence. He had long bore witness before and knew that Yi Yuan definitely guessed his identity long ago. It was just that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low at that time and did not obtain his true approval. Yi Yuan could not even control the vast heaven pagoda. How could Long Teng easily acknowledge him as his master? Senior forcefully deployed the vast heaven pagoda. You have likely already injured your foundation. Can you allow Yi Yuan to do a check? Yi Yuan did not have superfluous words of thanks. This kindness, it was enough for him to remember in his heart. Long Teng nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan's soul force crept up and started investigating Long Teng's situation. Long Teng trembled slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation is at the first level heaven enlightenment realm, so why would you have middle stage alchemy Saint soul force? I can't make head or tail of this either, but it should be the effect of that whatever soul suppressing pearl, right? Senior, don't resist, wait for me to check a little while. Yi Yuan carefully swept over Long Teng's body, but his brows knitted together. Artifact spirit, this kind of existence was very special. As long as the vast heaven pagoda was not destroyed, Long Teng could survive for an extremely long time. But for Long Teng, as a proud member of the dragon race, to willingly become the vast heaven pagoda's artifact spirit, it could be seen that his relationship with Fang Tian was not ordinary. Although becoming an artifact spirit, he could obtain a long life, the price was to never enter samsara. The existence of artifact spirits was somewhat similar to divine souls but had differences. Under normal circumstances, it was very hard for artifact spirits to get injured. But once injured, it was extremely troublesome. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago, Senior injured your foundation. Forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda, Senior's wounds added injuries on top of injuries, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Longtongue said smilingly, looks like you guessed it since long ago. That's right. During that great battle 50,000 years ago, the vast heaven pagoda once withstood a heaven-quaking blow from the heavenly fiend god head-on. Before, the vast heaven pagoda itself suffered tremendous damage, while I also damaged my foundation under that blow. Originally, in these 50,000 years, my injuries already improved quite a bit. But forcefully deploying the vast heaven pagoda this time aggravated my injuries again. But you don't have to worry either, I won't die. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard that too. To be able to severely wound the vast heaven pagoda comparable to a divine artifact. That heavenly fiend god's strength was truly daunting until it made people's hair stand on its end. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Senior, you don't need to feign composure anymore. Although artifact spirits' longevity is long, they are not of undying bodies. Your injuries have never gotten better because you injured your foundation and your self-recovery abilities weakened greatly. If it continues to deteriorate like this, you'll probably thoroughly perish before long. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the chaotic Devil Sea. Chaotic Devil Sea? Longtongue said in puzzlement. The era when Longtongue roamed the divine realm unhindered. The factions were already completely different from presently. The name Chaotic Devil Sea, it was still his first time hearing it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the Chaotic Devil Sea is formed by 7 great regions. These 7 great regions don't belong to any forces. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, the strong reigns supreme, going on a killing spree at the word of disagreement. There is no order to speak of whatsoever. Is it haven for those wicked people and people who aren't willing to be restricted by rules? In the Chaotic Devil Sea, they don't look at the background, only strength. To the divine realm, the Chaotic Devil Sea was a very special place. That place was utterly chaotic. Killing people to seize treasures was common occurrences. As long as you had sufficient strength, you could live very comfortably there. Outside martial artists entering, they were completely unable to adapt at all. Wanting to sit around and do nothing, waiting to die was totally impossible. Want to survive, one had to become stronger. In the Chaotic Devil Sea, there was no lack of some targets wanted by major forces. But as long as they enter the Chaotic Devil Sea, those forces would not be able to do anything about them at all. Even super holy lands could not either. Putting it bluntly, this was a world where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. In that place, it was teeming with the flavor of primitiveness. Going to that sort of place for what? Even though you broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, going to that kind of place is too dangerous, right? Longtongue's countenance changed as he said.